did H-E-B become the #1 wine retailer in Texas? Because we searched the world for incredible wines at great prices. Turns out, some of the best finds are from the biggest wine-growing region in Texas, like McPherson Cellars.
My family has been growing wine near Lubbock for over 40 years. Our goal is to create consistently high-quality Texas wines at an unbeatable price.
And they do. That's why we love supporting local wineries like theirs. This is the best wines in Lubbock department at H-E-B.
Yes.
Simon, you know Favor's a part of H-E-B, right?
Yes, chef.
Did you know that means Favor can deliver hundreds of local restaurants like True Texas Barbecue?
No, chef. Oh. Oh.
Do you know the difference between seared, charred, and totally and utterly trashed?
No, chef.
Now you get it. H-E-B and Favor. Together we bring the best to your door. Get free 1-hour delivery on True Texas Barbecue.
I'm Kyle Stevens with the H-E-B Produce Department. We're all about bringing the freshest, best produce available to every single store in Texas. That's why we work with local growers to buy grapefruit, corn, blueberries, and tons more. Over 100 million pounds every year. In fact, we sell more produce than anyone else in Texas. A lot of it grown right here in our beautiful backyard. This is the Fresh Texas Produce Department at H-E-B. No store does more than my H-E-B.
Your husband loves his mesquite smoked ham cut razor thin. That's why H-E-B has online customization and will slice it however you want it. Your daughter loves cheese. She has 27 favorites. Good thing H-E-B offers an unmatched assortment with over 200 specialty varieties. You love having one less thing to do on your to-do list. That's why H-E-B does all the shopping for you, so you can just pick it up with free curbside. No store does more to bring the best to your door. Shop the app or online and pick up curbside free at H-E-B. This is Eduardo. Eduardo is always doing more in the H-E-B bakery department. He makes specialty cakes for any and every occasion. And when those cakes make customers smile, it makes his day. No store does more than my H-E-B. It isn't Taco Tuesday without the freshest tortillas. That's why H-E-B bakes tortillas fresh in store. Your kids won't eat tacos on Tuesday or any day without their favorite toppings. Good thing H-E-B has it all, including guacamole made fresh in store. It's been a really long week, and it's still only Tuesday. That's why H-E-B does all the shopping for you, so you can just pick it up with free curbside. No store does more to bring the best to your door. Shop the app or online and pick up curbside free at H-E-B.
So what are you having for lunch today?
I'm having another turkey sandwich.
My kids can eat chicken nuggets every day.
Sometimes I just want some adult food. I feel you.
Meal Simple has got you covered. From oven ready to grab and go. Choose from hundreds of delicious chef-inspired meals, ready in minutes.
Meal Simple has so much variety that household happy.
Discover Meal Simple at your H-E-B.
And we are back. Joining me is Jess Pryles.
Hi.
Thanks for still being here, and everyone out there, thank you for bearing with me and us while we worked through some of our technical difficulties. So glad you guys are back. I do believe we have to declare our winner of the Cody Cups, and I believe, would you like to do the honors?
You know, I really would.
Please,
Thanks
please.
so much. You know, we can control fire, but we can't control technology yet. But we're going back to our last giveaway, and the winner for the question was, how many miles do HEB drivers drive annually? The answer, 63 plus million miles. I don't know how many kilometers it is.
I was gonna say, you took the words right out of my mouth.
But it's a lot, and we would like to congratulate Ruben Rincones for winning the Cody Cups.
Yeah, he just watched some Facebook and
interacted. We love hearing from you guys.
Love it.
Go for it.
Love it. Okay.
Big hour ahead.
Yes, big hour ahead.
Yep.
We definitely have some interesting things. It is the happy hour. So we have a wine partner, Jamie, is going to join us shortly to talk about some really cool things we have in our beer and wine department and how to make some very fun cocktails. So we're going to hear from her shortly.
It's hard for me to pick favorites, but aside from the meat department, beer and wine might really be up there for me.
Yeah, it's a solid second.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a solid second.
That's what I'm talking
all
about.
I'm thinking about is beer and wine.
Well, I mean, we're in the happy hour, so it's totally natural that you would do that. Obviously, beer and wine are an important aspect of grilling and the grilling open. And I just want to commend you on being in your 6th hour of this and not quite being delirious yet. But we have some delicious, tasty stuff coming up.
Yes, we do. So we're gonna check out this really cool ad, and then after that, we're gonna go straight back to our grill cams.
Your husband loves his mesquite smoked ham cut razor thin. That's why HEB has online customization and will slice it however you want it. Your daughter loves cheese. She has 27 favorites. Good thing HEB offers an unmatched assortment with over 200 specialty varieties. You love having one less thing to do on your to-do list. That's why HEB does all the shopping for you, so you can just pick it up with free curbside. No store does more to bring the best to your door. Shop the app or online and pick up curbside free at HEB. When we say no store does more, it's because our market partners and in-store certified meat cutters do more every single day. Prepping, cutting, and grinding beef fresh in store. So that literally only the best makes the cut. Because when we do more, backyard cookouts are more legendary. No store does more than my HEB.
I mean, if the first thing that you're showing me is melted butter, we're already having a good day.
Those are most certainly Oysters Rockefeller.
They are. Look at that char.
Part of our Meal Simple program.
Is that right?
Wait.
It is too early in the day for something this attractive.
Yeah, talk dirty to me, huh?
That's what I'm saying. Now, do you care about clarifying the butter?
No.
Because you want those rich kind of milk solids in there?
Yes.
I feel you.
Okay. Now here come the poppers with the bacon corsets.
The bacon corsets. I'm so glad that you have decided to adopt that. I feel like we could really, really take this to town.
It's very descriptive.
It is.
It's very descriptive.
But that's literally why we're here. So salt at the end. Now, salt on bacon. Bold choice, Cotton. What do you think about this?
That is a bold choice, but you know what?
I know you and Scott like the seasoning.
Yes.
And obviously, I own a seasoning company. I love seasoning. But you have to just be careful since bacon is so salty.
It is so salty.
But I like what's happening here.
So I believe that's melted chocolate with marshmallows and some grams.
And that looks awesome. And is that the Cuisinaware skillet too?
It is. And I believe they're trying to melt.
Oh, yes.
Those marshmallows.
And why wouldn't they? This is a great, the whole idea that the entire meal can be done on the grill, even all the way through dessert. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It can be nice and simple. You're using your grill nearly like an oven in this case.
There's a torch.
It's happening.
Do you know how excited I get every time a torch comes into frame? Oh!
Is it giving you life?
It is.
It's important.
It's just, there's something about, it's industrial. I love using a torch.
I like, it's like, I'm gonna add 18 marshmallows. Oh, one more. Oh, one more. It's
Just-
never quite, oh, that's a whole layer. That's a cap.
That's beautiful. Okay.
I perhaps would have gone for the unbroken cracker, the graham cracker, and then you can just scoop more.
More surface area, I get it.
Yep.
Oh.
Leverage.
Oh, look.
Here we go. Oh. And here comes the squish. Yep. Just like that.
Oh, that was replay worthy.
And here we go in super slow-mo. Ooh.
The torch wasn't cutting it. They had to stick that guy back on the grill.
Yeah, that's how you're gonna get the real, that's the real MVP finish here.
Oh man.
Yep.
Okay.
And great food isn't supposed to necessarily be neat. You want it to be messy sometimes. Absolutely.
So here are some kebabs. Oh, it looks like we lost a strawberry. That's okay.
Yep. Good recovery.
Okay, so look at this. Yep. This is the double skewer method.
Is the idea to be more secure?
I think that's what they were going for, so that it, as you turned it, the fruit didn't kind of spin around. Oh. You know when you get a skewer and the kebab and everything just sort of spins?
Yep. So that sort of anchors it in place. That's the crazy corn.
I love that stuff.
Because again, we've touched on it before, but we're going to touch upon it all day, which is there are very few things, if any, to which the adding of bacon does not improve it.
Agreed. Ooh, chicken legs.
Love a char like that.
Same.
Very important.
Look how easy, finger food. That's finger food.
I'd be happy with that.
Oh, this looks like barbecue because that looks like a barbecue setup. What's
It does. You've
here?
got the pickles, you've got the potato salad, we've got, looks like some sausages.
I think these are those queso blanco.
Ooh, gosh, that sounds good.
Looks really good. Gonna do a little spin.
Presentation, 10 out of 10. I nearly want one of those red carpet cameras where they capture you from all angles, but for the meat. Maybe maybe for the next Grilling Open we can get that happening. That would be something else, really. It's a tomahawk. This is my love language.
I was gonna say, this is your love language.
Yep, love it. You've got that beautiful Prime 1 beef, so you can see all of that marbling. Big spinalis cap, which is that ribeye cap there. Heavy on the seasoning. This is spectacular. For anyone who's at home watching this,
the flip again, okay.
Like, I'm just glad we're all here for it. You do, well, let's see if he manages to get the sides too. That'll be the real mark, because on a steak that's thick like this, you gotta get those sides. Ooh, gonna lose points on that one.
Okay.
Oof.
Okay, we have...
Don't mean to be too harsh, but...
I don't know how stone fruit can follow up that steak, but...
Yeah, that was a beautiful tomahawk. Do you know the difference between a cowboy steak and a tomahawk?
No, please tell me.
It's literally how long the bone is. So a cowboy steak is going to be the same, but with a much smaller little tail of the bone, about 2 or 3 inches.
Okay, but they come from the same
cut, same place,
cut, yeah.
shorter bone.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, we've got some oil. Is this to stop sticking? Is it to encourage a little browning? What are you thinking?
Probably a little bit of both. Look at that swirl, look at the toss.
It's a great method for coating everything, too.
It is. I'm a fan of the Sprite
salt
oil.
and pepper on the peaches?
Yes.
Huh.
It's sweet and savory, I think.
Okay.
People think that salt and pepper don't have an application as it pertains to like fruit, but I tend to go in this direction.
I see where you're going there. It's nearly like when you think about salted caramel, right?
Exactly.
You've got two opposing forces that you think may not work, but they really just come together in a harmonious way to hold each other's hand. All the way to your mouth.
All the way to your mouth.
Yeah, it's happening.
Oh man.
It's great that those pits are coming out so easy because I've been stuck with those cling peaches.
You know, have you done the put them in the brown bag to help ripen them? Have you tried
I've heard of that for bananas and I guess avocado too.
Avocados don't last long enough in my house. Like, I always buy them ripe.
Have we seen any grilled guac yet today?
I don't believe we have.
Just something to bear in mind is all I'm saying.
I do agree with you though that the avocado holds up very nicely to a grilled application. We did see a grilled salsa.
Oh, nice. One of my favorites.
Yes.
One of my favorites.
Oh, here we go. Now we have a, that
we have a stuck one?
Yeah.
That's a brave move with the knife directly in there. Okay, a little more oil. I love that combo, especially the pepper and the peaches.
Right?
Yep.
That would be delicious on a pork chop.
There you go. There you go, getting that sweet element. I mean, we know that pork chops classically go with applesauce, so why not take that same concept of fruit sweetness, apply it there?
Right?
That's what I'm saying.
Man. Oh, is it gonna go?
Oh no, we've got a clinger.
Oh, look at that. That was a pivot. Did you see that pivot?
I did.
Okay, nice technique.
That chef knows what they're doing. And so this is a nectarine rather than a peach. I bet she is, you know. I'd like to meet her someday.
Also really smart.
And modest.
Yes, probably that too.
Yep.
Oh.
So we were on peaches and we're on nectarines now, right?
Yeah, those are nectarines, you're right, yes. So a nectarine has like the smooth skin.
Yes.
And the peach has the fuzzy one.
Right. But they're both beautiful in their own way.
Yes.
Where are we going with this? Oh. I mean, I'm seeing there's a lot of stone fruit.
Yes.
That's fine.
Okay.
And you know, so my favorite like easy dessert is just to do the half peaches and maybe a little scoop of mascarpone in them once they're
Mascarpone,
grilled.
okay, or a little vanilla ice cream, something like that. I love the flip, And I think we need to take a look outside. We haven't seen anything grilled in a minute. We've seen some plating and some prep. I'm ready for some grilling action.
Oh, you know, I am
us.
too. This is us.
This is us.
Welcome back to the Grilling Open. 12 hours of grilling pleasure.
Yes.
We're into the happy hours.
Yes.
Jamie's going to be joining us soon.
Yes. And so far, we've seen some plating of the crazy corn.
Yep.
With the chicken legs. We've seen that. We've seen a lot of stone fruit.
The s'mores skillet too.
Yeah, ooh.
Yeah, you wanna, I mean, I'm not gonna forget those marshmallows anytime soon.
No.
But I have to tell you, I'm really here for the meat. I feel like I've had a teaser of that Prime 1 tomahawk with that beautiful marbling, that nice big cap, generous seasoning, and I am here to watch it be cooked. So I'm sure that will happen at some stage.
Do you think they're gonna grill it or do you think they're gonna put it on the smoker? What do you think?
Could go either way. When you have a steak that's that thick, you can use what we call the reverse sear method, where you can get it low and slow on the smoker and then finish it with the sear at the end. So we're gonna have to see a lot of options for a beautiful piece of meat like that.
All right, now I am excited though. I would like to bring a very controversial topic up.
I'm excited.
There are 2 camps in this one. So you have a just keep flipping method.
I do.
Where there are some people that say you place the steak on the grill and you don't touch it, you flip it once. So I want to hear what people have to say about that. So if you guys have any theories or opinions or ideas on that, throw that in the chat because we want to hear about that. But I want to hear how you feel about this.
So you heard me talk about the reverse sear, which was super popular with grill nerd circles for about the past, I don't know, 5 years or so. And the idea of reverse sear is great for bigger cuts of meat, and you're reversing it. So you're starting at low, whether that low is an oven, a smoker, anything like that, sous vide. And then you're finishing it high. So you're searing it either over charcoal or in a pan, and then you get that perfect edge to edge. But it takes a really long time. And because you were nearly guaranteed perfect results, a lot of people just went to it. And what I found was because that sear stage is only a minute long because you don't want to overcook it.
That's right.
Most people weren't getting that great crust, that Maillard reaction.
I need that.
The browning.
I need that.
That crust that we associate with grilling because they were just searing it too quickly. So I noticed that I was starting to cook with this flipping method, which when your grill is hot enough, and because I always cook with that 2-zone grilling method I mentioned, I'm piling the coals to one side and really concentrating that heat. So when I get that steak on there, whether it's something thin like a skirt steak, all the way through to a thick tomahawk like that, you can actually keep flipping it every 30 seconds or so. The first few flips are gonna look underwhelming, but you got to trust the process.
I think that's where I get scared. It's like, oh, it's gray and not right, and I goes against all of the my instincts.
And here's what happens. When your fire is hot enough and you keep flipping, you're going to continue to dry out that surface. That's what lets that crust happen, that Maillard reaction. And you keep applying that heat, and because we're turning it, you're not overcooking it on any one side. And I guarantee you will get a perfect result on the inside with a killer crust on the outside.
2-zone cooking, just keep flipping, reverse sear, all of these things. I am so glad you're here. Okay, so I think our wine partner, I think Jamie, has now entered the building, so we can't wait to hear from her. In the meantime, we have a quick message from one of our sponsors. When we come back, we'll check out the meat cam and then see and talk to Miss Jamie.
Your husband loves his mesquite smoked ham cut razor thin. That's why H-E-B has online customization and will slice it however you want it. Your daughter loves cheese. She has 27 favorites. Good thing H-E-B offers an unmatched assortment with over 200 specialty varieties. You love having one less thing to do on your to-do list. That's why H-E-B does all the shopping for you, so you can just pick it up with free curbside. No store does more to bring the best to your door. Shop the app or online and pick up curbside free at H-E-B.
So what are you having for lunch today?
I'm having another turkey sandwich.
My kids can eat chicken nuggets every day.
Sometimes I just want some adult food. I feel you.
Meal Simple has got you covered. From oven ready to grab and go. Choose from hundreds of delicious chef-inspired meals, ready in minutes.
When we say no store does more, it's because our market partners and in-store certified meat cutters do more every single day. Prepping, cutting, and grinding beef fresh in store, so that literally only the best makes the cut. Because when we do more, backyard cookouts are more legendary. No store does more than my H-E-B.
Oh, it's straight to that grill. Oysters.
Slow-mo oysters, so that's a whole other situation. We're here with Jamie now.
Jamie has now made it, and she is watching this grill cam live with us. Jamie, what would you serve with an oyster?
Oyster champagne always.
Girl after my own heart. You heard it here. I love anything that sparkles and bubbles.
Absolutely. One of my favorite snacks. Honestly, champagne, anytime you have anything salty or anything kind of savory, a bubble is a great way to balance that out.
So what I'm hearing is champagne every time, all the time.
Champagne French fries, champagne potato chips, champagne popcorn, champagne oil. Yes.
So, and is this your new T-shirt too that you just invented?
I feel very validated in this moment.
This is wonderful.
It's like soda pop, only better.
Only adult.
Yeah.
So, real quick with these oysters, you can see that they're really starting to bubble quite quickly because of that direct heat. So
Yes.
they're really not going to take very long to cook. Getting great color, using that shell to cook it too. It's sort of conducting the heat.
Oh, I love it. And it's like, all that delicious butter. That sort of reminds me of like New Orleans style barbecue oysters.
Yes. Well, I mean, Oysters Rockefeller is from New Orleans, which I'm sure, you know, a lot of the viewers out there know. But I can't get over that that's a Meal Simple item.
Yes.
So you can just go into your HEB, pick that up, ready to go, chuck it on the grill.
There you go.
Yeah, that's honestly great because I'm super intimidated by cooking seafood at all.
Really?
So, yes. I know it's supposed to be easy, but that just makes it more terrifying to me.
I think that's very normal. Lots of people are scared to cook seafood.
But did you know that, especially with, a lot of people don't know this about the HEB meats as well, that every single piece of meat has full grilling instructions right there on the packaging?
It sure does.
And I read them every time.
There
Do you?
Most of the time.
I love that.
90% of the time.
Okay, so how do you feel about that flame that's like that big, those flare-ups? What is your...
Look, you know, I don't want to talk ill of the chef who's grilling right now, but again, this is my call for your 2-zone setup. Because
Okay.
if you have that indirect zone, you're not going to be burning your bacon. Although the coals are ashed over, that heat is dying down a little so he can control that heat a little bit.
I do believe these might be the boudin poppers. So
Ooh.
these aren't stuffed with cream cheese.
Are we just having a New Orleans moment
I think we're
right
having
now?
a New Orleans moment.
With the oysters, Rockefeller, and boudin poppers.
But I'm with you as that 2-zone. So like I've just learned about 2-zone grilling. It's mind blowing. But I do like a crispier bacon.
I think it's important. How do you feel about bacon garnishes on beverages, Jamie?
I'm pro.
Okay.
I'm pro incorporating bacon. I mean, obviously, you see all these Bloody Marys that just have like, you know, a buffet on top. I personally see nothing wrong with that. I'm an extra person. I like my drinks to also be extra.
Fantastic.
Yes, yes. And now we have, you know, bacon-infused vodka. I've seen bacon-infused wine out there in the market. It's
interesting.
You know, bacon's still having its moment.
Oh, what just happened?
Those sausages are straight on the grill.
You know, I'm going to be honest here that even professionals like me have occasionally let go of that foam tray on accident.
Yes.
It's not good. They melt quickly.
Very quickly.
So you do want to try and maintain some sturdy grip at this stage. I'm just saying. I think these are the chicken sausages?
Yeah. I think this is footage from when we were delayed. Oh, replay, here we go. See how, look at that.
Oh, good with that turn. Have you run through the importance of clicking the tongs yet?
Okay, so we've talked about this. So far, something that I've noticed, like without fail consistently, is the flip and the tap, right? So they'll flip and then they do a tap. Now the clicking of the tongs, like, let's talk about this. Are you a tong clicker?
Yeah, it's a test. It's the test drive. You know.
Yeah.
It's the sniffing of the cork of the grilling wheel.
I love that explanation because I do it and I can't tell you why I do it, but it's like when you get ready to jump off the diving board where you just sort of like do a little bounce right before you jump. Okay.
I don't know, for me, it's a manifestation of just like excited to be here energy. Like I could not, I'm a pin clicker, you know? Same thing.
Also,
it's like being a pin clicker. You got to be a tong
Jamie's
tapper.
got the big tong energy.
I do.
love it.
I bring it in my life.
I love it.
Yeah.
Also, that is our new t-shirt. Big tong.
Love this method because that's how you get that crispy skin. You do not want your chicken skin to be rubbery, but I will say again, I'm going back to that 2-zone grilling method. I love a char, but there's a fine line between a char and a burn. So if you're concerned about it, and these look great, but if you do have concerns and you have that indirect side and you feel the pressure like this, if your coal's being too hot, move your chicken across. Give yourself that time.
Okay.
Give yourself that time. You've earned it. You deserve it. Ooh, nice piece of wood in there too. Just noticed that. You can actually use a big log like that too to separate your zones into the hot zone and the cool zone.
Okay, I was gonna ask. Now, so do you use, hold on, let's address this incredible paper plate.
Yes.
I believe that's the HEB paper plate. That thing was holding like 6 chicken legs.
That's what we call structural integrity.
That was beautiful.
Yeah.
That deserves a call out. That is the, I can't tell you what the exact brand name is, but I know that's an HEB one.
I anticipated disaster with that final leg. I thought it would just.
Oh no, that was
crash and burn.
Yeah,
holding
I
on.
like a product that I can trust. Okay, so we're back. This is Jamie. She's made it. She is our wine specialist with HEB. Tell me what a wine specialist is exactly. Give me some detail on this.
So your HEB beer and wine specialist, we're going to be at many HEBs throughout the state. We are your go-to person for all beer, wine, and cocktail needs. We are in the department. We're happy to answer questions. We're happy to get whatever you need from the back, order anything you need. I am
Your new best friend.
I am the go-to for all things boozy.
Oh.
All things boozy.
Yes.
Yes.
If we come up with one more good T-shirt today, I'm not going to be able to handle it.
It's a whole
again.
apparel line, I think, at this
It
point.
really is. Wait for our spring collection.
I know. I love it. Okay, so how did you get into all things boozy?
Well, it started originally in school. I took a wine appreciation class just for fun, and that was all it took. Got bit by the bug, and I've majored in beer and wine from University of Houston. Go Cougs!
How cool is that? I didn't know you could even do that.
Wine and spirits management is the best 4 years of my life. You do a little, gin tasting, a little accounting class. It's a great path.
I always do my accounting when I'm doing a gin tasting.
You can do gin tasting at college?
It's required. It's a requirement. I have a Bachelor of Science.
Listen,
I'm a scientist.
If I wasn't currently doing a science graduate certificate right now, I would be jealous of what you're doing. But I am still jealous, but for me, meat science is up there too.
But that sounds amazing, honestly. But it's something I've always been passionate about. And the great thing about it is, in the world of beer and wine, like you never stop learning. And I'm sure it's the same with meat. Like, you're always discovering something, a new technique, a new region, a new anything. And that's something that's captivating. I mean, I've been in the business for almost 15 years now, and I'm still like, every week I learn something
We
new.
are so lucky to have you. HEB is so lucky to have you. We are glad that you're here, and you're going to be here with us for the next couple of hours or so. I think it is time to give some more free stuff away, because we love, I feel like Oprah. You get a free thing, you get a free thing, you get a free thing. So we are going to kick it over to Justin Reed, a Houston Texans player, and he's going to give us some trivia.
My name is Justin Reed. I'm 20 for the Texans. I'm excited to be grilling using my HEB Kobe burgers. Thanks for joining. So I got a little trivia for you. How many ice cream cones can I make with the gallons of ice cream produced by HEB each year?
Okay, guys, we have 5 minutes for y'all to put your answer into the chat. We can't wait to see who's going to win this $50 gift card.
That's a lot of ice cream cones.
That's a lot of ice cream cones.
Yeah, really is.
That's a lot of ice cream cones. So we have 5 minutes. Put your answer into the chat, and from here we're going to go straight back to our produce cam, because we want to see what else is grilling. So what's your favorite kind of gin?
I love a Nika coffee gin. It's Japanese gin.
Ooh, writing this down.
Yeah.
Note to self. Oh, we've lost the
We got a
strawberry
fumble.
again.
A berry fumble.
Fumble on the field.
I love that. Okay, so
this is the skewer in action.
Yeah.
And so, Charlotte, you were saying the double skewer, being that you're avoiding that rotation.
That spin, the skewer spin.
All right.
I hate that, and I never even imagined that as an option. That's a game changer for me.
Right?
Because I have to tell you, I don't grill a lot, but I do love a good grilled fruit base for like a cocktail. Like I love a little char pineapple.
That's what I'm
cocktail
talking about.
situation.
Jamie, have you met Jess?
Hi.
And I think that if we're recording this, you should go back maybe an hour or so, because Jess was talking about a grilled pineapple margarita.
Absolutely, yes.
Match
Grilled
made in
pineapple
heaven.
margarita. I'm also a big fan of a nice char on a watermelon, and that would be a good base for a margarita, or even just like a wine cooler if you threw like some mint or some basil in there.
Yeah, is this your new sangria, perhaps? Your charred watermelon sangria? That could be a real situation. A good one.
All things boozy.
It all comes, you know.
So what does it take? What does it take to make a good sangria? Because I feel like that's a great complimentary drink to a summer grill.
So sangria, it's personal preference, but I always like to have, you have to think about balance in the base. If you start with a dry wine, you want to make sure your fruit's going to be a little sweeter.
Okay.
If you start with a wine that's sweeter, you don't need as much fruit.
Got it.
Anytime, with a watermelon sangria, like a dry white wine base, you could use a Pinot Grigio, you could use a sparkling if you like a bubbly sangria. The charred watermelon in itself to me is very, very sweet.
Yes.
So you don't really have to add a sweetener like a simple syrup or an agave nectar to that. You could if you like a sweeter sangria.
Got it.
And then I always like an herbaceous note in mine as well. So watermelon plus basil or watermelon plus mint is always a winner for me.
Love
Yeah.
it. Love it, love it, love it.
Like that a lot.
I also love a little 30-second sangria, which is so easy. It's just wine, a little bit of orange juice, a little bit of orange liqueur aperitivo.
Ooh.
Throw a slice in there and you're done.
See, that's great, because sometimes you do want something that's tasty but simple, like
Yes.
real simple, right?
Absolutely.
I get
We're
ya.
losing some straw babies.
That's what, see, I would be like, sorry, everyone inside, I'm eating that.
Yeah, if it gets stuck to the grill, it goes in
Chef's privilege?
Yeah.
I was going to say chef's choice, but
I mean,
it's not
there's
my choice. It's
gotta
my
be
privilege.
perks. It's hot outside.
right?
Yep, absolutely.
Oh, and that
Corn with bacon on it.
that is the crazy corn.
Crazy corn.
You know that little bit on a chicken thigh
Yep.
that always gets stuck to the grill?
Mm-hmm.
Goes immediately in my mouth. In fact, as I'm grilling, I pull every single one of those that little bit on that chicken thigh.
Yep. So that basically you're getting all the good bits and all of your guests are getting none of those good bits.
Yeah.
But you did the work.
I did the work.
So arguably you earned it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Yeah.
I really do.
So I myself have never grilled corn. I have enjoyed mini grilled corns, but I've never done it myself. Is this something that takes a long time to cook, or it cooks very quickly, like
good
another
question.
vegetable? I always imagine it would just turn into popcorn, like in a cartoon. Clearly,
That would actually be awesome, and
It
I
was
kind
like-
of wish that did happen.
That was my favorite thing ever said today.
It goes fairly quickly, and it really depends. You talk about al dente with pasta.
Yep.
And it's okay to have the corn kind of warm through and still have some bite to it.
I like that.
You don't want it. What happens if you grill it too long is that it kind of starts to explode
Yeah.
and lose its juiciness.
And it gets that real fibery, But I feel like the bacon is sort of like
Like a life jacket.
Yeah. A life jacket.
Yeah, it's a little bacon life jacket. We've done the bacon corsets.
Yes.
Now this bacon is saving this corn.
It is. It's like
This is Rose and Jack right here. You know what I mean? The bacon is sacrificing itself for
Yes.
the corn to be juicy.
Oh, the bacon is Jack.
That's true romance.
There was room on that door for that guy.
There was so
I
much
am pretty
room.
sure two gals did their
So
whole
many
thesis on.
configurations.
Yeah, there was room on the door for him.
There was. But in this case, when you have a bacon wrapped corn, you do want to make sure that bacon is fully cooked and rendered as well, and that's how you get those lovely crispy bits.
Right?
Yeah, I feel like the corn maybe adds moisture, which you don't want when you cook bacon.
That's a good thought. That's based in science.
Yeah.
I'm a scientist.
There you go.
Yes, that's me.
That makes it work.
That does look good though.
Crazy corn.
Crazy corn.
Little saddles, little bacon saddles. I'm gonna find a million ways to describe this. Okay, so you see on that one, look how the bacon shrunk around the corn. That's what you want right
hold
there.
on there, yeah.
That's that corset situation
That's
we were
the bacon
referencing?
corset.
Okay.
There you go. Welcome to the bacon party.
Look at that.
And this is a
Again.
meal simple item too, or it comes like this.
It comes
the
this.
Crazy corn
Yep.
comes pre-wrapped like this from HEB. You just pick it up like that. Pre-seasoned, pre-baconed. It's all happening.
Pre-baconed.
Pre-baconed. It is a term. And again, those plates just won't quit. I love it. Look at all that.
It's true.
I love it.
That's a great
think
side.
it
It's not
is.
even a double plate either.
No,
That's a single plate.
Single ply plate. Okay, it is time to announce the winner for our giveaway. Jess, would you like to do the honors?
I would. Thanks so much.
Okay.
So the question was, how many ice cream cones could we make with the gallons of ice cream produced by HEB each year? And the answer was C, 340 million. And that's a big congrats to Jorge Aguilar, who's watching on Facebook, and you have won a $50 gift card for HEB just by getting involved. So thanks.
Give us the name of a great bottle of wine under 50 bucks.
Any bottle of wine under $50?
In that range, yeah, that 40 to 50.
One of my favorites right now is Green Wing Cabernet from Duckhorn Winery, Washington Cab.
Ooh.
Get on board, it's delightful. And amazing with grilled meat.
Get on board the cab train, ladies.
Love it. Okay, so
So I did not show up empty-handed.
I was about to say,
It looks like I
was
showed up
waiting for-
empty-handed.
I
I
was just
never come to
waiting.
a party empty-handed. So I have ordered us a favor that should be here any minute now.
you ordered us a favor?
Hey!
There you go.
Thank you
Is
so
Fiesta
much.
every day.
Such service, so prompt.
I know. Did you see that little cheeky bit to camera? Good for you, sir. Good for
Yes.
you. Yeah. He
Thank
was
you.
going to make sure that we saw his face.
Thank you, Favor.
So I brought, Favor brought, shout out to Favor, a bag of some of my favorite summer goodies for grilling. So we're going to start with the all-important wine
All
in
day.
a can. Wine in a can.
Okay.
Right here.
Is that called naughty wine?
That is naughty.
This is for you.
So what I love about wine in a can, don't be scared of it.
You don't
This
even
is-
have to say anything.
Yeah,
you just
yeah.
need to start your sentence with what I love about wine in a
What
can.
I love about wine in a can is it is travel friendly, outdoor friendly, recycling friendly if you live in a city that doesn't recycle glass, and you don't have to share it. It comes already pre-portioned. And the great thing now is we live in a world where slim cans and slim koozies are a thing, so you can even keep that can nice and cool while you're out at the grill. Absolutely, absolutely. And right now at HEB, all of our canned wine and canned wine cocktails are 10% off for the 4th of July holiday.
Okay,
Oh, wow.
Yes.
This is something that gets me every time. Maybe I shouldn't admit to this, but a regular can, like a 12-ounce can of wine, is 2 pours.
It is. Technically, it's a little more than 2 pours. A 12-ounce can of wine is the equivalent of a half a bottle. So, you know, remember that as you put it in the koozie, because I can promise you, once you put it in the koozie, it goes down like a beer.
Yep. I care about you guys.
Yes,
and
we're looking at it. Now, the great thing about these, so we have the A to Z bubbles, sparkling rosé, the Bollicini's, which is sparkling Italian rosé, and our Naughty here. These are all slimmer cans.
packaging is
so
cute.
these won't be 12 ounces. These are a little bit less. So
Okay.
this is the equivalent of a glass to a glass and a half of wine.
Oh, so you can be responsible
So you can be
too.
a little more responsible, you know, or just take a little more time while you're
tells you right
grilling
here.
your bacon wrapped corn.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Or you listen, if you're at home and you're not driving anywhere, less to worry about.
Absolutely, absolutely. And so my other favorite thing, I love a good wine cocktail. And so I brought this guy. This is Mianetto Winemaker's Prosecco. It's a Brut Prosecco, the #1 selling Brut Prosecco in the world. One of my favorites. I brought Martini and Rossi Fiero. This is.
Are you making like an Aperol situation?
I am making a situation, yes. So the Fiero is similar to an Aperol. It's a bitter orange aperitivo.
Okay.
It's made with great dark blood oranges. It pours this beautiful deep red orange color. And when you pour it into the glass, you just get this blast of citrus that's just absolutely gorgeous. And then as a little topper, you have a little bit of club soda. I love the Fever Tree club soda. It's one of my absolute favorites. So with this, I do a little spritz. We call it the 3-2-1 spritz, so you can remember it even after you've had a couple. You remember how to make it.
Yeah.
So it's so easy. It's 3 parts of the Prosecco, 2 parts of your Fiero, and then just a 1-part little splash of the club soda on top. You can garnish with a citrus, a lime, or an orange. Just build it right in the glass. It's absolutely gorgeous.
I'm like,
yes.
Glasses, please.
And now here they come.
Aw, Favor didn't bring us the glasses.
Oh, I knew I forgot something.
It's okay.
And you can also use this Fiero to make that 30-second sangria I was talking about.
Ooh,
so like
nice.
Glass with ice, fill it halfway up with red wine, a little splash of the Fiero, throw an orange in there, you're golden.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, you know what else I like about this thing right here, these little in the can, is that sometimes I'm the only one drinking bubbles.
Yes.
And not everybody wants to drink bubbles, and so I don't feel bad about opening up a bottle, because bubbles don't last nearly as long, right? So, you know, it's like, it's just for me.
Yeah, it's not a commitment. It's also great if you're using it as a cocktail
It's not a
topper.
commitment.
It's not a commitment.
Yeah, for anyone afraid of commitment, canned wine is for you.
I mean, it's like
That's another T-shirt.
Yeah.
There we go, right there. I'm just saying.
Just wait for our spring collection.
But then you also don't have to be that person who's got the glass when everyone else has got the can.
Absolutely.
River friendly.
Yeah.
There we go.
Grilling friendly, park friendly, beach friendly.
Pool friendly.
Pool friendly, absolutely. Beyond pool friendly, pool requirement.
Pool requirement.
Yes.
I love it.
Mandatory for the pool area. You know, I'm also thinking about this blood orange flavor, and I would nearly be tempted to use that in sort of a pork chop glaze situation.
Absolutely. I think like a little marinated, it's gold. Anytime you want a nice, slightly sweet citrus note, it's perfect for that.
Probably get a great color from that too with that deep red.
Gorge.
I am sitting between like brilliance right now. I love it. I love it. Okay, I wish we could pour us. I was like, okay, so we're gonna pour a drink while we go to the grill cam, but we are not gonna pour a drink, but we are gonna go to our wild card cam. Wow, say that.
Ooh, butter.
3 times fast.
That is like a whole stick of butter.
I think that might be even more than one
Person
stick.
did not come to play around with the butter.
That's my love language.
And it should be. So again, with the Cocina-ware skillet.
I know what's happening here.
Enameled cast iron. You do?
I know what's about to happen.
Are you going to tell us, or is it just going to be a surprise?
I think.
Oh, I think I know too.
I think this is the s'mores.
Yeah, I think we're going in. But I like that because we've seen the finished product.
Yes.
And it was like a teaser.
I didn't see that. What
I know, but
is
what
happening?
I had no idea there was this much butter.
We had a hiccup. We had a technical difficulty. So I think this is some footage from when we.
Look at that butter splash.
Look at that splash.
Slow-mo butter splash.
That's the instant replay we all needed.
Hallelujah, it's raining. No.
Butter.
Butter.
Yep.
Chocolate.
Semi-sweet, bittersweet. What are we thinking here?
Well, depending on who's on the grill, if it was Scott Tompkins out there, he would most likely do a milk chocolate. He's a milk chocolate guy all the way.
Cool.
But, you know, could potentially be a semi-sweet. We don't know. And those are the little guys, the little marshmallows.
Easy meltability.
But I think the milk chocolate is a little more forgiving.
Yeah.
Because the heat, and that's.
That makes sense. Jamie, what do you think people are going to be drinking over July 4th weekend?
Anything.
Okay.
I mean, I can't speak for everyone, but I know that a lot of us maybe didn't get to ring in the 4th last year like we really wanted to.
Okay.
So this year we're planning on just really making it count.
Okay.
So I think we're going to have a lot of great cocktails being made because myself and I'm sure many other Texans became at-home mixologists this last year. Any kind of wine, canned wine is always a super popular one for us because everyone is by the pool because it's so hot.
Yeah.
It's also great to take for a parade or a little fireworks show at night on your little picnic blanket.
I love that. I kind of feel like we are we're commenters at a parade. actually, because when we go, and here comes the
butter. Can't wait for the balloon animals.
The balloon animals.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think they're trying to melt.
Oh, did you say? Ooh,
Did
we
one
just
fly
lost
out?
a marshmallow
I
over
didn't
the
see it.
side.
We're
That
gonna-
is aggressive spatula work, and that's what's going to happen. Sometimes you just need to be, you know, a little slow,
Yeah.
a little cautious.
Look at that bubble up on the side. So I think this is also a reason why there's so much butter in that skillet, because the chocolate on that temperature and that heat would burn.
Would seize.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's and you know, notwithstanding the fact that it's obviously delicious, you're saying it has a practical application.
Yes.
I see. Getting some good melt here. So based on what we saw before, this is really interesting because when we saw the skillet towards the end, it basically just looked like melted chocolate, but now we're seeing that they have managed to get twice as many marshmallows in here as a typical s'more.
Is this going for like a dessert queso situation? Is that what, are we gonna be
Similar.
scooping?
I love that you
Shoveling?
just said that. Dessert queso, yes. Okay, what would you pair with this?
Anything sweet, I mean, you've got to go with like a Moscato or like a nice port. You want a wine with some sweetness because anything with that much amazing butter and sugar in it, it's going to make a regular wine taste pretty bitter. A lot of people like red wine and chocolate. I like a port and chocolate.
Okay.
Yeah.
I trust you.
I
It's
can't believe we've
Yeah, I'm a
gone
scientist, trust me.
a whole new batch of marshmallows here.
So this is the second batch.
yeah, is this just seeing how many we can fit in there?
I think
'Cause
it's
that's
now
okay.
become a game.
Yeah.
And then did we not finish it with the big jumbo mallow?
This is like a two-bagger.
There's a multiple marshmallow layer of melting, and then we had the crust too.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly.
This would definitely feed a crowd.
Maybe in your house. This is for 2 people in mine.
That's a date night right there.
That's what I'm saying.
Have you guys ever done the chocolate peanut butter combo in a s'more?
No.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah, so like instead of just a regular chocolate bar, you do a peanut butter cup.
Wow.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. Yeah.
So the
And
top
it's-
of my head opened up and my brain just went bloop.
Yes, I learned that in Girl Scouts 100 years ago, and my s'mores game has never been the same.
That's phenomenal. It just makes a lot of sense, really.
Yeah.
There's something so satisfying about watching these marshmallows melt into oblivion.
I nearly wish we had the ASMR of it, but it's definitely hashtag satisfying.
Yeah.
It's happening.
So I watch, a guilty pleasure I have is people decorating cakes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, or cookie decorating, and I'll spend hours, obviously not while I'm at work, but you know.
Just watch them flood that icing into the cookie.
It's just the most satisfying thing in the world.
What I feel like the marshmallows are going to change the texture of this too,
Yeah,
right?
lighten it up.
Oh, that is out of control. Good Lord. Needs some kind of warning.
You said there's a crust on that?
That is like
There's a
chocolate
crust on
napalm.
They're doing a marshmallow crust. If you thought that was enough marshmallows, it wasn't.
No.
It wasn't. It's
There's always room.
more coming.
Always room for more.
It's true.
You're taking it to the marshmallow limit, and that's what I appreciate about these people.
I have a selfish question as a steak lover. What's the best to pair with just a classic steak?
For me, I love a classic steak and like a really beautiful Syrah or Petite Syrah.
So good.
Or as we say in Australia, Shiraz.
Shiraz.
Shiraz. Yes. Every now and then. Look, born Australian.
Yeah. Australian by
Texan.
birth, Texan by choice.
Yes. Thank you.
It's true. But I love that pairing. Like it's such a rich, peppery wine to stand up with that beef.
Absolutely.
Yes, I
one
love
of
it.
One of the easiest pairing rules to remember is if it grows together, it goes together. And what that means is if it's a cuisine that's been in that region for a long time, they will have developed a wine to pair with that cuisine. So Italian wine with a tomato sauce. And then any culture that knows their way around a grill, looking at you Australia, looking at you Argentina, they're gonna have great meat-friendly wine. So like a nice big Malbec, a beautiful Shiraz.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it,
Works out
love it,
really
love
well.
it. So we're still doing a 10% off, right? You were saying there's a 10% off all canned cocktails.
Yes, all our canned wines and canned cocktails. We have a huge selection, anything from dry red to sparkling to still to canned margaritas, canned Moscow mules.
Wow.
We have
Yes.
canned Moscow mules.
We have canned Moscow
Why was
mules.
she not made aware of this?
I didn't know this.
Yes, absolutely.
I need to spend more time in our cocktail section.
Well, you just find your HEB beer and wine specialist and they'll be able to take you right to them.
All right.
That's tremendous. That's a massive deal, honestly.
It is 10% off. And then do you get an additional 10% off if you buy 6 or
And
more?
you always save 10% if you buy 6 or more. So get yourself a little case of cocktails and save 20%.
You just gamed the system.
Seriously,
Absolutely.
I'm telling you, I feel like Oprah right now. You get a thing, you get a thing, you get a thing. All right, so we need to check out what is going on our smoker. We haven't looked in on that in a while, so we've got some chicken on there, and I believe we still have our ribs and our dino ribs, and
I'm excited to see this. This is
Yeah.
this is my wheelhouse, guys.
Okay.
I'm happy.
I
Oh,
want-
look at that bark.
tell us.
That is bark. So the crust on barbecue is called bark.
Okay.
We get that with a combination of the seasoning. Y'all use that Texas barbecue salt and pepper, the HEB brand. That nice coarse pepper is gonna kind of capture that smoke and set that bark up just like that. And it's again that great textural element of that crust, that crunch, that seasoning before you hit that really tender smoked meat. And so we have a rack of pork ribs here that looks from this angle like a St. Louis.
Yeah.
Love when the little, looks like they're smiling at you with crooked teeth. That's how you know they're cooked properly.
I love that.
All right,
Okay.
let me tell you what's happening here.
Yes, talk about this.
This is HEB's butcher's paper. It's uncoated, but it's made to be stronger than regular paper, so it can handle the fat that's going to come out of these ribs while they're being wrapped, and this is being wrapped to rest. And why you want to use that butcher's paper is it's porous. So instead of a foil, you're going to preserve that amazing bark that they got on the smoker there, because the air will be allowed to move in and out, but you're still going to protect it while it rests.
I've always
Love
wondered
that.
why they use the paper at the restaurants.
There you go.
I know, I know.
I love it.
Also, once it gets soaked in fat, they make tremendous fire starters the next day.
Thank God.
Yeah, that's recycling.
I love that.
We're not worthy. We're not worthy. I love it.
As soon as the meat comes on, I'm just in the zone, y'all. It's happening. And you want to make sure like this to wrap it really nice and tight, and that way you're less likely to steam it as well.
How long do they rest for?
So pork ribs don't really need long to rest. You can actually even put that back in the smoker like this, which some people do depending on what stage of the cook they're in or what they're cooking. Because you've got that nice gentle heat in the smoker, the paper won't burn. So pork ribs, you'd probably only need 20 minutes or so. Something like a brisket, you can actually rest for hours. So you can see right here, he's going back into the smoker. The reason that would happen, he probably has enough color on those ribs, and to prevent them getting too dark, you can at this stage to kind of stop the color where it's at. These are the dino ribs though.
Man.
That is a Flintstone situation.
Mm-hmm. Right?
So these are what we call plate ribs. That's the 6th, 7th, and 8th bone. And
Okay.
you can see when they started, that meat would have reached from one end to the
Yes.
other, and it shrunk up during the cooking.
Okay, so question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So is this the same cut that we would get short ribs from?
It can be,
Okay,
yes. It
okay.
can be, yes. So, and this is what makes it tricky for folks and why it's so great to talk to your meat cutter in your HEB butcher department, in your meat department, because a lot of the cuts can come from the same area, and if you cut it one way, you now can't cut it another way. So they'll be there to help you define what you need and what you're looking for your barbecue and grilling experience. They're really great about helping out. And it looks like we're gonna wrap again here, again to protect that bark. You can also do it on the diagonal. So if he'd turn those and kind of come over with one of the corners, he wouldn't have that little section peeking out just like that.
Gift wrap.
We want to swaddle the ribs,
Yes,
really,
okay.
is what we're talking about here. A nice tight swaddle. And then you can either put them back on the smoker or they can go into a Cody cooler, for example.
Okay.
Right now and rest just like that.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a little package of heaven.
I am absolutely starving right now.
Same. He's going back on. So I said this several times today. Like barbecue, like true, like smoking meats. I love to enjoy them, but it's not my expertise. So I'm so glad you were here, Jess.
I'm glad to be here.
So glad you're here.
I'm glad to share the love. This is such an important part of Texas culture, and you can get all these great ingredients at HEB, which of course supports this iconic part. What the heck? That's the biggest brisket I've ever seen.
20 pounds.
That's massive.
Yeah. So look at the bark on that guy.
Yep. That is massive. But you can see, we know he's not done with the cook yet because just the mere fact that he can hold it up like that and it looks so rigid.
Okay.
It's still a little tough. He's gonna wrap it in the paper and he's gonna take it to the stage where he probably couldn't hold it like that because it's gonna get so tender.
Yeah.
And gelatinous and
so that happens when you slow cook any meats or you braise meats, right? That like they get tender and then they get firm again and then they just turn to that like what I call meat jello.
Absolutely, there's a stage. They kind of seize up during cooking because they don't like the sort of trauma of the heat.
Yep.
And then they'll finally give, and you're also cooking all that silver skin, and collagen is converting to gelatin, which is what we love about brisket and ribs and that lovely silky feeling.
Is that sort of what gives it that tackiness when you like
the meat glue feel?
Meat glue feel.
Yeah.
Okay.
There are less appealing names too, but we're not going to go there.
For me with brisket, I'm a burnt ends girl. I love maximum bark to meat ratio.
And who can blame you?
Yeah.
That just makes a lot of sense, really.
I mean, yeah. I like a little bit I like a little bit of like lean. I like a little bit of fatty. I like a little bit of like
the whole brisket.
Yeah, and I also just like to pick little pieces off while people are cutting it and cooking it, and I'm sort of like a buzzard, I guess. Is how I am. Scavenger, yes. Okay. So I want to thank Jamie for joining us today. I'm so glad you were here.
Absolutely.
Can I keep this? Do I get to keep this?
Consider it a party favor.
Sorry Tompkins wasn't here.
Well, you guys have a great 4th of July.
Thank you so much. And again, so 10% off all canned wines and canned cocktails.
Yes, go see your HEB wine specialist and ask about this deal and anything else you need for a weekend of grilling.
And I do know that you have done a class, a virtual cooking class with us. You did a wine class.
I did. It was Cabernet 101.
Okay. So that goes perfect with some of the grilled meats. So you can always go to youtube.com/HEB and check out our class.
Click around.
Fine. So thank you so much for coming. I am so glad you stopped by.
Thank you guys.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So
we're going to head to an ad and we'll be right back with Steve Dedman from HEB's market team.
Welcome back. Jess Pryles, you're a rock star. We are 12 hours of grilling today. It's our Grilling Open HEB, first ever Grilling Open. We are in are we going on hour 8 now? Hour 8, we're all still up. Everybody's lucid. So far, no hallucinations. Everybody's still good. We're rolling.
Even the guy on the other side of you is fine.
Right.
What?
Exactly. We're really, really excited. We have a special guest. Obviously, Jess Pryles from Austin, hardcore carnivore, is here. She's hanging out. Love, she's here. And I want to introduce the two of you because you have something in common. So Steve Dedman is he works at our meat with our meat market team, and affectionately we like to call our meat market folks meatheads. It's a very affectionate term, and you are an honorary meathead because of what you do.
Aww.
You have been accepted into the meat market community at HEB, like full 100% with all authorities and all bells and whistles.
Are you going to present me with a golden hairnet?
I have something right. They didn't give me one. I didn't know the golden hairnet to give away. So welcome, Steve Dedman, Jess Pryles. Obviously, you guys have a lot in common. You're both big.
Can I just want to start by saying, and remember, I'm an independent contractor, okay? The meat selection at HEB is second to none. The fact that you have affordable meat, prime meat, Wagyu beef, a dry aging program, second to none. So good for you, Steve.
It's incredible. So Steve, introduce yourself. Tell us what you do with HEB and HEB's meat market. Will you tell the folks at home?
How's it going, everyone? I'm Steve Dedman. I'm one of the beef buyers here for HEB. I've been with HEB for a little over 15 years, buying beef for 6.5 of those 15 years. So
there you go.
It's going good. So what does a beef buyer do, right? So we have 12 lines of beef that fit any customer's need. And those range from select beef, choice, prime, grass-fed, natural, Wagyu. We have organic, bison, veal, cabrito. So you name it, we have it at your local HEB store.
Have you ever seen that bit on The Simpsons where he goes into the paddock and just draws his finger across the back of a cow and goes, that's how you know it's good. That's what a lot of people think a beef buyer does, but it's really not.
If only it was that easy, right? But essentially, we're buying the beef to fill the 3 HEB warehouses. That way, when your local HEB puts their fresh meat order in each morning, they can count on that order being delivered the very next day. So you have the freshest, highest quality beef available at the lowest quality price.
And one of the things that I really like about the meat market is that you can ask for whatever you need. I remember once I needed a brisket point to do burnt ends, and they literally opened up a Vaxil brisket, cut it in half, gave me the point, charged me only for the point, obviously, and the butchers and the meat cutters are there to get the customer what they need, and then you can special order a lot of stuff too, right?
That's exactly right. So say you go to your store and you want a steak cut 1.5 inches thick, and it's not there in the service case or not there in the 5-day. Just talk to that market manager or meat cutter, and they can get you fixed up.
And that's awesome. That is like that mom and pop feel that I can get what I really need, I can get what I want. And don't be afraid also to ask them, I suppose, if you want a recommendation for which steak would suit which recipe, right?
That's exactly right. They're very knowledgeable. One thing that really sets us apart from competition is we have certified meat cutters. So of our 5,000 market partners, we have 2,200 partners.
5,000.
That's exactly right. And 2,200 of those 5,000 are certified meat cutters that have gone through the training and are very knowledgeable for each cut of meat. So anything you need, we can take care of it.
We're going to get way more into the meathead talk. We got a lot of stuff coming up right now. We're going to do a quick break. We'll be right back. Jess Pryles, Steve Dedman, they're here. We're doing all meat all the time. That's what we're doing. Grilling. Chicken. All right.
It's happening. So Steve, talk us through this chicken. We have a whole chicken. It's roasted, smoked, smoke roasted, smosted.
Smosted. I think that's what it's officially called. Smosted chicken. It's a new thing.
You know, so the biggest difficulty with a smosted chicken is how to get that skin crispy.
That's exactly right.
What's your tip, Steve?
I think the more butter you put on it, the better. That way you get the good bite through.
That is, that's no joke. Yeah, and you're absolutely right. It's like, yeah, and I love, Chef Jess earlier was talking about the kind of the two-tier method when it comes to grilling, like coals on one side that are really hot, you have your sear side, you have your cool side, and so, to your point, exactly, like how do you get that really great seared chicken, like that really crispy skin, throwing it over a barbecue that's just all the coals are in the center, it's nice and hot. So you may get a great sear, but then it'll quickly turn to burn, right? If you don't have that.
That's right.
Kind of two-tier. Look at this. It's the sides. There's your sides.
Love it. You can also, when it comes to chicken thighs or something like that, there's a jacquard, like you can pierce the skin a little bit to encourage that fat to render. It'll help it become a little crispier too. I love this part of what we're about to see because it's like so much promise.
Yep. It's a blank canvas. The plate comes in.
So these are the boudin poppers, right? But y'all also have brisket poppers now too?
Brisket poppers that are very good, easy to cook. You will not be disappointed there.
You know what my favorite part about the brisket poppers is? 2 types of meat in one bite.
The pork and the smoky. Yeah, it's not a bad thing. So we have how many different types of poppers do we do out of our self-manned facility? Because these are all done by hand. Right?
That's right.
Talk a little bit about that whole self-manned facility and what we do.
So we do a little bit of everything at the HEB meat plant. Poppers are one of those. Boudin poppers are very new. We have brisket poppers. We have poppers with cream cheese. And
crawfish poppers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a thing, too.
Yeah. Sorry, but I have to say it because they're delicious.
Well done. Well labeled as well.
Sorry.
It's actually true. Obviously some shrimp. That's one of our meal simple meals, obviously. Shrimp and zucchini.
You can just buy it all like that, ready to go.
Right.
Nice
Quick
work.
and easy.
Oh man, I've used these kebabs so many times when I'm like, because here's what happens, Steve. I go into the meat market and I get like mesmerized by the beef, right? And I'm like, ooh, I'm cooking that. That's where all my focus is. And then I'm like, oh dang, now I have to actually make other things to go with it. Although I have been guilty of literally just eating steak for dinner before and being very unapologetic.
Nothing wrong with that.
But those kebabs especially is such a great, easy, like, gonna chuck them on the side, especially while the steak rests. And you clear up more space on your grill, especially if you have a smaller grill. That's a great time to use those side dishes too.
Yeah, the kebabs are great. Obviously, we're value-added veg.
So, Steve, what's your favorite cut?
I think my favorite cut is ribeye. It's hard to go wrong with the ribeye. I'm a steak and potatoes man, so ribeye is extremely good. Another.
Have you met my friend Jess Prowse?
Yeah.
A lot of commonalities in your.
Sure.
The ribeye is it's not a.
Do you eat the spinalis first or last?
I save it for last.
Yeah, that's
the best part
cap.
is the finish. So can't go wrong there.
I told you guys to be best friends. I told you. This is like,
true.
You're welcome in advance. This is like the best pairing ever. Steve Dedman.
Yeah,
totally
forget wine and cheese. It's Steve and Jess.
And the spinalis. That's all you need. Steve, will you talk a little bit about like our? I think people really kind of want to understand like when we talk about like you're as a beef buyer, like what does that entail? Like what is a typical day? What do you do as far as like buying beef? Like what does that look like for our HEB customers and communities?
Well, so a typical day, we do a lot of work with our suppliers. We have our store orders that come in every day. So we record store orders. And that's what your local HEB market manager placed every day. They'll place their fresh beef order. That'll roll into the system. We'll see what's coming in and put together a forecast. So based on our forecast, it gives us a guide on how much beef to buy, because the key is to keep it fresh. Buy just enough beef so we have the freshest product for the stores and we don't get too long or we're not too short. So that's the biggest challenge there. But
so if you think about like, I got married within the last 2 years, it was incredibly stressful to plan a wedding. And I feel like what you're telling me is you're constantly planning a wedding.
Oh, every day.
Every day.
There's no downtime. Because you think about it, right? Everybody eats every single day of the year. And so there's no downtime.
Our customers shop every single day.
That's exactly right. So, and we move a lot of beef. So.
And then you have to be ready, of course, people are going to be looking for prime rib during the holidays.
Seasonal.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. The items vary based on what's going on. Seasonality, holidays, weather. Weather's huge.
So what's your big 4th of July meat item?
So briskets are huge.
Wow.
Briskets are a big item for July 4th.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
brisket queso. You guys hopefully long on the brisket queso.
Brisket queso, that's right.
What about burgers? The
Burgers.
classic burger.
Burgers are really big as well.
Yep.
We move a ton of hamburger patties this time of year.
That makes a lot of sense. What's your ideal patty percentage, personally?
I like chuck, 80%.
80-20 chuck, huh?
That's
All right.
exactly right. That way it's moist, you don't get too dry.
Yep.
Like a sirloin patty, but like a little fat in there to keep it.
So what we say, for all y'all at home who are watching along, when you see those percentages on the labels, that 80-20 that we're talking about, that means 80% lean to 20% fat. And sometimes that's valuable if we're trying to sort of plan our whole meal and you want to eat lean beef during the week to kind of balance things. But when it comes to burgers, if you're wondering why your burgers are dry, it's because you bought lean beef. And fat is so important to flavor, but also to keeping juiciness in that burger as well, right?
That's exactly right.
We're seeing, if you're watching along, obviously at home, the Grilling Open, sponsored by H-E-B Texas stuff. All the snacks that I would typically in an afternoon of when I'm getting like kind of run down, like all the ice cream and all these like little pick-me-ups in the afternoon. Like now we're doing, it looks like to be some s'mores going on. So there's been a lot of, as we're talking about all this great meat stuff, there's like, here's your mid-afternoon. Like this is all live, folks. This is literally like, it's all happening live, middle of the afternoon.
Fantastic.
Pick-me-up.
I'm down with that.
I love this. This is all the sweet treats. So Steve, you said ribeye was your steak. You have that in common with my friend Jess, and now your friend Jess, your fellow meatheads, our new inductee into the meat H-E-B meathead group. She's an honorary member. So what are some other things that you, now on the side of your steak, what do you pair with your steak? Now it's okay to say I paired steak with my steak. That's a totally acceptable answer.
It's called turf and turf.
That's right.
Are you supposed to have a side?
The turf. You don't have, that's exactly right. I serve this is my side. This is the this beef patty. Do you either of you guys do tartare? Are you a fan of tartare?
Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah.
I don't make it, but I'll get it at a restaurant.
Here's a really cool fun fact from Texas. There's one county in Texas that has a very, very specific, it's like a Texas tartare. It's called Parisa. It's in Medina County, and they grind beef with jalapenos, cheese, and it's like onions and a little bit of pepper, a little bit of lime juice right at the end, and they just eat it with crackers. And it is delicious. And the nice part again is if you do want to try and make this at home, you know that your beef at H-E-B is super fresh too. But that's a whole, we can have a USDA discussion another time, Steve.
I'm sure Steve will be able to. Steve, now what you're seeing here is obviously more chicken about to get prepped on the grill. Will you talk a little bit about H-E-B's natural program? I know I talked a little bit about it, but I did a very rough kind of overview. You would be the guy that could really talk about like what is unique about the chicken, beef, and pork that has that H-E-B natural tag on it.
Okay, so for H-E-B natural, those animals are never administered antibiotics. So essentially a never ever program. And you're talking for natural beef, which is best cut out there, you know. It's USDA graded choice.
No hormones either, right?
No hormones, no antibiotics, blue skies, green grass, we like to say there. And that product will definitely meet your expectations. You will not be disappointed there.
I'm loving the technique that we just saw here. Here's why. One, the gloves and making sure there's no cross-contam between the chicken. Even when that seasoning got picked up, really careful not to use that glove.
Yep, right.
But also, best way to make sure you maximize all your seasoning, that rolling around on the paper situation.
Absolutely right.
Yep.
Absolutely right.
Loved it.
So we are here with Steve Dedman, Jess Prowls, obviously from Austin, Hardcore Carnivore. You got to check out our website. She's got so much ridiculously cool swag that I'm gonna go peruse because I'm a formal T-shirt wearer of all sorts. I like that funky.
Do you have the Tux T-shirt?
I don't have that one. Is that something that I should add to my?
Well, how are you a formal T-shirt wearer and you literally don't have the most formal of all T-shirts?
That's a great question. Allow me to explain. When I say formal T-shirts, I use the T-shirts as formal wear. That's like my black tie, like I'm wearing a T-shirt.
Okay.
no collar. That's my so if you see me out, I look like a hobo. That's me. That's what I like to do. That's what I consider my formal wear would be the t-shirts.
Glad that you explained that, Scott.
That's exactly right. Well, I'm here to help. So we have a lot of more meat coming up. We've got so many things. We've got our friend Steve here, a meathead. Will you talk a little bit, we kind of glazed over a little bit at the beginning when Jess asked you, we talked about the meat cutters. Will you talk a little bit about, like you said, we have 2,200 certified meat cutters. Will you talk about what that means to be, like, how do you get that title at H-E-B? Like, how do you get that? How do you get that distinction to be a certified meat cutter?
That's right. So that really sets us apart from competition, and we have dedicated trainers in each region that go out and train our meat cutters and certify them on each cut of meat that you can find at your store. And so when you go there, you know it's going to be cut to spec. We have specs for every single item, fat specs,
quality
thickness.
Control, right?
That's exactly right. And so you know you're going to get a consistent product whether you go to this H-E-B or H-E-B in another town within Texas. So,
which is good because obviously we're in Texas. Jess Prowse, you're a very discerning meat buyer. You understand what it is. You know what it means. When you're going in looking for something, you're like, I'm not doing that one. Like that's not going to work for me. When you're walking into H-E-B, you're like, that's what I want. And to your point, when you're like, I'm just walking around looking for something, you're like, oh, I was going to have, nope, this is what I'm going to do. Like
consistency is everything when it comes to cooking meat. I'm just casually dying from a wrong sip of water here. Don't mind me. But it's really important, even if you've ever gone somewhere you shouldn't have and bought a wrong steak, and if the meat cutter doesn't know what they're doing, it might be thick up one end and thin at the other, and that means you're not going to cook it evenly. And that's a problem.
Yes.
So it does take a good amount of skill and knowledge to make sure that you're cutting the items correctly. And before we even get into grilling technique, so much of it starts with that raw ingredient.
Yeah.
So it's extremely
if it's
important.
Cut uneven, it's not going to cook even.
That's right. Or if it has too much fat on there, you're going to be disappointed. Because let's face it, beef is not cheap, right?
Right.
So you don't want to pay for fat when you're going to trim off a whole bunch. So
right.
That's exactly right. We have a lot more footage we're about to jump into. We are going back to the meat cam. Steve and Jess, this is the cam. This is the end all be all for what we're doing right now.
I'm here for it.
That's right.
Here for it.
Here we go. It's still so hot outside.
I know, look at it. It looks brutal. Okay, so these are burgers. They look like burgers.
Look like sliders, right?
There you go. Yeah, the sliders.
They do, but I'm seeing cheese in there.
Yeah, were these the flavored Prime One?
These look like our Prime One bacon cheddar sliders.
Hey.
Which are quick and easy to cook. They look excellent.
And if there's ever 4th of July fair, right? I mean, this is kind of like start with the sliders, move on to the other.
That's the beauty part. You're not eating a whole burger that's going to fill you up. You can literally eat one of everything, which is so important at 4th of July.
That's right. Yeah, you can't fill up before you start, right? I think we were talking about the happy hour. You can't, you got to have, we talked about the grill person on the grill has to be able to have drinks that don't count toward their quota for the 4th of July
That's
holiday.
correct.
Also very important when you grill.
That's absolutely how it's working. Oh, in with the slow-mo.
Look at that little flame kiss, the back of the grill there.
Love it.
Yeah, I'm telling you folks, this is a marathon. This is in real time, 12-hour H-E-B grilling open. We are in the...
Look at that char, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah, right?
One thing to keep in mind about these is these are made fresh at your local H-E-B store.
Can we explain that? These are, you mean that they're adding the meat, they're adding all the stuff to it, and they're packaging them up there fresh, each not made it self-manufacturing in our warehouse.
That's correct. They're made at the store, so they're grinding the ground beef. They're adding the inclusions, the bacon, the cheddar, cheese, hand forming those sliders. And so that's one thing that's very unique there with our sliders, and they're outstanding. You cannot go wrong with a bacon cheddar Prime One slider.
Well, it's bacon and cheese and beef. Like, what part of that doesn't make sense to everyone? Let's be honest here. And you know what I love putting these on as well? The H-E-B Aloha bread.
Oh,
yes,
yeah.
that's very good.
That little sweet something.
Salty.
Yep.
Well, Jess, you've obviously traveled a lot. You've cooked in a lot of places. You've had to, when you're doing something and you're trying to go live, you're doing whatever it is, and you've got to find a shop that's going to do whatever you need.
Yep.
How different is H-E-B's meat market to just a normal meat market? Like, I mean, in your opinion, like, stuff that you find at H-E-B is not just the normal stuff. You're just like, what's been your experience as you kind of, somebody that's traveled like you do?
I mean, it kind of brings me back to sort of the big effusive stuff that I said to Steve when he sat down, which sounded like it was an ad and was 100% from the heart, which is Texans don't often realize how lucky they are. I do travel a lot for work. I try and get even basic cuts, and the quality is just questionable. The cutting is questionable, and I'm supposed to be demoing them. The fact that the range, those 12 lines, the freshness, most impressive, honestly, is just that ability to ask your meat cutter for whatever you need. And that they'll get in whatever you need as well. So, for example, I know because I travel all over the state, and when I'm closer to the border, there are some really interesting cuts, like thin cut bone-in brisket, which is really, really fun to grill, actually. And although that's not going to be in, let's say, Central Texas stores, you can ask for it, which is really cool. And that combination between the stuff that's really easy, like ready to go, pre-formed patties, versus just really great quality, what we call primals, so that if you're someone who likes to sort of do it more at home, there's that too. Especially, and the prices on brisket at H-E-B are incredible. Because when you're buying 15 pounds of meat at a time, that really does matter.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, or more, right?
And honestly, I can even find stuff like lengua at my local H-E-B too.
Oh, yeah.
Which is wonderful for tacos too.
You know, I never used to like tongue until I had it pastrami'd.
Oh,
pastrami
okay.
cured, and that kind of changed my mind on the whole lingua situation. It was definitely like, I was like, oh, this is actually really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. It's one of those cuts you got to know, and again, that's something you can, again, like you said, you can ask your local H-E-B meat market partner and be like, hey, do you have this? I saw this on whatever, and they can probably go, yeah, I'll totally get it for you. Or they'll call my buddy Steve, and they'll say, hey, how do I get this? The customer's asking for this, what do I do? And it's like, oh, and there you go, Jess. That was your, there
God,
it is. Right
I can't right now. Oh, here it comes again. Look at that unbelievable tomahawk. So that's got the Frenched bone, Steve. Tell us about the Frenching.
So essentially, that tomahawk is where you're Frenching the bone, or you're taking the meat off the bone to expose the bone about 4 to 6 inches there. It's a thick cut tomahawk ribeye, usually around 2 inches or so thick.
I was gonna say.
And you cannot go wrong with this piece of meat. I mean, if you're trying to impress your friends or family that are coming over to the house for a barbecue, this cut will not disappoint right here.
Absolutely. And one tip when you are grilling a tomahawk of this size is not just to flip it on either side, but it looks like you're going for some grill marks here, but you do want to make sure that you flip it on the edges too, because they're so thick that they do need to be flame kissed as well.
Yeah, on that bone side too, so it gets the proper cook time. Yeah, that's
and that membrane gets all crispy. Mm.
I don't know if you saw Jess and Steve when they dropped the steak, how heavy it was that the grill grate
bounced back. I'm excited for this. I'm ready for this turn.
Hot grill.
So excited right now.
I don't think they can even pick it up. It's so hot.
You need longer tongs, mate.
Yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Ah.
That looks good.
Here we go.
That was a hot fire, man. That post oak is working.
You just threw it out of your way. Get out of here.
You're watching the Camp. If you are just joining us, we are into hour 8 of our H-E-B Grilling Open 12 hours, brought to you by H-E-B Texas Hub. Here with Austin's famous Jess Pryles, hardcore carnivore. She's awesome. A fellow meathead who's also here is one of our meat buyers, Steve Dedman, also in the house, checking all this stuff. And you came at the right time if you're just now tuning in. We have a lot of giveaways. We've given a lot of stuff. We got more giveaways coming. But right now, it's all about the meat cam.
This tomahawk is magnificent. So this will also, look, if you want to eat that all to yourself, not going to be mad at you, but this will feed several people. So
I'm just going to ask, in your household, one tomahawk for 2, one tomahawk for 1, like what's the, you can
We've
be
had to
honest.
force ourselves to make sure that we share one now, because we did get to the stage where it was like, that's my tomahawk. You can't have it.
Yeah, what are you going to eat?
Exactly. And especially, we both like try and get that lovely fat right by the bone there. Just those crispy nuggets that render. We both sort of reach for those, and then, you know, that could cause some serious fights too, depending on who ends up getting it.
Yeah. It's crazy. Holy cow. So yeah,
Gosh, that was beautiful.
So much. Yeah, everybody's like got to take a little, like a cigarette break after the tomahawk on the grill. We've got so many people, like we said, during this whole entire day, we've had celebrity chefs and guests all across Texas doing their best grilling along with us here. So as our chefs are working hard, everybody else is working hard as well. Any notes before we throw it to another country star? We won't say his name, but country star we're doing. Any other thoughts about what you just saw? Anything? But any big takeaways?
There's only one tomahawk. Where's ours?
I couldn't have said it better myself, Steve, honestly.
I'm a little disappointed.
I know, right? I'm telling you. All right, we're going to go see what country star Randy Rogers has on his grill. Check this out. Randy, what are you doing?
Hey everybody, what's going on? Randy Rogers here and Jeffrey Hill from the Randy Rogers Band. How you doing? Welcome out to the first ever HEB Grilling Open. Hope you're doing okay out there. We today are at Jeffrey's house. He grills out and cooks out more than anybody I've ever met in my life. So he is in his natural habitat right now. What are we having today, bud?
Today we're gonna do a little bit of fresh corn. We got some jalapeno poppers, and we have some chicken, beef, and pork fajitas. It's gonna be delicious.
Yeah, so little known fact, Jeffrey and I have been on the road for 20 years together, and we live down the street from each other. So we actually hang out quite a bit. We also both are the shoppers in our family, and we go to HEB like maybe 2 or 3 times a week. So I want to give a shout out to our local New Braunfels HEB employees, by the way, Via, Leah, Omar, Jesus, Gail. Love you mucho. Thank you for always taking great care of us. Today we have our families here. They're running around, having a good time. This is pretty typical afternoon for us. And it's so nice to be home and not be on the road. Although we do take stuff on the road with us quite a bit that we get at HEB. One of the things that I love is Calito salsa. I go all over the country and I tell them about this product from Lubbock, Texas. It's delicious. And then of course today we'll be finishing off our fajitas with some homemade tortillas from HEB. These are delicious. If you've not tried them, you should pick them up right now. By the way, if you're tuning in right now, we have a trivia question. So check this out. How many gallons of iced tea does HEB produce in one single year? A, 12 million, B, 8 million, C, 3 million. Type your answer in the chat below, and HEB is going to reward one winner with a pool day basket, which I don't have a pool, Jeffrey doesn't have a pool, but I can only imagine what's going to be in that basket. It's going to be wonderful. So thank you for tuning in. Check our grill out.
I'm just gonna set them over here to stay warm until it's time.
Have you ever caught yourself on fire, Jeff?
I haven't caught myself on fire, but I've caught other things on fire. That looks good.
It does look good. We should eat.
I think it's time.
Thanks again for tuning in. HEB all day for more grilling content. Thank you so much. See you next time.
All right, Randy Rogers just said it. So again, you have 5 minutes to drop those answers in the chat, figure out what your answer is, submit it. But right now, we are going back to the grill cam for more. I think, what are we looking at, Jess? More?
I think we're in produce.
Produce cam.
I mean, why wouldn't you get to meet people together to talk about produce? Right?
You got to have your side. Here you go. There you go, chef. There's your side.
It's
rough. With your
roughage.
tomahawk.
It's
It's
fine.
right. That's right. Sweet corn.
I like that. It's like variegated corn.
It is. I love that.
I feel like I've talked about corn so much today, but it really is such a great grilling side that I do get it. I do. But Steve, while I have you here, like I really would like to talk about more meat with you, but we can watch produce and talk about meat, right?
You can, absolutely you can.
Why not?
Let's do it.
So I actually get asked this all the time because how I got to do what I do, and I kind of feel like a friend of the meat industry, and I love demystifying a lot about where things come from and meat science and stuff like that, because I was that person that didn't know it and just got interested in it. And a lot of people often ask, well, they think it's from like a big, mean factory or something like that, but where does the meat come from? So how do you do your sourcing?
So sourcing is a two-step approach. Really, we'll find the supplier, and then QA will get involved, and they'll not only inspect the facility, but really audit the facility. And what they're looking at is food quality processes and procedures, food safety processes and procedures.
What you're saying as well is this is actually really interesting because all meat facilities in Texas are looked after by USDA, but you're saying that HEB has standards even higher than that,
That's
right?
exactly right. We have higher standards. Our QA team is the best in the business. I mean,
we like to use acronyms, QA, quality assurance.
That's right, quality assurance.
We love acronyms at HEB, quality assurance. But you're right, no, continue.
So best in the business. Very knowledgeable. They've been in the industry for years. I mean, we called him the sheriff, Greg Otto, on the QA team retire. With over 40 years of service with HEB.
I bet he got a golden hand in it.
Yeah, I guarantee.
Yeah.
And so we have the best guys in the business auditing every single plant that we buy from. So we're not buying from just that random plant. They're approved by our QA team, not for just food safety, food quality, but animal welfare as well. Animal welfare is huge right now. And so they have to check all the boxes before they're considered an approved supplier and we'll buy from them.
And I think that's a really important part of what's happened in the beef and meat industry is that it has become a priority. Animal welfare has become a priority as well. I have yet to meet a rancher that doesn't care about his animals, you know? And I think that's a big part of it too.
That's right. So the QA team does a great job at the plants. And then when that product actually comes into the warehouse, they're auditing that product to make sure it meets the specs we're buying to. So
so imagine the millions of tons of meat probably that come into our meat warehouse. So like they're literally inspecting every single.
Not every single. They'll pull a sample size. They may not audit every single item.
Well, I was shooting for the moon.
That's right. We just don't have the time and labor for that. But they audit a big chunk of the beef coming in, or chicken coming in, or seafood, and just to make sure it meets our HEB QA standards.
And what that really means at the end of the day is it is important to HEB that when I walk in as a customer, that I am having a great experience every time, and you're not like, oh, whatever, we got you the good price, deal with what it's like. It's that care that we see. That's why you're so beloved, honestly.
That's exactly right. So our market trim briskets, they're supposed to be trimmed at 1/8 of an inch, right? We don't want to throw those out there if they have 1/2 inch or 1 inch of fat on there. And
consistency.
That's exactly right. You want a consistent product that's trimmed to the right spec. So.
And why would someone, I know the answer, but I'm going to test you now. Why would someone want to trim brisket, Steve?
Oh, we have quite a few customers that buy trim briskets just because all you have to do is throw the seasoning on and throw it on the pit and you're ready to go.
That's right. Easy.
Boom, boom.
Right. Or if you're worried about, if you buy a big brisket, you're worried about like, I don't know how to trim this. You don't want to watch a video. It's like, hey, HEB did the professional trim. I'll take theirs and I'll go home and.
That's the beauty part.
It is. I mean, with the invention of the pellet smokers, briskets have really been in high demand. Almost anybody can do it. You just throw it on there, set a temp. It's not, you're managing the fire all day, and it makes it very easy, and they turn out great.
And I know for Chef Jess, I know it's like so important. I know the chef community, like for such a long time, is like really like sourcing is such a big deal to chefs, and I think it's been so mainstream now. So customers are really like, they want to know like, where does the produce come from? Where does this meat come from? Like, who is the rancher? So it's so important and that's why I love what you guys do as your meat market is because you actually know where, like you said, the QA, like you're following it from everything, the animal welfare, like it's a big deal.
But here's why it matters. Like, sorry, I just real quick. When you think about it like this, it's not. People have a bad attitude about it coming from different places. But I want you to think about it like this. Imagine that you're buying tomatoes from one field and one rancher, and he has a bad year. The crops fail, he didn't get enough rain, whatever it is. Do you still want your tomatoes from that particular farmer? Right. Yeah. No, it's the same thing with beef. There's different feeds, there's different genetics, there's so many different variables that go into it that you want someone who's putting in that hard work. It's like a baseball scout. Yeah. So these guys are the baseball scouts of the beef world, right?
That's right.
You can take that, Steve.
It's exactly what they do. Oh, look at this, grilled fruit into a sangria. There you go. There's your mid-afternoon cocktail. It is almost 5 o'clock here, so.
So at 5 o'clock, does Favor bring us more alcohol? Is that what's
at 5
happening?
o'clock, my margarita machine is going to be warmed up, and I'm going to start doling out margaritas.
Yes.
I lied. That was a straight. That's the first lie I've told today. I think that was my margarita machine's broken. All right, so we had a question asked earlier by Randy Rogers. So, Chef Jess, will you figure out who the winner is and just go through the question again because we want to find out who gets this prize.
I can do this. So the question was, how many gallons of iced tea does HEB produce in a year? And the answer was 8 million gallons. So a big congratulations to YouTube watcher Jamal Simpson. You have won a pool day basket as your prize. And whether you're watching on YouTube or you're watching on Facebook, we're going to be doing these giveaways all the way through to 8 o'clock. Keep an eye out. All you have to do is comment and guess on the answers. It's so very easy. And by the way, while we're talking about sweet tea, makes a great brine for pork.
There you go, exactly. little sweet, that little tea hit there, exactly. The what I also love about what you just said is, yes, we are giving prizes away all day. If you're just joining us, sitting with me, 2 superstars, one from the HEB Meat Market, Steve Dedman, and the other, our Austin favorite, our now inaugurated meathead. We have Jess Pryles, chef extraordinaire, celebrity chef, hardcore carnivore, cookbook. So much great swag. Go to our website. So cool. We're so glad you're here. And we were with 2 meatheads who could not have more in common. And I love seeing this bonding.
Are we doing questions, by the way? Are we doing questions from folks, or are we sort of just scrolling through?
We're scrolling through.
Okay.
We have questions that we're doing throughout the time. And if you want to, obviously the chat is open. It's been open since 8 a.m. this morning. If you want to drop your comments in there, your questions, we are going to answer those. If you got comments or questions for Steve or Jess, drop those in there. They'll do the best to get them to them so they can answer those.
Steve is going to go home and scroll back through 6 hours and read every single comment. He told me he was going to. He's committed to it, so make sure you start loading up.
Exactly right. I know right now, while these guys are hanging out, we're going to go back outside. Man, it's hot out there. The wild card cam.
Ooh. Let's see what we got in the wild card cam.
You never know, right?
You don't. Oh. Here for the donut. Wait, is that a piece of bread on there still? To kill a fire? Or a pound cake. Maybe it's that pound cake.
Oh, it's the pound cake. There you go. There's a straggler on the grill.
That's all right. That's how we're keeping it real, y'all. Really.
It's a pound cake. Needs to be reunited with his family. It'll be nice and charred by
I'm
then.
scared that this glaze is going to ignite, y'all. A little bit.
The chocolate donuts. I love the donuts on the grill, and I heard you guys earlier talking about the donuts on the grill because it just kind of caramelizes that sugar on top, and it's so great.
Yep.
So great. Chocolate donuts. I'm telling you, we started grilling at 8 a.m. this morning. We've been going all day. We've had our celebrity chefs, our celebrity guests grilling from their homes in different locations. It is like a grill-a-thon, and it couldn't be a better timed grill-a-thon, our grilling open, because obviously 4th of July right around the corner. What are you guys' plans? What big plans, Jess and Steve, for 4th of July holiday? What's on the menu, and what are you doing?
I'm cooking Noah's Ark.
Are you? The whole, I like that.
Cooking all of the animals.
The rainbow. Bring me 2 of everything is what Jess is going to say at the HEB Meat Market counter.
I think I'm going to go with a skirt steak taco situation.
The taco bar? That's kind of like...
Yeah, I reckon. I love making the salsas. You can get them ready in advance and just focus on your beer drinking and grilling combo. Get that perfect, just keep flipping medium rare situation on a really nice... I got some amazing outside skirt Wagyu from HEB that was...
That's going to be really good.
Phenomenal! So I'm going to be tracking that down again. Steve, what's on your menu?
I think I'm going to smoke a brisket this weekend.
There you go.
Throwing a brisket on Sunday afternoons or Sunday morning. And
now, Steve, if I can ask you, are you going to trim your own brisket? Or are you going to have one of our HEB Meat Market partners trim the brisket for you?
I'm going to trim it. So I bought a prime brisket, and I'm going to trim it up early in the morning, get the fire going, get it seasoned. And
I like it.
Now, what's your ideal brisket size, starting weight?
Probably 14 to 15 pounds. It kind of depends. I mean, if I'm having a big group there, I'll get like an 18-pound brisket.
Push it, yep.
But
how many people are you feeding with the 15-pounder?
Well, usually I plan leftovers. So when I,
Oh,
when I smoke a brisket, I plan on having leftovers for a couple days. And
no shame in that,
hey,
man, I'm telling you.
can't go wrong.
If you're going to cook for that long, you definitely want to make it last.
That's
I get
right.
it.
That's right.
Here's another question. I know we're looking at these great grilled buns. It's important to grill your bun. Steve, donuts as burger buns, yes or no?
You know, I've never heard of that until today. So,
how do you feel about it, though?
It's probably pretty good, but I don't know. I'm going to have to try it before I really comment there.
I love what you're saying, Jess, because I think they used to call it the BB King. That's how you do it. Like it's the donut on a bun, and it's like the burger. So the donut is the bun with the burger, which is like, I don't know. That seems like a. I mean, I'll try anything once. Look, but I mean, that's one of those burgers. It's like you gotta really like number one, wear your stretchy pants, and number two, it's like what donut do you go with? Do you go with like a tutti frutti donut? Do you go with like a
Oh, plastic too close to the grill. Hazard. So
no, these chefs take risks out here. We're not.
They
they're not
do.
scared.
They really do. Oh, are these focaccia?
Our focaccia, I believe it is.
Yum.
Yes. Focaccia pizzas.
So real quick, what we were talking about just before, we're talking about the donut buns, but like I'm trying to make the steak sandwich happen. And when I say steak sandwich, I mean like a steak where the bun is also steak.
Ah, okay.
Like work with me here.
I'm reading you.
Think about a flat iron,
Yep.
right?
Okay.
Flat iron either side.
Ribeye cap in the middle.
Ribeye cap in the middle. Maybe a little horseradish in between. Steak sandwich.
And then
keto friendly.
and then a side of meat sweats.
There you go. Have you tried the Wagyu top blades?
No, that sounds amazing.
They are incredible.
I bet.
I think that's my new favorite steak right there.
Do you want to tell the folks out there the secret about top blades and flat irons?
So top blades and flat irons are not very common. A lot of people don't know anything about it. It's really that hidden steak out there, and
But they're the
same. They're the same.
They're the same steak.
They are, and they're very, very tender.
And priced very differently, I'm assuming too, right?
No.
To each other?
Same. Oh, to each other?
Yes.
Same, right?
They're the same.
Okay.
So generally, if you take a top blade roast and you cut it one way, you get top blade steaks.
That's right.
And if you fillet it like a fish, you get flat iron steaks. And what Steve was about to tell you was it is the second
most tender piece of meat.
after the tenderloin.
That's exactly right.
Much,
it is
much cheaper.
very cheap. The Wagyu top blades
That is
are
the tip of the day.
incredible.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, I can
Steve,
imagine.
you just wrote your own paycheck.
That's right. The focaccia pizzas. Yeah, that sounds like. So, Jess, I think that's. I think that you're. People would like to see a video of the meat sandwich, with that Wagyu
I think
cap in the middle.
I'm gonna have a chat to my. Ooh, guys.
Flat iron.
I know we're not supposed to talk about this, but I think we may have left. Oh, that one looks all right. Let's not talk about the other one, okay? So, I think that I'm gonna have to talk to my HEB crew about a new video for your YouTube channel that is the steak sandwich.
The steak sandwich.
Maybe we can even do a
All
steak
about.
club sandwich where it's like 4 layers high. I don't know. Why not?
Love it.
Look how it looks so soft and fluffy, that focaccia on the inside.
Oh yeah. So those focaccia are the refrigerated focaccia pizzas. Literally, it's like tear them open, you heat them up, or throw them on the grill. Obviously, we've been going. We're coming up on our almost 9th hour of our HEB Grilling Open. We have been so blessed to have Jess Pryles here with us, hanging out, doing the same thing. We got Steve Dedman hanging here for a little while longer, still talking about the meat conversation. What else would I say? And Jess, you're obviously included in this. What else would you want people to know about our HEB meat markets that they may not know? Like fun facts, or like from you, like you're a professional, and then also as a shopper, and then given the inner workings of what you know, being an honorary HEB meathead, what would you want our customers and communities to know about? What sets us apart besides obviously the quality and time we spend doing stuff? Like what are some things you can share?
I would say, so we've already touched on the certified meat cutters.
Yep.
That's huge, right? Fresh meat. So we're cutting meat fresh every single day. We're grinding ground beef every single day, sometimes multiple times throughout the day.
It's crazy.
And those two things really set us apart from our competition.
Yeah.
Kind of a unique thing, right? So we have 351 HEB stores.
Yeah.
We sell a ton of beef every week, right? Because Texans
every
love
store.
beef.
Yep.
So how many partners do you think would be on the beef team buying beef for the state of Texas?
I'm curious to know this one.
Yeah, take a guess.
Why would you put me on the spot like that?
You're so good at it, Jess. You
Like
know so many things
5.
about 5.
You're close. You're
Am
close.
I really?
You are. So
I thought you were going to say like 300,000.
no. So we have 4 partners on our team.
Wow.
So Joan Johnson is our coordinator, puts up with the 3 of us each and every day. I don't know how she does it. Nick, the show pony, Hudek.
Yeah, I love
Which
that.
is
Show
our-
pony. He's going to love that.
That's right.
You know, Scott, you and Nick could have a hair off too.
We could. Is that a challenge?
Yeah,
Let me
accepted.
know when and where.
Yep.
Know when and where.
So he really heads up the beef department, does a lot of the strategic planning there, and then Galen Williams and myself buy all the beef. So when we're on vacation, Nick covers for us and steps right in. So
How do you even take a vacation? Like, how do you even like with you got 351 stores, all the beef we sell. Like,
Beef scouting never stops.
I'm telling you.
Never.
Oh my
Great
gosh.
beef doesn't take a vacation. So while you're enjoying your 4th of July, these guys will be out there finding you
out.
beef for the next week. That's how it works.
True story. All right, we have coming up right now. We got to check in on our smoker. It's been a long day on the smoker. We got a lot of things going on. We are gonna say goodbye to Steve in a second, but not quite yet. But we're gonna go check that cam, see what's going on out there. Got to check in with old Caleb on the smoker. Oh, look at that replay. For those of you that missed it earlier.
It's super slow-mo. Love it. So those are the plate ribs, right, Steve?
that's right. So it looks like prime dino ribs. And if you've never tried them, they are incredible. Smoke is very similar to a brisket, and they are hard to beat. My
Beef
wife.
ribs are so easy too. Like
They
if
are.
you're intimidated by cooking a brisket, ribs will take between 6 and 7 hours generally, but you literally just cook them until you can push a skewer through anywhere without resistance, and they're done.
That's exactly right. My wife absolutely loves those.
They're
And
delicious.
so-
Oh, they're so rich too, those prime.
Look at this
They
brisket,
are.
y'all.
Look at that bad boy.
That's obscene in a good way.
It is. You commented on the bark,
Yep.
earlier. That's
Yep.
some good bark. And we are smoking over post oak.
Nice. Nice work.
Now Caleb's just showing off. He's doing the replay, holding up that brisket.
That's true. And I will look, so there's also a rumor out there that we're going to put to rest right now, Steve and I, that you're meant to check for the left or right brisket in a grocery store because there was this wives' tale that one of them was more tender than the other from how the animal sits.
Really?
We're here to tell you that that is baloney.
It's just a
beef
wives, it's just
baloney.
that. It's a wives' tale.
Yeah,
Take
it's
note.
completely untrue.
That's right.
So,
All right, so now this is I know very important. You said this earlier, Jess.
yes.
Wrapping it in the Texas Tough butcher paper.
You want this butcher paper, it's porous, it's breathable. So all that bark that you've worked to set up this whole time. Also, if you're running into the difficulties right here, you can double up the paper before you start wrapping your brisket and try and come at it from an angle because that helps. You want to make sure that your brisket wrap is nice and tight too. And not only can this go back in the smoker just like this, because that smoke is running at a low enough temperature that it's not going to burn the paper, it can go straight into a cooler just like that to rest as well, because resting is as important as cooking is.
Absolutely. Yeah, and so why would you not? So if somebody was going to make a brisket, this is the first weekend they're going to do it. They're like, you know what? I'm inspired hearing you guys talk. I'm going to go make a brisket. Like, why would you not want to do just the foil? Like, why would you not want to? Like, what would that do if you were just like, I'm going to wrap it right in foil? Like, what would be the advice of like why you would not want to do that and why you would want to use the butcher paper instead?
So one of the things that foil can do, I mean, it's known as the Texas crunch when you wrap your barbecue in foil, and because that foil is not porous and doesn't let any air in and has a little bit of radiant heat too, you can actually overcook the brisket and you can end up steaming off that bark that you've worked so hard for. So it kind of becomes like soft and mushy instead of lovely and crunchy still.
You want that, yeah. So you want that, to just Chef Jess's point, you want that breathability.
But one thing, if you do have some Texas Tough foil, there's another method that Evan Leroy, who's a pitmaster in Austin, made famous, which is called the boat method, where you can get that Texas Tough foil on the bottom of the brisket and just like pinch it in on the sides and leave the top of the brisket exposed, so you sort of get that airflow over the top and keep that
you're
crunchy
not-
bark.
I like that. You're not completely just covering it.
Correct. Have you seen that technique, Steve?
I've not seen that one.
You feel like you want to try it now?
We have to give it a shot. Hey, why not? I've seen a lot of neat ideas today and definitely want to try them out.
Awesome.
Yeah. Now, as our hour is wrapping up, Steve, have you watched any of the stuff so far? Like, what have been some of your takeaways as far as what you've seen in the last almost 9 hours?
So I've been able to catch bits and pieces here and there. Believe it or not, I may have to try one of these donuts.
Yes.
Hey,
look,
donuts are hard to beat as it is, so I'm gonna have to try that on the grill.
Absolutely.
I think you got to do the BB King, man. If you're gonna do the stuff, just grab a thing of donuts in the HEB bakery, get your cowboy, your Prime One cowboy burgers, and just make it a BB King and just give it a try. See what happens. Grill
That
them up.
sounds amazing. I say do it with your leftover brisket.
That would be very good.
Pulled brisket donut burger.
Ooh,
Yep. Tell your cardiologist I said hi.
may have to try that.
Yeah, I don't blame you. It's fantastic.
I love it. All right, we are back. It is the top almost of the 9th hour. I cannot believe we're still standing. It's been going all day long. The HEB Grilling Open. Steve Dedman has been with us the last hour, being Chef Jess. Thank you so much. Number one, for telling us all about the great things that our meat cutters and meat market partners do on a daily basis, and then the amount of work and love that you guys put into it. I can't say it enough, and I know Jess, you would totally echo. It's like the quality and the care that goes into what they do at the meat plant, from everything we do in Self-Man to like literally just the day-to-day operations in stores. It's absolutely incredible. So thank you for all you do, and thank you for hanging out.
Oh, thank you.
Anything else?
Steve, you're the real beef chief. Let's be honest. Thanks for being here with us.
You're awesome, Steve. Thank you so much. And before
Thank you.
while Steve goes and gets back to his regular job, because while he's not here, while he's been off doing this with us, somebody's had to cover what he's got going on because they're so busy. A lot goes into a grilling event like this, and our chefs had to train very, very hard. We want to show you exactly just what went into the training of our culinary center chefs right now. Check out this video because it's a lot of hard work. All right, everybody, welcome back. We are kicking off it's hard to say it. It is the 9th hour of a 12-hour grilling open. On my far right, we have Jess Pryles back with us, Austin chef superstar, hardcore carnivore. And in the center, we have a new guest. And this is the God's honest truth, one of my most favorite people at H-E-B, John Sauter. John, will you tell our folks that are watching, what is it that you do at H-E-B? And I'll tell them why I love you so much.
You're too kind. Really, number one is I'm so happy. I was just telling Jess and Scott, my cheeks are hurting, my jaw's sore from smiling all day. It's the 4th of July. You're in Texas. We've got meat going almost 24/7, I guess 12 hours here. My name's John Sauter. I've been with H-E-B 24 years. I'm our meat vice president, and I am here to serve with about 5,000 awesome partners in the store. Shout out to our 2,000 meat cutters and 5,000 meat folks and meat managers, and Farm to Fork, our buying team. You saw Mr. Steve Deadman, and hello everyone on the buying side. They work very hard to get the best meat to our stores. Happy to be here.
Absolutely. We are so excited to have you. And my friend Jess Pryles is a wealth of knowledge, and you guys are going to be fast friends. Why I love John Sauter, really quick before we get it, because I know Jess is going to have a ton of questions for you. John is like, he's so humble. He's the top of the meat. Like, so everything stops at him. He is.
So would you call him an apex predator?
He is an apex meathead predator. That is exactly right. We inaugurated, John, while Steve was here, we inaugurated Jess Pryles as an honorary meathead in the Austin branch. But what I love about John is the guy who has made so many things happen for us. Now, from a culinary standpoint, we do a lot of events and special things, and John is always the guy who never says no, and he always says yes, and he always sets us up. And so a huge thank you from our entire culinary team and everything we do to all that you and your team do for us. It's a huge, huge honor to have you here with us. So I'm very excited. I want to say a giant thank you. And you're going to be hanging out for the next hour.
Also, he smells pretty good too.
Can't wait. He does. Hey, when you're around barbecue all day, thank y'all. Thank you.
That's right. He's fresh. He's very fresh. Jess, you're right. He's very fresh.
Just saying.
You'll notice the hair is starting to fall a little bit. We're on hour 9. There's only so much magic we can do here.
I don't know.
Cornstarch.
Yes,
that's right.
I don't know what to say to the apex predator piece, but I do know my 4-year-old Cooper is watching right now. Cooper's a future meathead, hardcore carnivore. Cooper, hi, buddy. Good to see you.
I love this.
What's Cooper's favorite meat?
Cooper's favorite meat. He'll eat a ribeye like crazy. He had a thick cut pork chop, a 2-inch cut pork loin chop yesterday. French bone, fantastic, quick and easy.
Is that your proud dad moment as well, when you're like?
Well, that's the 4-year-old. The 12-week-old was on my left shoulder as we're on the grill. So yeah.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all.
I love it. All right, we'll be right back. More with John Sauter, top of the 9th hour. I cannot believe it. More with Jess Pryles. So happy she's still here, and we are hanging out. We'll be right back.
Let's go, class. Uphill. Ashley, you know Favorite's part of H-E-B, right?
Yeah.
You know that means Favorite can deliver flowers from H-E-B blooms in under 1 hour.
No.
Did you remember today's your mom's birthday? And getting you through your teenage years was a much tougher climb than this one.
Okay, point made.
Come on, let's go.
Now you get it. H-E-B and Favor. Together we bring the best to your door.
Hi, Mom.
Get free 1-hour delivery on H-E-B Blooms flowers.
Your husband loves his mesquite smoked ham cut razor thin. That's why H-E-B has online customization and will slice it however you want it. Your daughter loves cheese. She has 27 favorites. Good thing H-E-B offers an unmatched assortment with over 200 specialty varieties. You love having one less thing to do on your to-do list. That's why H-E-B does all the shopping for you, so you can just pick it up with free curbside. No store does more to bring the best to your door. Shop the app or online and pick up curbside free at H-E-B.
All right, we are back. It is the H-E-B Grilling Open, and more stuff that we saw earlier being grilled is now about to get plated.
Slidey slides.
Hanging out with John Sauter, Meat Market VP, Jess Pryles, Austin chef superstar, hardcore carnivore.
Thank you, sir. That's very kind. Can you follow me around in real life and introduce me like that everywhere I go?
Done.
That'd be great. So is this a pickle or a jalapeno on the skewer? Did you see that little detail?
I did not.
Look at that. Oh, I think
Nice
it's a
touch.
pickle.
Pickle maybe? Dill pickle?
Yeah. I feel like it'd be okay to be either of those, really.
I 100% agree.
Nice touch.
Okay, here we go. This is the
The pork ribs. That St. Louis cut.
I bet you're right.
Let's see. Ew.
Oh yeah.
Y'all might not heard me before. It looks like a crooked tooth grin. Like, you know,
It
when
does.
when the bones peek out like that,
Bones
that
are
you're in a
showing.
good place.
I love it.
I saw a little bit of smoke ring there. That was nice.
There you
can
go.
see that very edge there has that deep red circle, and that's the hallmark of smoked meats.
So, what do you guys, being both obviously big meat connoisseurs and meat knowledgeable? Is that I want to make a new word. Meat knowledgeable
with it,
people.
yeah.
I want to say that word. What do you think about the ribs? They looking good to you? Is that a job well done?
They look great. They're well rendered. You can see that they're tender. The ribs are very personal because I think people either like them dry rubbed as you have there, or sauced. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm a dry rib guy personally. Sometimes sauce at the end if folks want that extra flavor. But I also like to see that bone at the bottom. That's a good sign. A little 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch or so showing there. But had the jiggle. It looked pretty good in the video. And I love this item right here.
Oh yeah, will you talk about this? Like
I think it's the best item that you can ever put on the grill in under 10 minutes. 400 degrees, this thing comes out great. You can add a little bit of milk, a little bit of beer, 1/4 cup of some liquid, and it's just fantastic.
That's the brisket queso.
It is the brisket queso.
So I saw this in my local HEB, picked it up, and did a TikTok on it, which went a little bit viral because people love brisket and cheese.
That brisket's 18 hours hardwood smoked. It's a secret sauce in that whole, 4-way pan of just goodness. It's awesome.
I love also that easy cleanup as well. Like that pan can go. It says on the instructions. I will say this. It does say for the oven, but you can sub that for the grill. You just go ahead and close the lid on your grill. It'll act just like an oven. I'm sorry I didn't give more gravitas to that butter pour because it deserved it too.
Super. It did look good. That's the right chart. But no, you're absolutely right. The that brisket queso, like that, it's something that's easy because every time you make queso, you're like, I usually do it in a small crock pot, and I'm like, ugh,
yeah.
I'm gonna have to wash this at the end of this whole thing. So.
Yeah. Jess and Scott, we literally have that on our grill every single weekend now, or oven. But awesome. Yeah, it's a go-to like poppers are.
It's so good. And I did a video, it's on HEB's YouTube channel, where we used that to kind of create a whole Tex-Mex meal. So we did skirt steak with a little bit of hardcore carnivore michelada, which is the chili lime rub that you can get at HEB. We did that brisket queso. I charred a few fresh jalapenos with it. The mi tienda tortillas, which are like my favorite on the grill. And then bringing that brisket queso just sort of made it a whole meal together. So sort of tacos and queso is never a bad idea.
Never.
And right now you're seeing this is our 5 o'clock pick me up. That's so. Assuming Jess, your cocktail's on the way. It is 5 o'clock.
I certainly hope so. That looks phenomenal, and you know that it's just going to be a little warm from the grill too.
Oh yeah.
I
All right,
think
here we
these
go.
are
What is this? You think this is the
dino ribs?
Hoping it's the dino ribs.
Ooh. So look, you'll see how that paper has really stood up. You've still got that great bark on there. It hasn't gone anywhere.
Absolutely right. Yeah. Just like you said, it's like you want to keep that on there. Oh, here's the big reveal.
Oh, this is gonna be
best
good.
part. Best part.
Oh, dear Lord, fantastic.
Beautiful.
Look at that. It was just gratuitous. Look at that. It's just a little. Look at how much fat, like unctuous fat, is in that prime dino rib. Holy cow.
That's what you want. You've got that smoke ring. All of that connective tissue has cooked down. The fat has rendered beautifully. You're going to get a rich bite, a smoky, peppery, barky bite out of that beef rib.
Beautiful. Picture perfect.
Yeah, it's pretty 4th of July worthy, I would say. If you're on the fence about what you're doing, I mean, we know Steve's doing a brisket.
Do you know what tomahawks and beef ribs have in common?
What's that?
Meat on a stick. It's true.
It is.
And let me tell you something that I've learned as an immigrant. America loves food on sticks.
Yeah.
That is
So
the
why
truth.
would this be different?
Exactly. All right, now how do you like how do both of you guys like your steaks cooked? So like we're doing the tomahawk. How do you want it cooked? You like it rare, medium?
I like rare personally.
Okay.
I like rare with a good sear, salt, pepper, easy.
I'm probably a little closer to medium rare, but I'm okay with that. I'm comfortable with my steak choices. I guess is what I'm saying.
Completely comfortable.
Yeah.
I love it.
But I agree. It's all about the sear. If the sear isn't there, it's just terribly disappointing, right?
Yeah, you
This
gotta have
looks
that
like-
crust, you know?
Is this a fajita situation?
This is more, it's like more prep coming up here.
Interesting.
Because I don't know if you know this, but we're doing a 12-hour H-E-B grilling open, the first ever. And we still have 3 hours left, so our grills are still pretty hot outside. Looks like we got some fajita veggies going.
What is your favorite fajita cut?
My favorite fajita cut, that's a great question. So if I can get outside skirt, I will always go for that. But I love flap or bavette steaks. And in a pinch, you know, you can always use any skirt steak, and I know that they offer it also tenderized from the meat department too, which is a great way to make sure that that meat, which can traditionally be tougher, but that's why we like it for fajitas. You know what my big trick is? This. Obviously, you know, if you have a piece of meat or you're worried about it being tender, there are just certain cuts that it doesn't matter how great quality grade the animal is, that meat is going to be tougher. But I find that grilling a piece whole, which makes it easier to manage on the grill, and then cutting it into cubes is going to automatically make it so much more tender when you don't have to kind of do that pull bite through it.
Yeah, I love it. Outside skirt's one of my favorite top 2 cuts, I'd say. I love it.
Now what they're prepping here, tri-tip, for my neck of the woods, where I, you know, a lot of California barbecue, little tri-tip.
Yeah.
What are you seeing a lot of Texans starting to kind of like? I mean, Chef, you just kind of said it. Like there's all these great cuts that are starting to really kind of become popularized. Are you seeing that in tri-tip a little bit? Are you guys seeing like an increase in some of the, you know, either sales of tri-tip or popularity in the tri-tip that's kind of happening around?
Hugely. The nice part about tri-tip as well, I mean, traditionally in California, it's cooked on a Santa Maria style grill, which is raised and lowered over the coals, but you're in Texas now. So
different kind of barbecue. Santa Maria barbecue and Texas barbecue, very different.
And so what I like about tri-tip, because I actually do this a lot, especially if I'm doing events or showcases, is I'll use my Hardcore Carnivore black rub because it'll give it that really great contrast. And that's important because this only takes an hour to smoke, which is unbelievable. So it's one of those great choices if you find that you haven't left yourself with 16 hours for a brisket. The real trick to tri-tip is it has a grain. So the grain is the direction that those meat fibers run. And traditionally when you carve meat, you want to cut it across or against the grain. And tri-tip's a little complicated because the grain kind of changes direction halfway through.
It's a tricky cut. It is.
So
it's
that's
so tender though. Like, just like you said, like you cut it against the grain like that, and it's so tender and juicy. And you're right, it looks like a big piece of meat that's going to take you hours to kind of cook, and it's not. It's not that way at all.
But the reason that they're trimming it, so there's a lot of sinew and connective tissue. I know it sort of looks like, well, why would you get rid of that fat cap? But underneath that fat cap is a really aggressive layer of connective tissue that's just not going to break down during such a quick cook. So your really only choice really is to get rid of it.
But you're right, Scott. These are on fire at H-E-B, Prime, Select, you name it. And for all the reasons Jess said, so easy, quick. If you don't, we're used to cooking brisket. This guy's done in about an hour. Fantastic, great flavor. And I love simple salt and pepper on these, to be honest.
Yeah, true Texas barbecue, a little salt and pepper. And again, Jess Pryles, Texas Tough Butcher Paper, we're all over it. It's all over it.
Doing all the hard work.
It is.
The real MVP.
That's right.
Let's be honest.
I'm a fan. I mean, I'm kind of in the school of just salt and pepper on meat. But did you guys have anything else? I mean, obviously the Hardcore Carnivore seasoning is obviously also awesome. Is there anything else you guys go to, or is it just salt and pepper, or those kind of seasonings? Like, is that it?
I'm pretty classic. I mean, I will say, you know, without being gratuitous, the whole point of Hardcore Carnivore is that it was designed to let the meat do the talking. So you're not tasting the seasoning, you're just tasting something that enhances the meat. Because that's what's so great about salt. It literally wakes up our tongue to taste other flavors better. So
we're as we're talking, and we know kind of what everybody's doing. So, John, what do you love? What do you love to grill? And then what are you gonna do for 4th of July? Are you gonna do some smoke? Are you gonna do something grill? Like what are you doing? What's
I love to grill everything, but and I love to smoke and kind of mix it between the two. What we'll do this weekend for sure, we'll do a brisket steak burger, prime one, all prime beef. And what I love about those is they're half-pound burgers. We make them in store. We're grinding a prime sirloin tip with a prime brisket, and we're mixing it in, but they're hand molded. And I love a good burger that's made by hand. And just awesome texture, awesome flavor. And kind of the new thing for our family is we'll, of course, have some bacon on the side, but taking that brisket queso and putting it on top of the brisket burger with the bacon, with some good bread from our scratch baked bakeries, and that's kind of our new thing. We've probably done it too.
See you, John.
Yeah, come
Good
on.
for you.
Seriously.
We love it.
That was a mic drop moment for sure. So, I mean, obviously, we talk about brisket queso. There's been a lot of brisket queso, some great gratuitous shots of brisket queso. I'm thinking that this 4th of July weekend, the sales will eclipse what they did. We had a trivia question earlier, the Memorial Day. How much did they sell? It was a crazy amount. What are you thinking about? That you think this is going to be that item that everybody's going to go to for 4th of July?
I think it's going to be a record week for brisket queso. I think it's going to be a record week. It's for our Prime One steak burgers, and I'm lucky that we had Steve here, and Steve's right there, and he's going to make sure we've got plenty of supply and come and get it. Yeah, Steve.
Or else.
He's back to work over there. We gave him a break, and he was like, I got to go right back to it.
That's right. He needs to cut some purchase orders.
That's exactly right. We are going right back. We're going now because we have the meatheads in the house. We're going right back to the meat cam, no wild card cam.
Awesome.
It's my favorite cam.
To the meat cam for more great stuff.
It definitely it's my favorite cam.
There you go.
Now these are my favorite marinated fajitas that we make. We have a lot of different flavors, but the meat tienda, fantastic products. Inside skirt, we leave a little bit. We trim them down, but we leave a little bit of fat on there, which I like. I love the bite of these.
You look great.
They're fantastic, very consistent.
So why do you think we chose to do a griddle in this situation? It's a bold move.
It's interesting.
Question.
Yeah. Either way, it actually doesn't matter whether you're cooking on that cast iron griddle or whether you're going direct. The key here is heat, because you want to render down that extra fat. That's why y'all leave it on there. It's kind of a basting situation. It also helps develop that great browned Maillard flavors, which are really important. Yep.
We had a question in the chat, Jess, that you said, they were asking, how long do you smoke a tri-tip? And can you say it again out loud? Because there are a lot of people who are going to be smoking a tri-tip the 4th of July weekend.
Absolutely. So once your tri-tip is trimmed of all of the silver skin, I cook it pretty hot, so between 275 and 300 on your smoker, because it's beef and it can take it. I spritz it a little during the cook, and it should only take about an hour. You want to use a meat thermometer to judge when it's done. I usually take tri-tip to about 138, which is on the medium side of medium rare, but it performs much better that way. And then I grab my Texas Tough foil in this case, and I really aggressively roll the tri-tip up like a cylinder. And then I rest it in like a Cody cooler for about an hour. So you want to leave about 2 hours, an hour for cook time, an hour for chill out time. And then because you've wrapped it really tightly, when you go to carve it, you actually get these really pretty medallions instead of those long flat strips.
That picture perfect.
So there you go. There's your get a little Maillard reaction on there. Maybe they want a little sear on it versus the grill.
But you know what I realize now also, that's holding that marinade on there. So it's instead of dripping onto the fire, it's really cooking in that extra flavor too, which is really nice.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
And skirt steak is one of the steaks where you see that grain most pronounced. You can see those lines right there. And we know that just by cutting across them, you will make that meat so much more tender. And you can go ahead, like I said, and cut it into little cubes for tacos. It'll be phenomenal.
I think it's such an interesting point you said, and what you guys have both said, like cutting it against the grain. I think a lot of people, they may not know that. And so a lot of times you've been to somebody's house, or I know I have, that they're making fajitas and they cut it with the grain. And
that when you walk out?
For 20 minutes. I usually would excuse myself to go try to chew it somewhere where I could try to get through it, but it literally makes a difference. I think it's just those little tricks of the trade that go, yeah, you cut it against the grain, and it completely changes the entire eating experience of this product.
It's a big deal. It is a big deal cutting against the grain. This item right here is our chicken breast fajita. We make this in our meat plant, tumble marinated. And that chicken breast, if you notice, we actually cut these down first, so it's a nice even grill for our customers each and every time. So it's great to look at those on the grill.
Really tasty.
Super fast cook.
You guys,
the tumble marinade, that's a super cool meat nerd fact, okay? A lot of people don't realize that he's literally means that there's agitating and tumbling, and it forces the marinade flavor in there, because generally when you marinate meat, if I just were to put it in that bag, it has like a 1% uptake every 24 hours unless you tumble it. So the fact that these are being tumbled and that flavor is really getting in there is something to note with these chicken fajitas.
They're perfect every time because of that.
Yeah. You guys got a great compliment from Chef Eddie Jackson, who was here earlier. He said, I'll tell you, whoever's seasoning all the marinated meats at HEB is doing a fantastic job. So
nice.
Great shout out on how they're really well seasoned. These fajitas are phenomenal.
Awesome. Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, and Jess, you're right. That flavor that's in there because of that tumbling is like a huge difference. All the way through, every piece you get has that same perfect flavor.
It's really interesting because a lot of people think that, oh, my meat's well marinated, but what you're really just doing is having that hit your tongue first. So it's not all the way through the meat, but you think it is because your brain's kind of playing tricks on you. But imagine how much better it tastes when it actually is all the way through.
I'm telling you.
That's what I'm saucing about.
Amen.
That's right.
That's the phrase we're using today.
Tong check there, check the temp.
Yep.
Now, how do you like your chicken, guys? You like it all the way cooked? Do you like a little carpaccio action?
There's a food safety thing that's a big deal on this one.
That's exactly right. Always 165 or higher on those. And the good thing is, what I love about these, and I'll speak to this from experience, when we've cooked these and you've forgotten about them, the fact that they're tumble marinated, they'll stay a little more moist. Even if you cook them to like that kind of 170 range, they still retain a little bit more of that moisture because they were tumble dry. So it's always a good fun fact. Yes, food safety first, always.
This is the reason that, a great way to start becoming an expert meat cook is to get yourself a meat thermometer. You'll know when your chicken's ready, you'll know when your turkey's ready, you'll know when your ground beef is safely cooked, and you'll know when your steak is perfectly cooked instead of doing the old pinch test.
It is a lifesaver, yeah. The pinch test is not my thing.
It's not, I don't think it's anyone's thing.
It's hard to get a read because there's so many, like when I think chefs, and they do that touch test, but like a Wagyu and a choice, or there's different cuts here, like you can't, they're not all the same. So even
and if it's been dry aged too, it's going to have a completely different texture.
Tons of variables.
Here comes our tri-tip.
There you go.
There it is.
So a big log of wood nestled in the middle of those coals. That's going to give you a lot of heat because, as you can see, it's really flaming up, but it's also going to add smoke. Is that post oak on that one?
That is post oak.
Nice work.
So yeah, the trimming of the fat, obviously, maybe a little less flare-ups possibly on the grill.
Mm-hmm. You can do this one direct. You can do it indirect. I do love the hot and cold zones that you preach. That's a great way to go for these right here.
Absolutely, because it is a thicker cut and it will kind of seize up during cooking and sort of puff up.
Absolutely.
So if you give yourself those two zones, you can get this wonderful char that you're seeing. I would also actually pick that up and get that end that's facing us right here. I would put that towards the flame too. And then you move it across to the indirect side, put the lid on, and let that gentle indirect heat finish cooking it to perfection.
It does look fantastic.
It does. Well, I'm starving watching it.
Great. No, it's a tease. Welcome, John, to the
there you go.
Constantly watching all the great food get plated and cooked.
It looks wonderful.
That does look really, really good. And I know that's one of my favorite tips, I think, for folks, if I could reiterate anything that Jess Prowls has said, that I love the two-zone cooking, especially over 4th of July weekend. Set yourself up for success. 2 zones is great. You can sear, you can slow cook. If you're going too fast, that direct heat, just move it over. It's a great tip for those that are newly grilling out there.
Especially if you've maybe had one too many adult beverages and your burgers are suddenly on fire.
It's forgiving, yeah.
That's exactly right. Even better tip. All right, we're back. We have been grilling all day long. We are almost 9.5 hours into this whole thing. It's fantastic. Coming up next, we told you that as our chefs are outside grilling, we have some fantastic chefs all over Texas doing their grilling. So right now we're going to go live to former Dallas Cowboy George Teague to see what he's got on his grill, and he's got a little trivia question for you that we'll answer when we get back.
Hello everybody, my name is George Teague. I am formerly of the National Football League, retired as a Dallas Cowboy. Thank you all for watching us grill and have a good time today. So, what am I grilling today? Let me show you what I'm working on today. So I got some salmon that I actually marinated with teriyaki sauce. Man, it's gonna be good. So we want a little bit of sweet stuff, a little bit of spice. So I pre-seasoned it with, well, I can't tell you everything because that would make it infringe on my trademarks there. But so we're having the teriyaki salmon. We're also gonna have shrimp. By the way, all of this I got from H-E-B and Central Market. So make sure that you visit them because they have great things. But I marinated the shrimp with some Italian dressing. I love doing that. Most people don't understand that part, but I love doing that. And then because we like spice, I'm gonna add some pepper to it as well. One thing that I also like to do is cook grill green beans. A lot of people grill asparagus, but I spiced up my green beans, again from H-E-B, man, I'm just getting ready to eat. So let me show you what this is gonna kind of look like here on the grill. So we already have some of the salmon and the shrimp on here, which is great. This is going well. This is the first half of it. I'm gonna add some of the pepper to the shrimp now. It's a little bit of seasoning to get that spice going. That's gonna be really good. I'll turn that over in a minute when I get ready to do it. But let me tell you, man, it's a great day to be out here grilling. But I need to ask you guys a question too. How many pounds of triangle tortilla chips are cut per hour at the H-E-B chip plant? You got three choices. A, 4,000 pounds. B, 20,000 pounds. C, 24,000 pounds. Make sure you get in the chat. Go ahead and type in your answer right now so that H-E-B can record your answers, because if you're one of the winners, you win an H-E-B gift card to get out there and get some of this great food that I've just explained to you guys a little while. So I want to thank all of you for joining. Please stay in, get involved in the chat, stick around for more great grilling content all throughout the day. And thank you to H-E-B, thank you to the Dallas Cowboys. I'm looking forward to, man, getting into this grill a little bit later. Have a great day.
We are back. Thank you, George, for that. Don't forget, you have 5 minutes to drop your answer in the chat from his question. And we are going to go back. We are in the middle of our 12-hour grilling open live here at H-E-B. Obviously, superstar Jeff Pryles from Austin still with us. Superstar John Sauter, our meat market vice president in charge of all things meat. Love that you guys are here. We're going back out to the grill cam, and then Chef Jess and Mr. John are going to announce the winners of the
right. Oh. That sounds fun.
Oh, here you go, more cocina-ware. Here we go.
We have fajitas.
That's right.
Which is never a bad idea.
That's right. We showed the fajitas getting grilled. Now here's the accoutrement. You gotta have a side, right?
Yeah. Yes. So see, and adding in the extra wood like that, that's gonna get your heat up really quickly. So if you're struggling with your coals, or you really want some super aggressive heat, you can always add in nice big logs like that. That'll get things rolling pretty quickly. Just make sure you wear like safety gloves.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, they've got everything going hot.
Note to self, do not touch that pan. That's gonna be a real situation. Also, you know, if that package was sealed up, you could even put it directly into the coals if you wanted to, or over the grate.
I still love, Jess, I'm gonna say this because I don't know if John heard this or not when you were talking about this. You have this taco, like charcuterie tower, like thing that you do when you do a taco board where like you have all them, and then you have like all this, like, it's almost like a super awesome seafood tower you've turned into this like meat taco tower, which I think is the coolest thing in the world. Like what are some of your go-tos for your, if I want to make the Jess Pryles taco tower, what do I need?
A taco tower, okay. The meat is the star. So as I said, if I can find outside skirt, I'll do that. But I always love beef for carne asada. Mm-hmm. You can even do a surf and turf. Like sometimes I'll do the shrimp as well, because shrimp tacos are delicious, especially when they're grilled. And then the nice part is you can make a lot of sides in advance. So you can make a salsa macha, or you can make a fire roasted salsa while this is going on. You can make a jalapeno crema. There's some amazing queso fresco that H-E-B has as well that I love to just put in all these little bowls, which I also buy at H-E-B.
Of course.
Because they're gorgeous. We've seen a lot of them today on the grilling, like a lot of the butter has been in these bowls, which look beautiful for presentation. And you can just fill up with some guacamole, which you can get in the fresh department. Yep. And then because you can have all of that ready, I walk outside to the grill with my steak, my meat tienda tortillas, and like some usually green onions or jalapenos. I cook all of that up. While my steak's resting, I usually finish the tortillas off. And then I cut everything. Everything is already ready, and you have this stunning taco platter that's ready to go.
I love it.
And
That
then
sounds so good.
you don't let anyone near it, and you eat it all yourself.
There it goes. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So like ideas for 4th of July, like Jess just gave a great one. Like it literally is like, and it's all done as, I mean, you know, you can do a lot of things in advance, right? So literally all you're doing is firing up your grill. You're gonna have your adult beverages or whatever beverages you decide to have, but a lot of that work is kind of done for you.
Mm-hmm. And the nice part is we looked at this tri-tip. Here's my real trick, okay? You can buy any piece of beef at H-E-B. Just buy those tortillas and tell whoever it was that you intended them to be tacos.
Amen.
Amen. It's a great way to try any new cuts that you maybe haven't tried before. And if someone, you know, it makes it an instant meal, right?
Absolutely.
Get that guac, get that fresh pico too. It's easy.
There we go. We got some veggies. You got to have your size. We know what our center of the plate's going to be.
It's true.
We know that Jess and John both are are a fan of a good ribeye in the center of the plate. Although we got our tri-tip, we're going to have to plate that up. We're going to need a size.
Yeah, I'm
for that.
excited
Can't
to
wait
see
to
that.
see it.
That's going to be a really nice cut too. But squash and zucchini are some of my favorite sides. They taste so great once you get this char on them.
Summertime, perfect veggies. Like
It's a true
anything,
story.
you know, any veggies on the grill to go along with the meat you're grilling. I mean, I love a lot of the, everybody that's been here today has talked about, hey, if you've got your grill on, just do everything on there.
Yeah.
Why heat up your oven? Why make your oven? Oven, is that a
Oven.
new thing?
Yeah, it's
That's
oven.
a oven. We're going to talk about ovens. We'll talk about ovens at the 8 o'clock hour. With the oven, you could save the heat bill, literally your electric bill, by just doing the grill outside. Throw it all on there. Everything can go on there.
Absolutely. I do that thing. Do you guys do that thing? Like, so right now, look at this grill. Those coals still have power in them. And this is when I'm like, the grill's at the perfect temperature. And I run inside and open my fridge and just look for anything at all that I can throw on
What else can I
there.
throw on there?
Yes.
Because I have grilling FOMO. That's how I invented bacon wrapped pickle.
Grilling FOMO. I love
it.
That's my favorite thing. I think you've said so
my new
far.
favorite
Yeah,
word.
you've said a lot of things I've liked so far, but I love
true.
the grilling FOMO. Yeah. So that's when you can add your your vegetables if you're done grilling your meat, or that's when you go back to we did a lot of sweet stuff on the grill. It's when you go back and go, okay, I've got some pound cake. I'm gonna throw that on the grill.
Yep.
Finish it all off.
Love that. That is a great idea. So literally, I mentioned it, but I kind of walked in, did that thing where I looked in the fridge and there was half a pack of bacon and then like a questionably old jar of pickles. And I did bacon wrapped pickle slices. And guess what? They were delicious.
I'm sure. Can you imagine a salty, briny pickle wrapped around a salty, fatty, smoked piece of bacon? Yeah, I don't think you can go wrong.
Amazing.
I don't think you can go wrong.
Interestingly, eggplant actually is extra smoky naturally, and when you get this char on it, it has a really interesting flavor. It
does. I do love charred eggplant, like when you just burn it to a pulp and all that flesh inside gets real soft. It's really good.
Well, and if you took this right now and stuck it in a blender and turned it into actually grilled baba ganoush, that would be next level.
That's an awesome idea.
Delicious. All right, we had a question. Remember George Teague asked our next giveaway. And John and Jess are going to find out who won. But first, we need to make sure we remember what was the question and tell us the answer, and then who won.
You're taking the question.
I got it. All right. How many pounds of triangle tortilla chips does H-E-B's chip plant cut per hour?
Per hour.
Per hour.
Per hour.
And?
The answer is
24,000 pounds per hour.
Per hour.
It's nuts.
Like I have to say that just to go per hour.
So,
1,000 pounds.
Big congrats to Trevi Cooks, who is a YouTube watcher. You have just won yourself a $50 gift card to your local H-E-B where you can pick up tri-tip or eggplant or both.
I love it.
Congrats.
It's a true story.
Love it, I love it. So in your account, what is the mark? Because you guys are both big meatheads. Like what is the mark of a true griller? And you're like, what does it take to be a good griller?
You keep saying meatheads though, and I got an idea, John. Go with me on this.
I will.
You know how there are those cheese hats for cheeseheads?
Yeah.
Yes.
What if we had a T-bone hat?
A ribeye hat?
I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Can we make that? Hey, can we make that a thing?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Give us 38 seconds,
Yeah.
and they'll have our ribeye hats ready to go.
Fantastic. I don't see what could possibly go wrong.
Exactly.
That's a great question. You know, I'm pretty laid back with the expert thing. If you can cook one thing that your family loves, that you love, that your friends love, you're an expert. You can get geeky and nerdy as much as you want into the meat science piece, and you should if that's your thing. But yeah, it's just if you can cook one great thing, build on that. It's fun. Have fun with it.
That's a great way. That's a great way to look at it for sure.
And I think it's natural to fail. I think when you cook for a living, you're going to naturally fail at things. I think don't get discouraged if you like if your dino ribs don't turn out exactly like Chef Jess's. Don't worry. Learn the tips, read the stuff, and then just go again. Just try it again.
Or head to HEB's YouTube channel and watch the Grilling with Jess Prowls videos and get all the hot tips.
Even easier.
Even better.
Just saying.
All right, we are going now back outside. I'm telling you, we are 9.5 hours in. We're going back out to the wild card camp for some pretty wild things they're about to throw back on the grill. Check this out.
I'm excited.
Right.
That is wild.
Oh!
Yeah.
Pie side down, pecan side down.
Yeah.
Now, hashtag Truth Talk right now. Is this something you expected you'd see thrown on the grill during this 12-hour grilling open event at HEB's doing? A pecan pie or bakery fresh pecan pie?
Honestly, no. Yeah.
I did not see this coming.
But I would love to eat it. Yeah.
Right?
I'm just impressed that it's going pecan side down.
Yeah.
Like
I want to
see
see them pick it up, pecan side down. Curious.
This will be
interesting.
Yeah, this is like I know you guys can't see us right now, but we're all sat here just completely mesmerized,
Blown
just
away.
wondering how this is going to work because this is real. You would think, right? So here's what I'm worried about, that all of that lovely gooey pecan pie texture is going to melt. It doesn't look like it. I'm just ready to be wowed.
And I'm waiting to see it start dripping through the grates, like all that great sugary mix. Obviously, pecan pie is like corn syrup.
Hot pecan pie, you can't go wrong with it. Yeah.
Right?
So good. I have a quick question, John. How do you think that the meat market makes it easier for people on big grilling weekends?
Oh, I'm going to go back to our meat cutters and our market managers and our entire meat team in the field. We've got number one is we sell more meat in Texas than any other retailer. We sell more Texas beef than any other retailer, more Texas chicken and so on. But the folks that are doing that are experts in the stores. And so if you need something, if you have any questions, our meat cutters and team are there for you. And so cooking instructions are great at HEB.com if you want to go Google a certain recipe. How to smoke a brisket at HEB, you'll see a great cooking instruction there. But the secret sauce, Jess, would be our people in the stores without a doubt.
That's awesome.
100%.
Okay, what do you think about these pies, y'all?
It held together. I was shocked.
It did. It looks good.
It looks really good.
I would love to put some 1905 Creamy Creations on there and go for it. Love it.
Yeah, I'm really. I was for sure like the donuts. As soon as they hit the grill, that sugar on top just started to kind of melt with the heat. But these, they stay together really well.
It looks great.
Yeah, and I bet that's developed so much more flavor. I mean, it's already good because I get this pie more frequently than I should, but you can just see how that's developed and caramelized.
Like just that easy, the pecan pie.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
See, I'm not a grilling bakery expert. I love grilling meat, but usually you steer clear of the sugar. Putting too much sugar, when you're spritzing your briskets or you're spritzing your ribs.
Right.
Just want to be a little bit careful there, but
absolutely.
That looked awesome. These look awesome.
I'm telling you, these guys outside on the wild card cam, it's
they're
just
awesome.
anything goes, even pecan pie.
So
That'd
these
be like
are bakery tortillas.
Bakery tortillas.
The ones where you walk past and you see them warm and sweating in the
Moving on
plastic.
that conveyor belt.
Yeah, and
There's
you're like,
nothing better than one of those hot tortillas.
you know what? I'm pretty sure they designed these for. You're supposed to eat them in your truck on the way home, like once you go grocery shopping.
Guilty. Guilty.
100%.
And see how they're puffing like that? That is a sign of legit tortilla. Like that separation through like a pita style puff.
I mean,
And if you're worried about, my trick here is, if you're worried about those little crispy bits, which actually taste amazing, but it can develop a sort of hard, crispy surface, I have a piece of Texas Tough foil ready when I grill, and I put all of the tortillas in that foil, seal it over, and just let them kind of steam.
Yep.
So all the flavor's there, and it goes back to being really, really soft.
That's a great tip.
I like that a lot. They just look good, man. They're so good.
Yeah.
Fajitas and everything. You got your, just roll it up and call it a day. Wild card cam.
That's so you can see there. See, it's quite rigid, and you can soften them up beautifully.
And that's what you're talking about. Put on a little foil, let them steam, all that great kind of,
Just make a little envelope. You make a little envelope for them to hang out in. It only takes a minute. And there you go.
Perfect. Picture perfect.
Yep, I'd eat that. I reckon. Pretty delicious.
Crazy. Wild card cam, never cease to disappoint. The pecan pie on the grill. It's also a great thing to do for Thanksgiving, obviously. Get your grill on to it then. I mean, you can totally do that. All right, we talked a little bit about, we asked our experts, John and Jess, about, what makes the mark of a true griller, like what are things, but can you also just share, like, it's the first time, it's my first 4th of July. What tips and tricks can you tell me to take the intimidation out of, number one, like choosing my meat, and then like, what am I doing to grill it? Can you guys just share some tips on that?
Yeah, in terms of it, start with picking good meat. And if you go to H-E-B, you're gonna get great meat. You're gonna get the best. Ask a partner. Don't hesitate, reach out. They'll help you pick that right cut for you, however many people you're feeding. Just have fun with it. But when you get home, temperature matters a bunch. You can, and also just letting meat rest afterwards. That's probably one of the things at the end that I think might sometimes be overlooked. But let the meat rest and rock and roll after that.
I agree.
Jess, what do you think?
That's sound advice, and I think when it comes to the actual cooking and being prepared, what you want to do is pick dishes like the Meal Simples, for example, that you can just make your life easy, get them on the grill along with that beautiful meat, or things that you can prepare in advance, like a coleslaw perhaps, that can just be in the fridge until your meat is ready. So you can really focus on cooking it to perfection, because you don't want to be distracted and let it go too long. So that would be my pro tip.
And what are you, Jess? What are you drinking on 4th of July? What are you guys gonna have as your beverage on 4th of July? You're not working. Our name badges are off. What's your cocktail on the grill 4th of July?
Well, for 4th of July, I will be having Lone Star and Lone Star Light, because then it will be red, white, and blue.
There you go.
Pew pew.
Love it. Lone Star guy here too as well.
I love
Fantastic.
that. I love it. I don't know what I'm gonna drink yet. We're gonna find. I don't even know what I'm gonna cook
You
yet.
can
I'm
have
so
that sparkling
ill-prepared.
rosé.
I can do that. I gotta fight Charlotte. I gotta wrestle those cans out of her hand.
I think they're gone
I'll figure
already.
it out.
Yeah, sorry, Charlotte's drank them already.
We are 9.5 hours in. No hallucinations yet. We're holding up well.
Is this labor or is it like a grilling
Feels like it,
live? It really does.
Our grilling live event. We have got to go now live to check back in with our smoker. We know we had a lot of things on there. We're going to check out the smoker cam. We're 9 hours in. A lot of great things happening outside.
Scott, I figured it out.
Yeah.
This is grilling labor, and the brisket is the baby.
It is.
It's great,
It is.
and it'll
It's
be
the,
totally worth it at the end of it.
At the end, that's exactly right.
Totally worth it. So this is,
that our belly?
I think that's pork belly.
God, look at the color on that now.
Yep. Oof.
That is an awesome cut.
I do love
pork bellies are super hot right now.
It is, and you can actually make your own bacon at home with the pork belly too. And that's, again, the nice thing about the H-E-B meat market. If you want to walk in and buy pre-marinated fajitas, you got it. If you're a bit of a meat nerd and you like to do it yourself and you're looking for pork belly to make your own bacon, you got it. It runs the gamut.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah, and we sell pork belly by the slab, by the half slab. If you want a certain just quarter slab or a portion or bellies cut any certain way, again, the meat cutters are there. They'll cut it however you want. It's probably the item right now, Jess and Scott, that we get the most custom cut requests for, because people are trying to figure out different cuts.
Yeah.
1 inch by 1 inch cubes, half-inch slices, or just a quarter belly to smoke a little piece.
So you think the 1 inch by 1 inch cubes is the whole pork belly burn-in situation?
I think a lot of it is.
Nice.
I think a lot of it is.
Yeah, I think it's intimidating. If you see a whole slab of that natural pork belly, you're kind of like, well, what if I don't want to do the whole thing? Like, what do I do? So I think that's a great tip. Yeah, just go ask your meat market partner, your local H-E-B, and go, hey, I just want to do X amount, and then I'll take care of you. I love
You can
too that it's
even,
natural.
you know, even choosing a brisket is a huge deal. And you can actually even ask your meat market partner to help you pick a brisket. And they'll do things like say, oh, you know, this is what this size would be good for, or this point's a little thin, or sorry, the flat's a little thin, so you want to go for this one. Because they're really there and friendly and really like sharing what they know.
Yeah.
So use them as a tool, use them to your advantage,
Absolutely.
I say.
And they're all watching this right now, right? John, you said all?
We've
all
got we've got 2,000 folks that cut meat in store going strong, and about 5,000 between our QC folks, our meat wrappers,
Awesome.
the whole gang.
That's how I wrap my Christmas presents, by the way. The butcher's
The
paper.
butcher paper?
Yeah.
You can, and that's a great tip because when you buy the Texas Tough butcher paper, there's a lot of it. So yeah, wrap your meat in it, and then also use it for
recycle.
presents.
Yeah.
I kind of like that.
It's
kind
the
of very
gift that
crafty
keeps
feel.
on giving.
Yeah. Yeah.
It does. So we're looking at a classic Texas offset smoker here. On the right-hand side is your firebox. That's where all the heat is. And then that meat is in the chamber on the left-hand side. So it's all that indirect heat. And you'll see the smoke travels from the firebox all the way to the chimney on the other side. And that's that classic Texas offset pit. You know what I call that that paper when it looks like that?
What's that?
It's your window to weight gain. But it's a good thing.
I like
good
that,
thing.
but it's true. And you said it's wrapped, so it's just kind of finishing up. But they've done the wrap on it, so they don't want any more because they don't want necessarily as much smoke. They still want the heat, right?
Yeah, so you want to get to the point where you start protecting it a little bit. Especially the briskets are notorious. They go through what we call the stall, or the stall, if you prefer it with an American accent, which is where there's so much moisture coming out of the meat that it sort of mixes with the moisture in the chamber and the temperature just won't keep rising. So to help it get over that stall, you wrap it and it pushes it past. Usually happens around 165 to 175.
I love it.
How do you feel about this? I see you nodding, John.
That is a huge deal, and that's one of the trickiest parts of the brisket, but Jess walked through it so well. You just got to get through the stall. You got to be patient. You got to get through it. You can certainly wrap it, but you got to get through that 160, 170 mark, and then it'll keep going to the low 200s, and then you're good to go.
Yep. And the thing is, the biggest, you know, the ranchers raised the beef. You guys have sourced it. Someone's helped you choose it. You've trimmed it. You've seasoned it. You've cooked it. Don't mess it up by being impatient at that stage.
Seriously.
Like the biggest mistake that I see people make with brisket is that they rush it at the last minute because they've waited so long already.
Yeah.
But you really do have to be patient. That pork belly looks amazing.
It does look awesome.
Gosh, look at that. You got the bark on there.
And don't be discouraged with briskets. That's one of those cuts that my first brisket was pretty awful, to be honest, and my second was not that great. But you just stick with it.
I think you have to stick with it. I think we. All right, we have another giveaway coming up, and I think John, you are going to do this because it pertains to it's a meat question.
Excellent.
It's a great question. So we're gonna load that up.
All
There's
right.
a meat question here.
Well, we'll get it
That's
happening.
where it is.
While we wait for the
While we're loading
computer
it
to
up.
scroll, if you have any questions about brisket, you can go ahead and put those in chat as well.
Can.
We're here, why not?
All right, I think we've got it.
Oh, this is a good one.
Here we go.
This is a big
answer's
one.
ready.
Yeah, this is a big deal. Texas is smoked sausage, and smoked sausage is Texas. Okay, how many links of sausage does HEB manufacture yearly? Is it A, 15 million, B, 17 million, or C, 20 million? How many links of sausage?
Are you gonna take a guess?
That's a lot.
Imagine. I like those. What's the problem is I would fail miserably at these trivia questions because I'm like, there's no way like they could do that, and I'm like, every time I'm thinking, I'm like, it's like a superhuman number, and I'm like, and every time it's like, no, this is actually the real number.
Do you know what I would like? I will say, if you want to go ahead and drop your answer in, the prize here is going to be a kitchen and table air fryer. So please go ahead and let us know which is your guess, either A, 15 million, B, 17 million, or C, 20 million. And the question again is?
How many links of sausage does HEB manufacture a year?
I would also be interested in the stats of how many times could those links wrap around the world if you put them end to end.
Yeah, we need a mileage stat. This feels like we need one of those for this amount of this many millions. Like I kind of want to know like from here to wherever and back.
That's a lot of casing.
That is a lot of casing.
Crazy.
A lot of casing.
Yeah, you'll have 5 minutes to answer. You can drop your answers in the chat, just like Chef Jess said. We're doing it, and coming up in a few minutes, we have a, as we're into our almost hour 10, I cannot even believe we're almost hour 10.
Unbelievable.
John Sauter, our Meat Market Vice President, here with us. Jess Prowls, also sticking it out. She's been a trooper. We love that she's here. Super Chef from Austin, hardcore carnivore. She knows what it takes to do, like when you do these events, you gotta have training, you gotta have commitment. There's a commitment to excellence, and we at HEB believe that commitment starts with everything that we do. And so we had our chefs who are here. They've been grilling all day. So far they're going on we're doing 12 hours. They're on 10 hours. Now I'm starting to have delusions. 10 hours of straight grilling. So what does it take? We will show you their grueling workout and how they prepared for this 12-hour grilling marathon. Check this out. Every time I watch that, I've been here 10 hours already, and every time I watch it, I still laugh at Caleb screaming at Sean.
The coaching. The coaching. Sensational.
Oh, my Lord. John, what do you think about that? You know a lot of that, all of our team.
Oh, my gosh. When you know their personalities, and gosh, it's so funny to watch them like that, but it pumps you up, right?
It does, I'm telling you. All right, so we have a question, right? But the question, we had about 5 minutes to give you, drop your answer in the chat. So now, John and Jess, take it away. We have a winner. A winner has been found.
All right, how many links of sausage does HEB manufacture yearly?
Oh, so
ready?
Ready? Close to
Jess, ready?
The answer was 17 million. And congratulations to Mayray Pundy, who is watching on YouTube. You have just won yourself a $50 gift card for guessing the correct amount of sausages that HEB produces annually, which is a tremendous amount.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Can't even believe that. It's so amazing. So it's fun as we're wrapping up this 10th hour here of what we're doing. I mean, which is crazy. It's like we're getting into starting to get into the last few hours here. We want to thank John Sauter, who has been a wealth of information. I know I have so much respect for what our meat market partners do and everything that they do. And I love what you guys do. I love you guys with all that everything that you guys from the top down, what you lead and what you model for Meat Market Partners is so amazing, and I just love what they do. You've got a huge fan in Jess Pryles and everything you guys do at HEB Meat Market, so you guys should be, you are killing it, and I just wish the best of luck, and we are so lucky to have Mr. John Sauter as a part of the HEB team, because he is literally like the innovation king, and I love what you guys are doing. So thank you again for hanging out with us.
I've got to thank you, and I started with the shout out. I'm going to finish with another shout out for our meat partners. Thank you all. Y'all have been a bright spot this past year and a half, and grilling's always a bright spot. Today's been so much fun. Have a happy 4th of July, everyone. Just can't thank you enough. I'm a big fan. Our team's a big fan of you. And Scott, thank you all. Production team also, hats off to y'all. Thank y'all so much for this fun day here. Thank you all.
Thanks, John. The feeling is mutual, and I'm excited to get in my meat market soon and find out what else there is to grill.
Come on. Awesome.
Super awesome. I know. Good stuff. We will be right back after this with more guests and more grilling. I tell you, it's not over. We got 2 hours left. We're still going.
It's happening.
Come on. Awesome.
I'm John Sauter with the HEB Meat Department. We know Texans love their beef. That's why HEB partners with local Texas ranchers and has for generations to get the best of their best. We sell everything from prime and dry aged to Wagyu and grass-fed, all with no additives or preservatives ever. Plus, our certified meat cutters grind and cut our beef fresh in store daily. No wonder we sell more Texas beef than anyone in the state. This is the local Texas Beef Department at HEB. No store does more than my HEB.
Hi everyone, looking to switch up your normal dinner routine? Join us for our free HEB Online Cooking Connection virtual cooking classes. We will answer your questions in real time. We'll be doing some great recipes, great techniques. Simply go to our website, heb.com/classes to sign up.
And we're back.
And we're back. We have given Scott Tompkins a break. Actually, that's a lie. He is doing all the dishes right now because in his off time, he is our hydro technician. We have brought in his place Jason Driscoll. Jason Driscoll is, okay, a lot of things. But you are, tell the people what it is that you do. Because it just says HEB Seafood Team there, but I don't think that's right. I think there's a little more to that.
Well, I've got the distinct pleasure of overseeing a great team of partners across the state of Texas. That's our HEB Seafood managers. I'm the VP of Seafood. I oversee our program at our HEB Texas stores. And it's just an honor to work with this team. We got a great group of managers. They're knocking it out of the park. Y'all are rock stars. Shout out to Seafood managers, okay? But they're working hard to bring the best, healthiest, delicious, sustainable seafood from all around the United States into our stores and doing such a great job taking care of our customers. And shout out to our procurement team as well, doing all that work to bring that fish into our stores. But we're getting product all over the United States and beyond, and bringing it into our customers and to meet their expectations. So really great work that our team is doing, and a lot of great things ahead, I'm sure.
So you're like the Chief Seafood Support Officer. So I just heard you just support your entire team. I love all that. So that's what you do. I love that.
I was introduced to Jason as, if this man doesn't know something about seafood, it's not worth knowing. That's basically what it was. That he knows everything that you need to know about seafood, which is very interesting.
You know, our job is to get more folks eating seafood. Seafood's a health and wellness play for us. We see ourselves having that mission to bring the most freshest product into our seafood counters, and that's why I just feel like it's a great purpose that we have, is to help people eat healthier.
Yeah.
People need to be eating seafood twice a week. That's what a lot of health professionals recommend, and quite honestly, a lot of folks aren't eating seafood twice a week, so we want to give them a reason to eat it, and bringing them variety and freshness and ideas to our service business is what we're all about. So whatever I can do to help with that mission and getting more seafood is going to help our shoppers, our Texans, be healthier.
Okay. And I feel like I need to make you a jumpsuit that says hardcore pescavore, you know?
Oh,
and then that would really bring everything all together.
So good, it's so delicious.
I love
There's
it.
so many varieties.
Okay, so what is your favorite? So here, I'll break it down. So what is your favorite shellfish?
It's so hard. Well, I mean,
I also want to know your favorite for grilling.
Yes.
Oh my goodness! I mean, that's so hard. But I mean, we shellfish. I mean, we got our great Gulf of Mexico, Texas shrimp here that we're bringing in.
So
we're the largest seller of Texas Gulf shrimp in Texas, and we enjoy that one. Putting that on a kebab, putting it on a grill, just a robust flavor of Gulf shrimp. Lobsters. We have a lot of lobster tails in our stores this weekend, so come buy some lobsters and put those on the grill. Lobster tails are so delicious, so easy to cook, and just sweet flavor. So, but there's so many different things. I know we're going to get into it more. Y'all have been going at this all day long.
All day long. I have a feeling we're going to see some lobster tails coming up here on our grill cam.
That's exciting.
But in the meantime, before we get back to that grill cam, we're going to take a listen, hear a word from our sponsors, and we'll be back.
This is Chrissy. Chrissy is always doing more in the H-E-B seafood department, inspecting, filleting, and displaying only the freshest catches. Chrissy doesn't mess around. Only the best makes her seafood case. No store does more than my H-E-B.
Texas had to be this big, so we could fit so much spirit inside it. We had to have this much sky, so there's room for so many of us under it. Texas needed this many miles of highway, so we can follow our own road as far as it takes us and still be home. And our symbol had to be a single star, so we're always reminded that 29 million Texans are all in this as one.
Straight into plate cam. This is like that tortilla platter, that taco platter I was talking about.
I love it.
I'm interested to see what's happening here. It looks like it's all the fajitas coming together. There's grilled chicken fajitas with the veggie packs. But while Jason's here, I did want to ask you, do you grill shrimp? Do you prefer to grill them shell on or shell off? Because there's two schools of thought here.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm making shrimp tacos, I would want to have a peeled shrimp, and that's, you can do that on a grill sheet, a grill pan on your grill, and protect that shrimp so it doesn't fall through, and it gives that those nice grill marks, a nice smoke flavor to the shrimp, and it's great in a fish taco.
Mm-hmm.
And then certainly shell on. They're larger shrimp. You can marinate shrimp. You can put those on the grill either through a skewer or again a grill pan.
Yep.
And they turned out beautiful as a peel and eat option. Really soak up that flavor of whatever you put on them.
Definitely. This taco stand is making a whole lot of sense.
Yes.
Right now.
And if you flip it over, it holds three.
Brilliant.
Right?
Yeah. I feel like I've been missing out on a lot of everything.
I mean,
I feel like my tacos have been too horizontal this entire time when they could have been vertical.
You know, You live, you learn.
It's true.
You live, you learn.
This is really taking it to whole new levels. That looks so good.
Oh, but wait.
There's more.
Oh, wow, look at that.
So this is going to be our skirt steak fajitas. And of course, you could do the same setup with shrimp.
Yeah.
You could do, as you were mentioning, Jason, you could grill your shrimp. You could put them on skewers to make them easier to flip. You still have the same fajita-style veggies ready. You still have your tortillas, your guac, your pico ready.
Yeah, and shrimp are so easy to cook. They don't take a whole lot of time. When they start to curl up and they go from that translucent color to opaque, you're pretty much done. So it's a matter of minutes, really, when you're talking about shrimp. So it's very easy to put together and just really delicious.
I see that. And honestly, I wouldn't mind if half of that skillet was sort of a surf and turf situation right now.
Right?
Absolutely. And this is to your point, this is a great opportunity this weekend. Throw some lobster tails on your grill with your steak, because nothing better than surf and turf.
That's right. Have the best of both worlds. You deserve it.
That's right.
You've earned it. Gosh, that looks so good. And you can see there is going to be obviously a little juice on the board because there were those tumble marinated skirt steaks, but it's not, you can see it's kind of thicker. It's not the same as if that meat wasn't rested and it just sort of came out all over. So it speaks to that importance too. That looks great. Oh, it's the tri-tip. Okay.
I'm telling you, those plates will not quit. Those,
they're so sturdy.
HEB I love those things.
I'm so excited to see how this tri-tip turned out. You've got an incredible crust, that great sort of mahogany color, and this is being cut perfectly across the grain, and the grain in about 2 more slices is going to change direction.
It does
It does a little twisty twist, but that looks perfectly cooked. That tri-tip is going to have a little more chew than your traditional steaks, but that's a good thing. I mean, it's steak, not marshmallow, right? And that's why it is better to take it a little further like that. That looks delicious. I would eat that, happily. You know what, I also like that very end piece that you cut off first. That's what I eat while I'm cutting the rest of it.
You too? Me too.
Do you order extra shrimp, Jason, to account for the ones that you eat while you're waiting to feed everyone else?
The chef does have to try the product out for just quality control.
Yes,
so
quality.
So we definitely need to have a little extra just to account for that.
That seems reasonable to me.
There's that apple pie or pecan pie.
Ooh, that was the pecan pie that started pecan side down. It's been flipped up just like John asked for. We've got the 1905 vanilla on there. I guess he called it. He's not even here to see it anymore, but he called it. That's what's gonna happen.
I'll have to eat it for him then.
Oh, would you mind?
Yeah, I'll be happy to.
Oh, that looks so good. And can you just taste that hot and cold at the same time?
Love that. And the cold ice cream makes the sugars crystallize a little bit.
Mm-hmm. It's a real thing. What do we got next? I think this is the pork belly.
The pork belly.
You can see it's changed a lot in size from when it first started cooking because that fat has rendered down and those meat fibers have shrunk up a little bit too. But that is perfectly rendered. You can see there's not that big, chunky, thick, fat seam because it's been cooked down.
We're gonna do a little slice.
Mm-hmm. You know what? You could, I mean, this might be flying too close to the sun, but you could at this stage hit those real quick with a sear on either side and really crisp up that fat too.
I was thinking about that too.
Look at the juice coming out.
Put that in a bao bun.
So tender.
These are the things we think about, you guys. This is what matters, It's true.
And that went on the smoker, right?
Yes, that was smoked, which is why you can see it got that wonderful bark. And at the very bottom there, you can see it's got a little bit of a smoke ring too, that pinkish color that's developed there.
Ooh la la.
Yep, you can put those in some lettuce wraps, kind of a bit of Vietnamese dipping sauce. That would be awesome. What do we got here?
Ribeyes?
They're ribeyes.
What's y'all's favorite steak? I know Jess likes a tomahawk, right?
I feel like Jason's about to say tuna steak.
I was about to go. I was about to go there. As delicious as this meat looks, I was about to go with the tuna steak. But this looks amazing.
It's okay to like red meat.
What are your top 3 fish steaks for grilling? Like real kind of meaty consistency seafood steaks that you can grill?
Yeah, I mean, tuna is certainly at the top of the list. Swordfish is one we have in our stores.
Mm-hmm.
We get a great ahi tuna from Hawaii that is just fantastic, and our team is bringing that in. Every week. We have that in our stores, and it's been looking just fantastic. But swordfish steaks are really great on the grill. It's not necessarily a steak, but mahi holds up really good on the grill. Fresh mahi. And halibut and species like that have just that meatiness to them that really adapts well on the grill. So.
Love mahi in burgers too, like a fillet of mahi burger.
Halibut is that's
mahi tacos. You're grilling that up for a taco, but to the steak point, it's just you can't beat a good ahi tuna steak, and we've got some really fresh ahi in the stores.
And these are the Prime 1 steaks too, and you can tell immediately because of the amount of marbling, and those little seams of fat that you see in there that help contribute to tenderness and flavor.
I love that you said seams. I've never heard it described that way, but that's a great descriptor.
They're little seams. It's actually called intramuscular fat. If you think about like interstate highways go between the states, intra is inside. It's the last fat to form on the animal, and it's the stuff that we look for that makes it really premium.
Speaking of tuna steaks.
What do we have here?
We're in your zone.
Oh, all right.
Those.
Wow, they look great. They're huge.
So look at that color compared to some of the other tuna steaks, like that super pink tuna
Pale
that you see.
kind of color.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is fresh long line tuna steak caught out of Hawaii, or tuna caught out of Hawaii. Yellowfin tuna. Yellowfin tuna, ahi tuna. The names are synonymous, but they call it ahi out of Hawaii, and it's something that is a real treat. And what I like about tuna is you can literally see it cooking right in front of your eyes, and can monitor the wellness that you want it. A lot of people like it medium rare because you're going to get the great flavor of that fish. And but cook it to however you like, and it's so simple to cook too. And look at that. That looks.
See, I can't tell. Look, as much as I know about meat, I could not tell you what whitefish that is.
It's like a grouper to me.
I think it's snapper.
It's like a big group. Maybe a skinless snapper. They're very similar in how they look, but it looks like we have some American red snapper that we got out of the Gulf.
There you go. It does.
If I could see the skin side, it'd be a little bit easier, but it looks like American red snapper.
Here we go.
Right.
Lobster.
Now it's time to party.
I've been talking about lobster, and here we go.
So with your lobster, are you in the camp of simple is better, just a bit of drawn butter, or do you want some elaborate sauce situation with it?
Simple is always best. I'm a big preacher of keeping it simple, but you can go as complex as you want, whatever you're comfortable with. But some drawn butter is really good. Just salt and pepper. You don't need to make it really overcomplicated. Let the grill do the work. And again, you're going to wait for this product to basically go from that translucent color to more opaque color, and then you'll know it's done.
And we're seeing 2 different preps here as well. You can either split it down the middle and grill in the shell, or you can kind of pop it up just like that. Which is going to steam, and it's actually going to keep that flesh away from the indirect heat. And I think for me, that's more of a personal preference of, do you like that little bit of chew on the outside from that direct heat touching the grill, or do you prefer it just like that steamy kind of vibe?
I'm interested to see where they go with this. So they could go to the smoker, or they could go to the grill, and I want to see where this goes. So we'll see, maybe they do a different application with a different cut. So I'm excited to see what they do with that. And I know that you're a lobster fan, so.
Oh yeah.
I hope it works out. I hope it works out. And then I have a question. So we were talking about the ahi tuna and yellowfin. You said these are long line caught, right? And so it brings me to a question. Can you tell us a little bit? I know people want to know this. A little bit about the sustainability in our seafood program.
Yeah, I mean, sustainability means a lot of things to a lot of people. I would say, if I was summarizing one word, it's about balance. And we want to make sure that we, at the end of the day, that whatever through our action and through our policy, that we're creating a world where our oceans are thriving, our communities are thriving, and the workers are thriving through this process. So our procurement team partners with suppliers to make sure we're accomplishing five things. And I'll put it in an acronym because we love acronyms. Feast, and we're having a feast. We're having a feast today, right? So, food safety, environmental responsibility, animal welfare, social accountability, and traceability. So everything that we're bringing in is taking all those factors into consideration. And so our team and our buyers are out there talking to vendors and suppliers about, where are we getting things from, making sure we know where everything comes from, how is everything treated in the process, the fish and the method of catch and the labor. So everything coming in, we want customers to be confident that we have a policy that our vendors are living into and our fisheries are living into, so they can be very confident we're meeting their expectations. Our customers know a lot about seafood, and they would expect nothing less than that type of diligence.
I love that. Feast. I love that. I could remember that. I could tell people about that. That sounds
important.
great.
And John talked about it too, how animal welfare has become important both in the meat side and the seafood side as well.
Absolutely.
The quality of the case of the seafood counter is evident. I know they say you can look in the eyes of the fish and make sure that they're kind of clear and bright and not cloudy, but you can really see. You can just sort of see by how sort of plump and inviting that seafood is, and it always is.
It should be moist, and to your point, plump, and it should have a nice moisture to it. It shouldn't look dried out. You shouldn't smell anything. You really shouldn't smell seafood.
Right.
It should be really neutral, really fresh.
Absolutely. I am a big fan. Are you more of a grilling fillet or whole fish?
You know what? Both are great. We probably tend to do more fillet. I saw the cedar plank earlier, and that's such a great way to cook fillets. If you're a little worried about too much flame getting that fish, it gives you a little bit of something in between that fish that's going to protect it. Yeah,
a lot of people are worried about that skin.
It's sticking on the grill, so that plank really gives it a little bit of separation from that direct flame, and it gives it a little bit of aroma in the grill, which that fish takes on a little bit of that sweetness from that aroma, that cedar smoke. So it's really delicious way to do it, and it's very, very convenient, very simple.
God, I want cedar plank salmon for dinner. Like, you really sold that.
Yeah, it's so easy to cook.
I think we're about to head back to our meat camp.
I think we are.
Which is, I love that we're getting to talk about all of the different proteins that we can get on a grill here. But these are our ribeyes. You've got that beautiful spinalis there, that great intramuscular fat.
And so the spinalis is that, like, the cap that you said
it's the cap
rounded
muscle.
part on the okay.
Right. So in this case, they're the two steaks that are sort of vertical on your screen. The cap is on that bottom right hand side, and that is basically considered to be the best muscle on the whole animal in terms of flavor and tenderness. So, because tenderloin's really tender, but it also doesn't have a lot of flavor because it's not a locomotive
here
muscle.
Here goes the instant replay.
Here we go.
It's a quiet reverence for what's about to happen here. The fat content and the prime grade of these steaks is also what's going to get you that good sear. That's what's rendering out. That's what's bubbling up. That's what's helping get that great crust. And that's why the better quality steak you can get, the better result you'll have on your grill.
There is something about a good seared ribeye.
Yeah.
I like
There's something better about a good seared ribeye with lobster tail sitting next to it, right?
Yeah, now you've really nailed it.
See, there you go.
Yep.
It's classic. And again, I just did a video that you can find on HEB's YouTube channel, a surf and turf, where we paired those together. Beautiful wild-caught Texas Gulf shrimp.
Oh, yes, yes.
And they're nice and big in size as well. Can you do me a favor? Because I did not know this, Jason, but can you explain the U-sizing situation so people know how to choose shrimp for different things?
It's a great question.
Yeah, no, it is. Shrimp sizing, it really is about the number of shrimp per pound. So when you see something that says there are 16, it says 16-20, 16 to 20. What they're basically telling you is there's 16 to 20 shrimp in a pound. So the smaller the count is say 16 to 20, and you go even smaller and say like under 16, then that means you're going to have a lot bigger shrimp per pound. So versus saying 61 to 70 per pound, whereas you'd have 60 to 70 shrimp per pound, therefore much smaller. So really it's about just the count of shrimp that you'll get on the average per pound.
And obviously that the lower the number, that's also going to be easier to grill because you don't want to have a tragic accident where your shrimp falls through the grates.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And you mentioned the U count, and there are some counts that go under U. Ooh, look at that replay.
That's gorgeous.
That was nice. Under 10 obviously would be a very good sized shrimp. You'd have less than 10 per pound. So yeah, to your point, they hold up really well on the grill. You can put on there directly.
So I think that there's a sesame crust on this tuna, which is a great flavor pairing, but I think what's really key here is that it was hit with a little spray oil, which really allowed it to release from that grill grate really easily. And also because tuna is nice and lean, and which makes it a really healthy option, you do want to get a little bit of that oil just to help get that crust as well.
Absolutely.
And I'm excited to see what's about to happen.
Same. Those strips.
Oh, the strips.
Those strip steaks, that's right. So did you know, fun fact, that the strip steak and the ribeye is actually from the same muscle?
I did know that.
Isn't that exciting?
I did know that.
I bet you did, Chef Charlotte, because you know stuff like that.
I know stuff like that, but I feel really cool that I know something that you know.
It's true. It's called the longissimus dorsi.
I didn't know what the muscle was called.
But now I'm gonna freak you out a little bit because what happens is when I go to like personal training, I'm like, oh, I'm really sore here. He's like, oh, I'm like, yeah, that's my tri-tip. Like because I know all the Latin names for the beef. I kind of know where they are on our body, which is really dark. So let's go back to strip steak.
Yes. So Jason and I were talking right before we came on, and we both agreed that, or what we have in common is that the strip steak is our favorite. And so,
really,
the strip is my favorite. It always has been.
Really?
Yes.
This is controversial.
Really?
I think so. Why do you like the strip more than the ribeye?
So for me, the ribeye is very tender, right, and it's very flavorful. But like, it's a texture thing for me, and I feel like this is not as. It's a little bit leaner, but it's not so lean to be a fillet. Does that make
right?
Yeah.
That
so
makes
like,
sense.
if I was going to order a steak from a restaurant, or if I'm gonna grill it at my house or pan sear it or whatever I'm gonna do, I usually go for a strip. I also like the price point.
That is snapper, isn't
There's
it?
our snapper.
I told
You
y'all.
see that beautiful red snapper skin from right here from the Gulf of Mexico.
Crucial with that spray oil.
Interesting.
That's gonna be everything.
Would y'all have gone flesh side down first?
No, I definitely wouldn't have without oil, but.
It seems to be okay, and he's doing is he gonna do a,
crosshatch.
Okay.
Fancy. So I think what's happening here and why it went flesh side down first is to make sure that the fish is properly cooked, and then when you flip it, you'll be able to get a crispy skin. But if you put it skin side down first, you may not be able to get a successful flip, which means...
It could stick to the grill if
Right.
There's some talent there.
That looks great.
I did a good job with that
I'm
one.
sorry for doubting you.
I am a little bit. He's being a little rough there, I would say. I'm
Maybe
shocked.
the snapper deserved it. You don't know.
Right?
Yeah, for the larger fillets, you could use a larger spatula or something to get under there better to support it, because seafood is, to your point, very delicate, so you want to be careful when you're flipping it.
Okay,
and a
he's
fish
switched.
spatula is always a good idea.
Okay, well, it looks like he was listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, you tell him, Jason.
That looks delicious.
For me, that right there, a little bit of fresh lemon, nothing else.
Right?
That simplicity.
This is a very flaky fish. You're going to start to see it just flake apart naturally as it comes off. And you start to put a fork into it. It's going to be this nice, beautiful, snow white, opaque meat.
Ooh, I don't know what's happening.
not
Is that
sure.
salt? It looks like mayonnaise. Which is a thing that people do.
It is, and so
it's definitely a ribeye steak. That one has a
yes.
massive cap. Still looks, I would say, upper choice to prime grade. But if that is mayo, and I might be really wrong, the components of mayonnaise, which is oil, and will actually help get a really interesting sear. But I'm guessing it's salt. Am I wrong? Was it seasoning? I don't know. Look, it's bubbling like that. Maybe it was mayo. What? I'm so confounded. Because look,
Could it have been non-stick spray? Could he have put a spray on there?
Possibly. That is another possibility. That is a definite possibility. There's a lot happening here.
I love that shot.
Mainly me being hungry. In with the Meal Simple.
So that was the Meal Simple steak that came in that tray.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you pre-cooked this. Oh, so it may have had seasoning on it. Okay. And
Oh,
now
look
we're
at
going
that.
to finish warming those potatoes through and probably finish cooking the steak through. And that Meal Simple foil tray or metal tray is going to kind of provide a little bit of respite from the heat to finish cooking that steak.
Those things are sorcery, by the way.
It's true.
Those trays, I don't understand how they work and how they cool so quickly and how you can put it in the microwave. I don't
They're
get
so
it.
versatile. You can do so much with them.
Okay, so here are our lobster tails.
Here comes okay, Jason, how long do these really need to take? Like, do you feel like most people tend to overcook lobster?
Yeah, I mean, you can see there's not a tremendous amount of flame in there. You want them to cook, at medium high heat, but you don't want this burning flame on them. So it's one of those things where, as you can see, they've got them split and they've got them butterflied, and they don't take very long, probably somewhere in the 10 to 12 minute range. But you always want to make sure before you enjoy the lobster tail that there's no translucent meat, that everything's opaque. And once it's ready, then dig in, because you're going to be up for a treat. It's really sweet and delicious meat you're going to
Look
get from
at that.
these North Atlantic lobster tails.
That is gorgeous. And that's the beauty part of the shell. Love this. We're going over to get a little bit more char on that meat itself, which I really love.
Yep.
I think it just adds a little bit of extra flavor. But you're using, it's basically nature's Texas tough, right? You're using the shell as its own foil
I like
to protect
that.
it during the cook. And then just giving it a kiss of flavor at the end with that quick sear on the nearly completely cooked meat.
Yeah, it does not take very long, and as you can see, you got the meat will come out of the shell just really nicely when you just put a fork into it. It'll peel right off the shell when you cook it, so it's really a good complement to that nice ribeye and strip that we saw earlier.
The one thing that I will say about the half split is that it is a better receptacle for a flavored butter or butter. 'Cause
yes.
you get this whole
It will
more
stay
butter
in the
in
shell.
there.
It will stay in the shell, so you're exactly right.
God, it's a real tough choice here as to which one is better. It's really tough.
I'm glad we got to see both.
Definitely.
Okay, so what do y'all say about giving away some more free stuff?
I mean, I like giving away free stuff.
Are you feeling generous?
Sure.
Again, Oprah, you get free stuff. I just want to do it, and I want to scream, everyone look under their chairs.
Everyone, look under your chairs right now.
Under your chairs right
There's
now.
Gum. Enjoy.
We chewed it up for you, so it's really easy to do. Okay, so we're gonna go to a former Dallas Cowboys player. I was told that it's always Cowboys, never Cowboy. They are the Dallas Cowboys.
Okay.
And it is Tony Casillas. Take it away, Tony.
Hey everyone, what's going on? This is Tony Casillas, two-time Super Bowl champion and college football Hall of Famer, and I am so happy to be part of HEB with the Grilling Open. And I'm going to show you what I got grilling right here. So come on over here. As you know, it's summertime, and I think I can be labeled sometimes as the grilling master, but here's what I got. Look at this. I got the New York strip steaks. I got salmon, so I got surf and turf, and then I got the vegetables. I think the biggest key for me is that for the vegetables, you got to start a little earlier than your meat, obviously, because it takes a lot longer for it to cook. And you want to tenderize it, because no one likes hard vegetables. So I got asparagus on here. Then I got this beautiful salmon. And as I mentioned, I got these steaks from HEB, and man, they look good. So what I do as far as spices, asparagus, when I say we, my wife, and we kind of cook together. We put garlic, and we put garlic, salt, and a lot of olive oil. Like I said, it softens it up a little bit, especially when in the grill. And then the salmon, I'm really proud of what I can do with salmon, because I know how to grill salmon. And so what I do is it's an oily fish, so it's easy not to overcook, and I kind of like that type of fish. Just depends on what you like. But I put a little, again, olive oil, garlic salt, and a little special spices that you can get, as I mentioned, HEB. And we got the big boy steaks, man. I love a lot of marbleization in my steaks. So what I do is I put salt and pepper, garlic, rub it with a little canola oil, and then let it set for about an hour. And that's pretty much all you have to do. And just let it sit here and simmer and just kind of enjoy being outside. And real quick, one thing before I say goodbye is I got a trivia question for you. In 2020, how many pounds of plastic did HEB recycle? A, was it 13 million? B, was it 10 million? Or C, was it 3 million? And here's how you answer. Just fill in the comments with your answer to what the question is, and you will win an HEB gift card. So here it is. Happy grilling to everyone, and like I said, man, enjoy the time. There's nothing like food being grilled out.
As a reminder, we have 5 minutes, or you guys have 5 minutes to drop that answer into the chat. And we'll come back and announce the winner after 5 minutes. So in the meantime, I say we go back to some more grill cam.
Let's go to the hot grill action.
Yeah.
It's hot grill summer, y'all.
Hot grill summer.
Fumble.
Fumble. Okay, so do you remember the 2 skewer method?
That would
feel like
absolutely been everything here. Although, oh no, good save though before that plastic melted.
Kept it all together.
Yep, we're good. Everyone good? We good?
Yeah.
We good.
We good.
Just take it. Oh, okay. That's, yep. No.
Was that a splinter maybe?
I don't know. I think it might have been. Either way, thanks for looking out. And that's the technique you want. You want the side grip straight down. That's what you're looking for. The kebabs are very tricky. Delicious, but they are tricky to grill. I guess you could double, but how do you double up through round? I mean,
see, the other thing to think is that maybe rounds are not the best kebabable cut.
Trying to make squares?
I would.
How do you make a zucchini square? Are you gonna cut it? You gonna actually like square it up?
Maybe not square, but I would cut bigger chunks.
Triangles?
Yeah, that could work. But I would do just thicker rounds and then skewer it through to the. How do I say that? I don't even know how to describe that.
I don't know, but there's a question for Jason in the chat, and the question is: someone is asking, when they grill seafood, should they be using wood, charcoal, or propane?
You know, I mean, we just saw a great example of charcoal and how that can work. I think you should do whatever's convenient for you. I always grill on a propane grill, and I have no problem with how the seafood turns out for me personally, especially when I'm using things. You can use so many different things on the grill, whether it's charcoal or there's propane, such as the cedar planks, such as grill sheets, whatever it makes you feel comfortable to help you have the best experience with your fish fillet. Try different techniques, but I don't find any problem with propane because a lot of times I'm looking for a quick solution to get seafood cooked for my family, and propane usually is the way to go. But certainly seeing that red snapper and the tuna coming off the grill, charcoal grill, is amazing in itself. So I'm happy to do it either way. Propane works for me.
Chef Charlotte, what about you while we're asking?
Charcoal or propane?
Charcoal, propane, or wood, I think was the question.
I think I would go charcoal. Gosh, I don't have a propane grill, so I have a charcoal grill, so we're gonna do charcoal all the way.
There you go. Lid goes on, just helps those veggies finish cooking through and kind of turns this into heat where it kind of comes up the sides over the top of the grill and back down. You get a bit more radiant heat there to help things finish cooking all the way through. Oh, we've had a bit of a blowout here.
It's all right.
It's okay. It's still delicious. And what you can do, if this ever happens to you, because it's happened to me, happens to the best of us, you grab them off the grill, you take the skewer out, and you make everyone think that you intended to serve them loose. And then no one knows.
I love it.
And everyone's a winner.
I love it.
It works every time. So this is the dream melon?
The dream melons.
What makes it dreamy? Do you know? Do we know?
I have no idea. Except for they taste like a dream.
They're super sweet, maybe?
Yeah. Sweet dream melons. Oh, like sweet dreams. Like, oh.
Jason's like, why am I here with you guys?
Because why not?
So interesting. This is interesting. You do want to start off with a melon that is a little bit sort of firmer to get a really nice finishing texture. And I would wrap a big piece of prosciutto around that.
I was going to say, bacon would also, yeah, it needs that salty balance.
Yep. A little something, something.
I would chop that up and make like a salsa. That'd go over that snapper quite well.
Yep. That actually would. Sort of a mango too, grilled mango salsa.
I think it does need a little bit of like a cucumber or something, because I think you're right. Those melons look really ripe.
I mean, the produce and seafood just go so well together, and what you're talking about, it sounds amazing, putting that on the snapper. There's so many like Caribbean recipes and different ways of being able to dress up the fish, but got me thinking about this one now.
I think it could be a real winner, honestly. I think the trick to all of it is you get the depth of flavor from the charcoal, the sweetness from the melon, that richness, but especially the snapper is like light and flaky. And then what I would do is a quick drizzle of some kind of citrus over the top, and then everything would kind of come to life. And just open up in front of you. Those pieces have held up really well. I really didn't think that they would do well on the grates. It's really tricky to deal with pieces that are cut that small on the grill. But I like that we're seeing it here, that it's sort of like, look, no matter how you cut it, you can make it work.
Can you buy different grill grates for a Weber grill? Or are they all just standard?
You can. I don't have a Weber at home. I have a different brand, but you can. There are third parties that make them to fit them. And there are lots of kettle shapes like this that, aren't Weber brand that are, the same thing. It's
kettle shape. I like.
The kettle. That's what we call a kettle grill. And you can get different surfaces for sure. You can do cast iron. I personally like stainless steel because then you never actually have to clean the grill, and you can get really aggressive with scraping it.
I like that.
I've had a grill like the one in the camera shot for 10 years, a Weber, just like that one. It's just, they do so well.
I love it. Okay, so it has been 5 minutes. I feel like we should check out our winner. Jess, do you want to do?
I would love to, Charlotte.
The honors. Okay, so
we had a question which was, how many pounds of plastic does HEB recycle annually? And the answer is 13 million pounds.
Wow.
That's pretty impressive. More impressive, our winner, who is watching us on Facebook, is Vicky Davidson. Congratulations, Vicky. You've won a $50 HEB gift card, all by just putting your guess in the comments. We do have more giveaways coming up, so if you didn't win this one, stay tuned. There's more opportunity.
Okay, so let's talk about that. So we just talked about sustainability. So that's 13 million pounds of plastic that's not going into landfills and oceans. I think that's fantastic.
It comes right back to the program,
I love
too.
It.
Yeah.
I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, our environmental affairs team just does a fantastic job of this program, and it's really a staggering number, and I know they're continuing to improve the initiatives around recycling, so it's just fantastic work they're doing.
Man.
Yeah, I reckon.
I'm trying to wrap my brain around what 13 million pounds of plastic actually looks like.
I think
it's a good
bottles.
thing.
Yeah,
that's a lot of.
It's a lot of these.
Right.
There's a program in place to take care of it, which matters.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And all that recycling is done here in the United States.
Nice.
So.
I also didn't know that.
I didn't know that either. They just keep me here for the meat. Jason's here with the facts. That's really what's going on here.
Got all the facts.
It's important. We're interested in that stuff.
I'm definitely interested in it. I'm sort of gonna tout that information out. I'm gonna tell people.
Yeah, it's okay. I know you asked before. I'm gonna take it back to the food because it's dinner time. I'm hungry. Sustainability is important, and I'm sure there's more ways that folks can find out about HEB sustainability programs. You were asked about your favorite shellfish, and I don't know that you ever answered us.
Well, I think I
Did you
kind of
say
did.
lobster?
I think I kind of did. We talked about lobster. We talked about Gulf shrimp. Those would
Okay.
certainly fall in that category.
Okay, that's
Um,
fine, Jason.
we-
That's fine.
We
Whatever.
have.
Skirt around the issue.
I guess what I wanted you to do, and this is where this is going, is I wanted to hear you say crab because grilled crab is so fantastic.
It is fantastic. We have a big assortment of crab, from king crab, Dungeness crab, snow crab. We have crab meat. So but a lot of great crab legs on the grill. And people don't even think about that.
I didn't
but,
think about that
um,
until just now.
Yeah. So I mean, our
Snow crab legs on the grill?
Right. So our crab, all of our crab in the store you see in the service counter is already cooked. They capture the crab, they harvest it, they cook it immediately upon capture. So all you need to do on the grill is just warm it back up and get it to where it gets to that temperature where you can enjoy it with some drawn butter, and it's amazing on the grill. But a lot of people don't think about grilling crab legs. It's certainly a great method.
And because they're so quick, because you're just reheating them,
That's
it's a great
right.
appetizer. So you get your coals rolling, you get your snow crab legs on, and then you're ready, and your grill is free and available while everyone's cracking crab and having a great time
love
to
it.
cook your mains.
I love
Exactly.
it.
That's great. That's a great.
You're
point.
welcome. That's free.
Thank you.
All right.
guys can just have
on that note, let's go see what's going on the wild card cam. More pie.
What? Oh, it is more pie.
Just one apple.
It might be. It might be. Okay, interestingly, so it's regular side up.
Yeah.
Not upside down as the last one was.
Skin side down.
Skin side down, that's right. I bet you a fish spatula would come in handy for flipping the pie too, honestly.
I think it would. We'll see
Really
what, we'll see
low
what they
heat here,
use. We'll see
too.
what they use. Maybe tongs.
Okay, so I want y'all to look at this grill setup, and this is a real great example of that indirect heat. At this point, the heat is all concentrated right in the center of that grill. There's a little bit of coals underneath that wood, but nothing off to the sides. So if you offset that pie a little bit to the side, you're gonna capture that flavor, but you're not gonna burn the base because it's not directly over the heat. And that's that magic of setting up your grill in a way that it can work for you.
Okay.
It's true. This is a real wild card.
It really is.
Jason, do you have any secret hidden desserts that you like to grill?
I tell you, we have a campfire apple cobbler in our stores that's in the pan that cooks up in like 20 minutes or less, and it's really good. So, but I mean, there's so many different desserts. I got a sweet tooth, admittedly, so I'm not partial to any one thing. I'll be happy with anything.
I can see that top right piece just waiting to drip
Yes.
right there. That's mesmerizing. This is what the Grilling Open is all about. It's about sitting here for 8 hours, watching food that you wish you could eat, and then being inspired to go to H-E-B, grab it, and grill it yourself.
Right?
Spatula.
Oh.
Yep.
You called it.
Just checking how we doing. Are we warm? Do want to make sure it's warm all the way through. And it will pick up a lot of smoke. Apples are really porous. I mean, even though these have already been cooked, you will get a lot of flavor out of them
Look
too.
at that.
And the pastry.
I'm seeing that drip. Oh, they changed
Did it
their
happen?
camera. No, they changed their camera angle.
It's so, I'm clenching because I don't want it to break. Oh, okay. Oh, unexpected. But see, they've got good color on the base there without it being overcooked, right?
Toasted, yeah.
Ooh, that apple pie filling is going to be absolutely molten.
This is perfect for 4th of July.
As
Apple
American
pie.
as.
There you go.
That's what I'm saying. And it's easy. So here's the thing. There are folks who really love getting really intricate on the grill and, spending all the time menu planning and prepping. And if you're one of those, that's great. I'm one of those too. But if you're one of those folks who wants to grill because it's the weekend to do so, but you don't want to spend all of your time driving yourself crazy with prep, go and pick up an apple pie from the bakery department. You don't have to bake your own buns. Go buy the buns. You can make it as complicated or as simple as you want to.
I agree. I mean, you could also just throw that pie on the grill in its pan and just warm it up that way.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that would nearly have been too obvious here.
Yes.
But one thing they did get by doing it this way is that bottom of the pie crust there has developed some deliciousness. Let's call it. Can we call it that?
I think so.
The wildcard cam's been a little bit outrageous today. You know,
Agreed.
I really wasn't expecting this.
I mean, we've had donuts and
Apple
cookies.
pie. So if you said to me grilled apple pie, what I would think is that someone grilled the apples and then put them in a pie. So this is really challenging my perspective here, which I appreciate. I think and this is in real time, because I reckon you'd only need a couple of minutes either side to warm it through, right? The real question is, will you be able to flip it right way up? Like, Jason, are you as nervous as I am about what's about to happen here?
Yeah, I am. I don't know. I think they're going to be able to keep it together. We'll see.
I have faith.
I'd be nervous if I were doing it. Let's put it that way.
I feel like a hush is settling over the crowd as we're watching it.
Anticipation.
It's true.
I do feel like they're drawing it out. Okay, here we go.
Oh, good correct by the camera guy. Good job, mate. Here we go. Oh, I feel like there's nervous hesitation. Oh, and release. How do we do?
Check the dismount.
Yep.
Right to the plate.
Oh, straight tens from the Romanian judge. Good job. Look at that. I am sorry I ever doubted you. That was impressive.
Oh, well, that one's not going to get the flip.
But it doesn't matter. That crust looks so crispy and delicious. It looks like a graham cracker. Delicious. While we're, okay, I think we can call the pie a success. Jason, obviously, sustainability is clearly something that is very important to you. And maybe we should talk about it a little bit more. Can you talk about your sustainability programs at HEB?
Yeah, we actually have some different brands in our seafood department that customers will see when they go to our seafood counter. So they'll see that we have an HEB Wild Caught program and an HEB Responsibly Raised program. And both programs really live into the spirit of the policy I talked about earlier, the FEAST acronym. We love our acronyms, but really talking about a lot of the things that we're doing with our suppliers to support these programs. The Wild Caught really is about traceability, knowing where everything's coming from. So everything is captured responsibly, legally, and we have full line of sight of where it's coming from. So customers can rest assured, because people want to know where things are coming from. They want trust in their food system. So this is one way of ensuring that. And then Responsibly Raised is really about taking some of the concerns around aquaculture and fish farming. Over half the world's seafood now is coming from aquaculture, from farming, and we need to have a sustainable and healthy farming industry to be able to support the wild caught industry as well, because if we don't have healthy farming, then we don't have enough wild fish either. So we have to have that balance I talked about earlier.
So it's a partnership. They really have to work together.
It really is, and that's why the Responsibly Raised is something that we're partnering with aquaculture companies, who are basically looking at the things we talked about, the animal welfare, the water quality, and the environmental impacts, and making sure they're minimal. So again, there's that balance to be able to bring the healthiest and most sustainable and delicious seafood to our customers.
I'm glad that you clarified that. People have a lot of questions about that, and it's a very confusing thing. And like you said, sustainability means something different to everyone. So that was very concise and very clear. I appreciate that.
Yep.
I think it was important. It's obviously something that's passionate, and that's the part of the HEB story as well. It's not. It's that you get great produce, but there's also gives you a great feeling behind it too.
Yeah, absolutely.
This might be the moment we've all been waiting for.
Sorry, I just saw it on the screen, and I'm reasonably excited.
I think we're gonna go check out the smoker cam.
Because, say it, Charlotte, say it. Say it.
I think we're gonna check on the brisket.
We're gonna check on the brisket.
He looks a little nervous.
I know, and he's making me nervous because it's like this grilling open has turned into the grilling anticipation open, honestly.
Wait a minute.
I feel like that's a pork belly, but that's okay because I don't mind looking at meat. Like, I can watch smokers all day long. I prefer to eat the stuff that comes off of them.
Yes.
But I get it. I get it. I think this is a pork belly.
I think they're teasing us, and this is a replay of pork belly.
It's a super slow-mo pork belly.
I feel like what a letdown. Just kidding. This is beautiful. I love this, but I really was hoping it was the brisket, and I feel like they're gonna wait till the very end.
I think we're kind of running through what we've already done today. We're taking stock, if you will.
Okay.
There's been a lot of grilling. There's been a lot of great meals. We're at dinner time. I know you're hungry.
I'm just a little, yep.
Charlotte's been on air since 8 o'clock, so she's delirious, but that's okay.
It's like the dance-a-thon, you know, where like the two people are just like leaning against each other.
It's kind of swaying ever so slightly. I think that's what's actually happening here. But, I mean, it still looks good, and I would still eat it.
Yes.
To be honest.
Looks amazing.
It does. And, I mean, I feel like most people know. Here it is. Thanks for waiting. Are we wrapping? Look how much it's...
Wow.
I think this might be a different brisket, and that's fine. And now we're doing the tight wrap. I was about to say, look how much it shrunk, but I'm pretty sure that's a different brisket. And we're doing the wrap with that part. And I'm guessing we're about to enter the rest stage.
Ooh. And so how long would we rest?
I can rest yeah, that's right. So I would rest a brisket for, 2 to 3 hours, honestly. It's really crucial to letting everything chill out. And don't forget, if you've cooked hot and fast, some people cook at 275, 300, you were gonna get some residual heat in there, especially if you rest in a cooler. It looks like in this case, we've gone back to the grill. So this may be what we were talking about earlier with John in terms of that stall, that brisket stall that happens, and the easiest way to push that meat past that stall temperature of 175 is to wrap it and get it back on that grill. The reason that we use the butcher paper is because it's gonna help preserve that bark. And the pink paper, it really is just unbleached. It's kind of a classic, unwaxed, unbleached, uncoated, really is butcher paper. And here's a fun fact. Do you know why they even started knowing that they could use butcher paper in barbecue?
No.
Because the whole history of Texas barbecue runs back to Texas meat markets. That's why they sell it by the pound. That's why most of the sides are things that you used to be able to get in a market, like jar of pickles and a little bit of white bread. So because that's the history, and because these butcher shops would have butcher paper, they used what they had. And we figured out in some cases it was even better.
That made me so happy.
Isn't that sweet?
That made me so happy.
There's some really neat
I love
history.
that you know that.
The history
I
of
love
Texas
that-
barbecue is really, really interesting.
It is really interesting.
Yeah.
I love that. I love that
Surrounded
you
by
know
so
it.
much knowledge here. I'm just taking it all in.
Same. All day long. So many brilliant people, so many knowledgeable people. I love it.
It's been so fun. It really has been, and we've learned a ton, honestly.
We stand on the shoulders of giants, for sure. Y'all want to give away some more stuff?
I don't know. It's up to Jason, really.
Jason?
Yes, let's do this.
Okay.
All right. I think we shall head out to Christy Carlson Romano to do a little grilling thing and hit us up with a trivia question.
Texans, it's Christy Carlson Romano, and I'm about to bring you my family's amazing rib recipe brought to you by products from H-E-B. Shout out to H-E-B's caffeine water, because without it, Mama is sleeping. Like, can't even open my eyes. So I have two beautiful racks of baby back ribs right here, H-E-B. They have no antibiotics, they're primo quality. I'm very excited to put my very secret rub on them and get started with the grilling process. So you're gonna wanna make sure you get both sides. So you might be wondering why I'm holding this squirt bottle. It's because I frequently baste my ribs with this mixture. It's Honeycrisp apple cider and rum. I'm gonna throw them bone side down. Okay, it's been another 30 minutes. There's an hour and a half to go. I'm so hungry right now. I got H-E-B's Tex-Mex queso with brisket. This is gonna be so good. I just throw it on the grill for 10 minutes and then it's done. Ooh, that's gonna be good. Our brisket queso is ready and I am so excited because we have a little bit more time on the ribs and I want a snack. That is gorgeous. Queso is one of the reasons I moved to Texas. I've got some Texas brewed tea here, and also some very tasty lemonade from H-E-B made with real lemons. I'm gonna make myself a little Arnold Palmer. I can't say that correctly. It's all right, I can drink it though. Oh my goodness. Let's go get some queso. This is the best snack ever. I absolutely love their chips, and this queso is gonna blow my mind. Now this is what you gotta do when you're waiting for your ribs. I have a trivia question for you. How many pounds of food did H-E-B donate to food banks in 2020? Was it A, 41 million, B, 23 million, or C, 35 million? Ooh, look at those beauties. Now I am going to eat. Oh my God. Oh. Oh.
All right. So remember,
we're back.
We're back. We are back.
Back. Hey Charlotte, we're back.
We're
you
back.
have 5 minutes. She's been here since 8. Give her a break.
A little punchy. I've been here since 6:30.
Sorry, you've been on air since 8.
There we go.
You've been awake since yesterday.
Just browse.
You have 5 minutes to enter your guess to the question in the chat, and then we'll be announcing a winner.
Yes.
And all these questions have been really interesting. I have learned a lot. In fact, I did also like her little like combo of sweet tea lemonade. I thought that was a really nice grilling drink.
It is.
I have to say, good for her. And the prize for this particular question is going to be a kitchen and table pot and pan
There
set.
it is.
It's true. That really happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like a little sweet tea vodka.
Yeah.
And some lemonade.
I would like that right now, let's be honest. I think we're about to head to a workout video and show the team how they train for the grilling event.
This training video.
Mm-hmm.
I think my favorite part of the training video is the tong. Like the
quick draw tong?
Quick draw tong. That's,
yeah.
Oh.
That's important. It's
Remember
important.
when I did this for 12 hours? I don't know how people do this.
I know, but do you know what I want to do? One time when we come back from one of these things, I really want to breathe with a welcome back to HEB's Grilling Open. With me today, Jason and Charlotte. How are y'all doing? I just want to do that.
We know how she's doing.
Is that happening?
Oh, I'm doing it, yeah.
The thing is, I am really impressed with this entire event because grilling is so important to the state of Texas.
It is.
HEB is so important to the state of Texas. And if anyone was going to do it, it should have been you guys. So way to hang in there, Charlotte.
Thanks so much. And I really couldn't have done this without you. Thanks for being my co-host.
You got it.
Jason Driscoll, thank you so much. I think at this point we should...
I think we got a couple minutes. I hope you entered your question.
Yeah.
You still have a couple of minutes to do that, to go ahead, whether you're watching us on YouTube or whether you're watching us on Facebook. We're here for you. You can take a guess. And the question again is, how many pounds of food did HEB donate to local food banks in 2020? That was the question. Do you have any feelings about that or guesses about that?
I couldn't even begin to guess how many pounds, but I could tell you it was a lot.
A lot. It was a lot?
A lot.
It was a lot. And again, I just watch us here with you and I doing this and Jason being ever so silent in the middle. And he really is the rose amongst the thorns here today. So I'm sorry that you're going to go deaf in both ears now.
I feel a little bit like she's apologizing on my behalf, and I'm not even mad.
I'm not. I did it for both of us. We're just chatty Cathys, and Jason's here like...
I couldn't wait to get down here. Y'all were having so much fun. I had to join in.
It is pretty fun. It is pretty fun.
We're glad you were here.
Let's go ahead and announce the winner. And the winner is receiving a kitchen and table...
pot and pan set, I'm pretty sure.
And that's pretty awesome.
Yeah. I think Jason should do this.
All right, Jason.
Are you up for it?
Sure.
All right, hit us.
So congrats to Jesse. Jesse, am I saying that right?
Jaceel, maybe?
Jaceel, thank you. Jaceel M. Watching on YouTube.
And
so
the
congrats.
answer?
The answer. And what she answered was the correct answer, and that's 41 million pounds that was donated to the local
donated in
food bank.
2020.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I want
awesome.
to thank you so much for coming out. I've been calling you Driscoll just because I like Driscoll. JD, do people call you JD?
I get that, yep.
He seems really into it too, Charlotte. Good job.
EPJD, so glad you came.
This was really fun.
Yes, you were lots of fun. You are a really good sport, and you have lots of information about where seafood comes from, the best types of seafood, and how to cook it. And I'm very glad you were here.
No, it's been a great hour, and I've learned a lot, and but I've certainly enjoyed the time, and y'all are rock stars. Y'all been doing this all day long, so keep it up.
Thanks so much.
We'll try our best. We will see what we can do for sure. And I learned a lot about HEB sustainability programs. I knew it was important, but I didn't know that it ran that deep, so that was really important. So we're going to be right back in just a little bit.
The dream team is back.
Wow.
Hour.
Wow, that was energy.
1 hour left. You know what I had? I got tased, but not using my taser. I tased myself using these. I'm going to pass along to my friend Charlotte, who's been here
I'm gonna
12
eat
hours.
on camera.
Jess Pryles, superstar chef, hardcore carnivore, has been here for 6 hours. And I'll break that down to you. We started this whole venture, our first ever HB grilling event at 8 a.m. We lit up the grills, we did our thing. Jess showed up, she got on here, and she's been here ever since. How much have you learned
a lot
in your time here with all these fantastic, number one, just guests, our fantastic HEB VIPs who are here, just all this great stuff. How much have you, what have you soaked up from your time
Heaps. I've learned a lot about HEB. I learned a lot about HEB's seafood department sustainability. Interested to see like just how intense the beef procurement team's job is. And on another note, I learned that you can successfully grill apple pie on both sides. So there you go.
I think we showed pretty much anything
Sharing
you can
is
and can't
caring.
do on the grill. We've had the, to recap, if you are just now joining us in our final hour, welcome. I have not had to break out the taser. I'm giving Charlotte a break. Both
just
her
all
and Jess
eating
are
now.
now doing the dark chocolate covered espresso
Coffee beans.
We're doing the coffee beans.
Great
for the
idea at
last-
7 o'clock at night.
I feel like this is the part of like, what is it, the Today Show with Kathy Lee and Hoda where they drink the Chardonnay in the morning.
Oh, is that
I feel
right?
like we're at that point in the show. We're like, Chardonnay for
One more
everyone.
surprise, ladies. I don't think that was a big fake out. We've done so much in this this almost 12 hour. We're in our last and final hour. If you're just now joining us, the good news is if you're just now joining us, you've missed a lot, but you haven't missed everything. Jess Pryles, Hardcore Carnivore, she's here. We have a lot of stuff. Chef Charlotte, myself, we're here. We have
Do you
a
know
lot
what
of
the best
content
part
left.
is?
What's the best
The
part?
best part is what they're about to see.
If we don't see this brisket soon, I'm just gonna walk off.
So if we can just tee
I
up.
waited 12 hours for
Tee
the
up the
brisket.
brisket.
I'm ready
She's
for
gonna
it.
table flip and get out of here.
I'm gonna Hulk out and just.
We've done a lot of teasing. We talked a lot about, obviously, today's event has been sponsored by HEB Texas Tough. We've talked about butcher paper. I think they can't hear any more about butcher paper without actually seeing the finished product, which is our brisket. And then the judge how exactly it looks. I'm excited to get Chef Jess's insight on when they cut it, how they do, what it looks like, because we wrapped it, right? We didn't wrap it in foil. We wrapped it in
They wrapped it in the butcher's paper, in the porous butcher's paper.
You know what I love about that is I love like the food anthropology, right? So I love learning that Texas barbecue started in Texas butcheries, Texas meat markets, and that's where like the birth of the butcher paper. I love that.
All right, and now
I love it.
it's time for the brisket. Here we go.
After
Please
these ads, don't tease me anymore with this. And it's an ad. Okay, here we go.
Hey, you know Favor's part of HEB, right?
Yes.
Did you know that means Favor can deliver HEB beer and wine in under an hour with no delivery fee?
No.
Did you know I'm about to ghost Melissa, then propose to Amy right before my ex-girlfriend Amanda resurfaces?
I think we should favor some wine.
Now you get it. HEB and Favor. Together we bring the best to your door. Get free 1 hour delivery on HEB beer and wine.
It isn't Taco Tuesday without the freshest tortillas. That's why HEB bakes tortillas fresh in store. Your kids won't eat tacos on Tuesday or any day without their favorite toppings. Good thing HEB has it all, including guacamole made fresh in store. It's been a really long week, and it's still only Tuesday. That's why HEB does all the shopping for you, so you can just pick it up with free curbside. No store does more to bring the best to your door. Shop the app or online and pick up curbside free at HEB.
We're back in a big old psych. We're going to some other stuff. Brisket's not quite done yet. Here we go.
That's tuna.
You can't rush brisket, y'all. You know this. Is this the tuna?
This is from my homie, Jason.
Oh,
Jason,
yeah.
I hope you're watching and you can see that tuna steak.
Yep.
If I may, I don't know if you guys realized, I heard a fun fact about Jason Driscoll, and the fact that he's not on camera anymore, I'm gonna go ahead and say it. You guys were sitting in between a karaoke legend.
No.
Absolute bona fide karaoke legend, Jason Driscoll. I did not know that. Apparently, he's the guy that when you go to a karaoke
legend,
bar,
huh?
he lights the whole place on fire.
And what do you think is his? What is his go-to song? You think?
I'm so upset that we won't have the answer to that question now. That's
That'll be the next time we get to sit down.
extremely
We'll ask him
frustrating.
what his go-to song is. We'll ask him. Love you, Jason. I love that you were here. I love the tuna.
I have to say about that tuna, that is a great example of an easy, healthy, quick weeknight meal where you can use your grill. I mean, using a grill is delicious no matter what you do, but I like to balance like what I call sometimes foods with leaner foods.
There we
so
go.
you can grill all week long, and that tuna looks spectacular.
How about that?
How about that ribeye?
Nicely cooked.
Yeah.
What's
You know when
dinner
you want
time?
to reach through the screen?
Yep.
That's me right now.
Just want a piece.
Because that chow looks so good, and it's so funny. I love when they get that shape, that kind of weird shape, because it means that it was under the right amount of heat, and it kind of sprung apart from itself.
Okay.
Doesn't hold together anymore.
Yeah, but look at that char, my goodness.
I mean, we've gone through, look, folks, in 12 hours we've been here. They've been grilling. We grilled everything from breakfast. We had eggs, we had bagels, we ran the gamut. And if you were cooking along with us, we would love to hear that in the chat. If you've done everything that we've done or kept up, number one, you have to have favor on speed dial to keep up with the way these guys outside are grilling. But the amount of stuff we're doing, and now it's dinner time, and we're finishing out with ribeye. We got the tuna steaks.
I would eat that whole plate right now.
Really?
Yeah, 3/4.
I'd put on a salad, wrap it in tortillas.
Who has time for salad right now, Charlotte?
They
I'm
sell it
starving.
in bags. They sell it in bags.
That's
you
true.
can literally buy it in a
That's
bag.
true. I do like HEB Caesar kit. I will say that. And they've got a pickle Caesar kit now.
That's a fish spat right there. Do you see that fish spat?
Yeah. You could be Australian because you're shortening your words now. The fish spat.
Fish spat.
Love it.
So what
Just
you didn't
like
hear
that little bit
earlier-
of lemon. Yeah.
Simple, right? Keep it simple.
Yeah.
So earlier, Charlotte, when you were outside, I was doing all the dishes. You were outside.
Yeah.
I think you were in your trailer. Jess was talking about how she wants to do a steak sandwich, but it was two pieces of meat sandwiched between, or a piece of meat on the top, piece of meat on the bottom, and some leaner or softer piece of meat in the center for an absolute full-on.
Meat is the bun.
Yeah.
Do y'all remember the KFC?
Double down.
Yes,
What?
the double down.
I've never heard of it.
We were meant to do this together.
Yeah.
So it is 2 pieces of fried chicken
as the bun.
And then stuff in the middle, cheese and
Here are your strip steaks, lady.
I love
Oh,
them.
that's cooked perfectly.
Add on a
That's
Caesar
really
salad.
lovely.
So you have a master's in meat science.
I have a graduate certificate in meat science.
Okay.
Yes. I didn't even know, most people don't even know that you can go to school to do meat science, and I would hazard to guess that most of your meat department, like the guys and ladies who sit at the pointy end, have meat science degrees,
Okay.
and that's super neat. There's a lot of Texas universities that specialize in those too.
Yeah.
Which is
It's a great, I mean, the wealth of, I mean, you said it, the wealth of knowledge that our, and obviously,
Mushrooms?
meat market partners, seafood partners have is incredibly vast. Look at that, a little mushroom in the middle. It's not really a salad, Charlotte, but will that work?
That will work.
Oh, can you imagine how much umami is on that plate right now? All of it.
Yep, it's just
all of
a
it.
straight hit to the brain of all of that umami.
Center of the plate. Oh, here we go, Meal Simple. So again, now, if you're just watching this and you're shopping at HEB, walking around, please don't bump into anything or anyone, number one. Number two, watch where you're going. Number three, go to the Meal Simple case and you can get a fantastic ribeye with potatoes and really throw it on your grill. It all goes together. It's like the easiest thing in the world.
Look at
So
the
if you're,
pans.
if you're running late,
Right?
we got you.
The jus.
The jus.
The jus.
That's
These are really, really good.
awesome. This should be called the drool cam, not the plating cam.
All right, I can go for that. Yep.
That there's so beef tallow, which is a fancy name of beef fat, is so good on potatoes.
It's the perfect thing to fry a French fry.
Okay, do you remember the McDonald's fries of your childhood?
Well,
Yeah, beef
yes.
tallow. Yeah.
That's why they taste so good.
Oh, look, we got a little greenery going on there.
I'm convinced that was what was in Hostess products back in the 80s,
Yeah.
early 90s, before
That'll
they
do it.
changed the entire recipe. It was all that good.
That'll do it.
Some kind of beef tallow or duck fat or something that made that really, really good.
What is the retail on that Meal Simple steak and potatoes?
Reasonable.
Reasonable. Great answer.
Yeah.
I'll say worth it. Worth every penny. It's a ribeye steak and some fantastic little baby.
And I'm going to say it again in case you missed it earlier. You grill up that eggplant and then you throw it in a blender and you make yourself some grilled eggplant dip.
So Tompkins made that last
garlic,
week
and
in
lemon
one of our
juice.
virtual cooking classes. He did a
Delish.
baba ganoush.
It should be charred. There's a little water.
Ooh, with that basil and some balsamic reduction.
You know how I really like the idea of that watermelon, grilled watermelon, but I get a little offended when people say it's like a vegetarian steak because I feel like that's offensive to steak and how good steak
It's
is.
fruit. It is fruit of the day. I think what you're kind of seeing here, what you're going to see in the last hours, literally like the 4th of July, which is literally right around the corner. It's that fireworks extravaganza. All the leftover fireworks we didn't get to pop off is now everything is going into this last and final hour. So it's a
Great
smorgasbord of all the great like things that we're like, hey, we didn't get to plate these. This has been sitting here for a while. Let's throw this out. Let's show everybody what they can have tonight.
Are we gonna make a little grilled veggie salad, a little mixed?
You did say earlier
Caponata
There we go.
situation.
you like them to be room temp or
I
cool
do.
off, and then you just chop them all up, add a little citrus.
A little feta.
Is it a grilled ratatouille at this stage?
Ish, yeah.
Ish, sort
Yeah.
of?
Oh, look at that. Oh, now they're
Oh,
just
the
showing.
double.
I recognize that guy's haircut.
Yeah.
He would use two
He
knives.
would use two knives. Some Wolverine over here.
It's a great trick if you can master it because, man, I'll tell you what, it makes quick work of chopping up veggies.
I mean, it also looks like Lucky Charms, but whatever. All different shapes and sizes.
Oh.
That was the right vessel, the right chop for it.
You know what? I like it. It's cool. It has a cool factor.
That's cool. Hey guys, you only have 45 minutes to not kill each other. Stick with it. It's happening. And you know, I love that the brisket is the crown jewel of this whole event.
It really
I feel
Same.
that that's important
final.
because let's be honest, we're just tolerating bell peppers right now, aren't we?
And you did say it. It's like you can't rush. You can't rush it. If it's not done, it's not done. You know, we got to make sure it was a big brisket.
It's there's that ribeye and the lobster, the tomahawk ribeye. Oh my gosh!
There's
it's
even
more
grilled
butter.
shrimp.
That's a pretty good. I mean, like, Jess, honestly, in your opinion, if you went to a 4th of July party and this is what was on the table, that's not a bad way to spend your evening.
I'd be
right?
like, I'm coming back next year
Right?
too. If I go to someone's party and they're serving me tomahawk and lobster,
And shrimp
I'm becoming
skewers.
friends with that person even more than I currently
I'm
am.
filling up my bag, y'all.
Yeah. She's lining it with a little trash liner and just
Lobster go.
scooping everything in.
Why does Charlotte's purse smell like lobster?
I'd just be like, shh, don't see this.
I think I'm gonna make a call. I think I prefer the split than the butterfly.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think? It's the butter catch for me.
I agree.
Yeah.
I kind of
easy
think
to
that
do.
butterfly is that like old school steakhouse look.
Yeah, maybe so. Also, I have that basting brush from H-E-B, and I love that it's a little wider than most basting brushes are.
You know, I tried to use one of those silicone basting brushes. I bought one of those. Not a fan.
They're a little tougher.
But it's good for sauce, but not for butter.
Look at those chunky, chunky fries. I mean, is it a fry or is it a wedge? At what point does a wedge become a fry?
Yeah, right? It's
These are the
basically
existential
quarter-
questions.
quarter
Is that
potato.
is that a burger
Guacamole.
or is that a Beyond Burger?
No.
But it's got the guac and the pico on there, value added. Found those in our produce department. The guac is
Ooh, we're gonna cut it.
not screwing around
Let's
with that
we're
guac.
gonna find out when they cut it because we'll know.
All right.
Love it. Boom.
Yup.
Look at that.
Okay. All right. I still am going to press you guys and ask you, when does a wedge become just a chunky fry?
I think, if I'm being honest, and it's the last hour, so I have no choice but to be honest, wedges have no room on my plate. Skinny fries or just potato chips. I'll take that. I don't want to do the wedge fries. I'd rather have a baked potato if we're doing wedge.
Okay.
No?
A potato,
Is a
any which
potato-
way
is
it
a
comes,
potato?
is acceptable to me.
All right. I'm going to ask you guys one more
Higher
pretty quick and important question here. Fries or tots?
Tots.
Ooh, boom!
Can I have both pushed
Half and
together,
half?
just smaller portions? If if I can do
I
that.
mean, why would you
Choose.
limit your
I don't
portions?
wanna
Why
have
would
to
you not
choose.
say I'll just have both?
I think if you had to choose, I'm like, if I just have some of column A and some of column B, maybe it'll make it better. Okay, so we are in we have the last 45 minutes of a literal 12-hour grilling extravaganza. It's been crazy. The chefs outside are tired. They're hydrating like crazy, though.
Good
The
for
sun
them.
has gone to a place where it's a little cooler outside. We have some questions for you, though, Chef Jess. Hardcore Carnivore. If you've not been to her website, Hardcore Carnivore, she's got so much great swag. I can't wait to get my swag. But what is your favorite, out of all the things you've seen, we want to know, number one, what's your favorite thing to grill, which I think I know. You may have answered that already. And what else, what have you loved seeing? Like, what is, when you go home and you're driving home, you're like, I can't believe they did X. Like, was there any of those moments for you today throughout this 12-hour stretch of grilling?
I think for me, steak, and I'm not fussy about what kind of steak.
Okay.
I think a grilled steak is where it's at for me. I did feel like emotionally connected to those ribeyes.
Yep.
You know?
I could feel that.
It was very visceral.
Yeah.
It was a real
Good.
emotional experience, and I really want to eat one right now. So I feel terrible for those chefs out there who have been out in the hot all day, and we've been in the AC.
Coffee bean instead.
I will also have a coffee bean, and that will be a thing. But I think that would be my favorite thing. Out of what I've seen today, I honestly, the pies there were multiple things today that surprised me that I were convinced.
He's like, it's not going to work.
It's going to fall apart. They're not going to be able to flip it. That snapper.
I couldn't believe it.
Right?
And he
like,
was
what's
just,
the secret?
Yeah.
So that snapper, I was
The freshness
sure
of the fish for sure.
was that's probably has a lot to do with it, and some spray. But
The pie was interesting. Yeah, I was with you. There's those times and I was like, this is
Yeah.
going to fall apart. It's going to be kind of a disaster. But everything held. The apple pie.
it's true. I was very impressed. I was very impressed, and I learned a lot, honestly. I did. I learned not to fear, not to be held back by my own misconceptions.
Okay, I have one quick question. You talked about this in the very beginning when you were here. You said, I don't always need steak, but I always end up with steak. If you buy it, do you cook it, or do you ever throw it in the freezer, or do you just throw it in the back of the fridge and let it sort of dry age?
A little of both. I know we're about to go to a recap
Yep. Yeah.
of what we've seen on the meat cam, which I'm super excited about. Maybe we can kind of talk about that over the top.
She's absolutely right. Jess is right. If you've missed what's happening, a little recap of what you may have missed in the heat of the day while you were working. We've been here 12 hours. I almost said 16, but that's just a delirium talking. 12 hours of what happened. Obviously, we fired up our grills, Jess, and we just went to town. This is the recap.
So sometimes,
Fantastic meat cam.
to answer your question, Charlotte, sometimes if the meat looks good enough and there's a special price, like I will buy it to freeze it.
Okay.
There's nothing wrong with that, but most of the time, I do love cooking fresh meat.
Got it.
And that's one really nice thing about the HEB's meat market. So I'll usually just, say like, oh, hey, husband, you're having like 4 types of steak tonight. Enjoy. Deal with it.
And he's like,
I don't think
okay.
that's okay.
And he's like, that's why we'll be married forever. So it's fine.
I love it.
It's super cute.
Food really does bring
So
people
this is
together.
This is early
I
morning,
was at
right?
home watching this while
Yep.
you guys were in the studio here. I remember seeing that bacon on that griddle.
Early morning, the good stuff.
We got some pork chops, some breakfast pork. Who doesn't love breakfast pork?
I love it.
I mean, it's so when you talk about like favorite things to have for breakfast, I mean, you may have missed that, but is there, as we're recapping all this and showing you what you can do on the grill for breakfast, what's a go-to for a breakfast meat for you? Is it just bacon? Are you doing like a double? We saw a burger on here. I mean, it doesn't have to be traditional, right?
Right, and I mean, let's not look past steak and eggs as well. But John talked about, or I think it might have been Steve, I can't remember which one of them was cooking a brisket this weekend, but the importance of making sure that there are leftovers.
Yes.
And brisket in a skillet in the morning, either with a hash or with eggs, there's so much fat still in there that's gonna fry those eggs too. So that's a real win in my book.
Cinnamon burgers.
Cast iron pan, you do your bacon, you render some fat, then you cook something else in that bacon, you finish with your eggs, like you get everything in that, like building that, layering that flavor, all those great.
And at that point, you're just honoring the pig, let's be honest.
Yeah,
You're
true.
getting the most out of it. It's important. It is important. Ooh, there's that cedar plank too.
That came out really well. That's the Just Right Bagel Spice, HEB Just Right Bagel Spice. So you're looking at it going, wow, there's a lot of seasoning on there. Literally 1 jar. Just
This
Right
was
Bagel
fun.
Spice.
The chicken and waffle.
Gotta have that, right? The waffle action. Great grill marks on that.
Did we do any condiments? Did we do a sort of honey? I love a honey and a hot sauce at the same time on chicken and waffle.
I think they did a little syrup, but yeah, you're right. There was a lot of people commenting on, hey, like I love some spicy honey or something like that, like to kind of complement. Maybe little candied jalapenos on there.
Oh, in with the bare things. What's going on here?
Just a little tappy.
Just a
I'm
little
gonna press it, right?
testy.
Pressing very bad, right? If you've taken anything away from today's 12 hours of grilling at our HEB Grilling Open, it's what do you not do? Don't flip your burger
squish your
and
meat.
press.
And press it. Why?
Press it.
Yeah.
Don't do it. Resist the urge.
You are literally pressing the juiciness out of it.
Yes.
Just let the burger be, right?
There's such a primal feeling when you see like meat and smoke and fire together.
Ooh, the quarters, the leg quarters. I forgot about that. That's
some
also,
really good
I could eat those all day long, all day, every day.
Marinated?
Those are
those
the
are
Simply
the seasoned.
Simply
fully
seasoned.
Yep.
Hey, there you
Market
go.
season.
I'm a chicken leg quarter gal.
I just love to be able to, I love the dark, I'm a huge dark chicken meat fan. I love
Thighs and legs over
legs.
here,
There's
thighs and
so much
legs.
more flavor to them for me.
There you go. And the poppers, millions and millions of hand wrap poppers.
Miles. and
Miles.
And this
HEB
is-
Meat Tierra fajitas.
The marinated, this is the inside skirt with the tumble marination.
Really liked the commentary that you guys made during this. I was sitting in the back watching. I also really liked how the chef is like throwing this meat around.
Violent on
It
the...
was. I was like, that's barbaric.
I do like the fact, though.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was satisfying.
But we were kind of worried. Like, I mean, Jess, you said you're like, really? You're like, it's interesting. You got a plancha for this, for the fajitas, but it
Right,
made
right.
sense. We were like, all right, so hey, it catches the drip. So
Yeah,
maybe
and
not
you're
a bad
cooking
call.
in the marinade. It made a lot of sense in the end.
Like it.
Sometimes you just got to give things time and they just make sense.
It's true.
And I also really like sausages like that with that sort of crisp char
Oh,
to them.
there's your.
Definitely a showstopper today. You
This
missed that one.
that's one of the best looking tomahawks I've seen, period.
Heavy that is. You see the
You know where we
grill
got
shape?
that?
Where did you get that?
HEB Meat Market.
Did you? Bet you did. The nice part about a ribeye as well is because you do have those extra sort of fat seams, you get that great char.
I mean, look, and I love her standing up on the bone to kind of finish cooking. I mean, look, on 4th of July is coming up. The bone-in, it's a 2-inch thick cut, bone-in tomahawk steak. I mean, it's like you can't go wrong.
First
for 4th of
off,
July.
that's like a $50 steak. That is a solid flex, right?
Yeah,
That is-
and you can share it, let's be
For
honest.
sure, yes.
If you feel like it. If you don't, that's fine too.
But that's a steak I'm gonna buy for someone I really love.
But, you know, the other thing that I learned today, which I kind of knew, but I learned even more, is that you can go into your meat market and ask them to be like, you know what? I want a 1.5-inch thick steak. Can you make this happen? And they have the certified meat cutters and they can make it happen. So as long as you give them a little bit of notice and there's plenty of time still for this weekend, you can get exactly what you want.
Love it.
Yep, I reckon. Ooh, and the flip.
And the flip.
Flippy.
All right, so as we're coming back in the studio from outside, so many great things have happened. Like we did all day long, we've had celebrity guests, Jess included. There's celebrity guests that have been not with us, that have been cooking from their own homes, doing what they're doing. They're grilling with us. They're in for the long haul, 12-hour day. We have a couple more of our celebrity guests grilling along. So we're gonna go now live to Whitney Mercilus, Texans player, who is going to be grilling up. We're going to see what he's doing. He's also got another trivia question because we're not done giving stuff away.
Giving stuff away.
Right here. Check this out.
Hi, I'm Whitney Mercilus with the Houston Texans. Just over here, just flipping some HEB burgers. How many half-gallon cartons of HEB Utopia does HEB produce an hour?
Did you see those moves in the end? Did you see that?
I love what Whitney Merciless just did. Look at this. This guy is like dedicated. He's out here with us to the bitter end. He's out there grilling like under a flashlight. Like the poor guy, he's like, dude, but he's doing it. And I love that. Love you, Whitney, for doing that. So you have about 5 minutes. Jot your answer down in the chat. And Jess and Charlotte are going to tell you who won and what you won again.
You're going to win an air fryer.
Air fryer?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
It's like the appliance of 2021. 2020, 2021.
2020.
I think you'd rather be the appliance of 2021.
Right now, we are going to go to more stuff. If you missed out in our 12-hour grilling extravaganza, do not worry. We have you covered. We're going to go right now to some of the best of our recap of what happened on the produce grill. Produce cam.
Here we go. Oh,
Salsa.
I missed this, and I'm sad because it looked delicious. And I love it. And the more charred, the better, right?
Tompkins feels the same way. You two are in the same camp on that.
Yep,
That's important.
100%. We're aligned.
You know, the other thing that you can do, super easy, literally one simple swap out is swap the tomatoes for tomatillos, and you have verde instead of rojo.
Love it. Tompkins said, you two are just on the same,
literally.
are vibing on that. He said the exact same
sharing
thing.
the same.
Crazy.
We're on the same wavelength, same stream of thought right now.
And did we just become best friends?
We did.
Wow.
Sorry, Charlotte. We're now, this is late day best friends. You guys were early morning best friends. And now
We can all be
we're
friends.
late day.
You know,
This is how things
there's
progress.
room in my heart for everyone to share.
Well,
this pepper's got nice and charred.
Yeah, and the thing is, if you're looking maybe to actually use those in another recipe, that's a great way to get those skins off really easily, right?
Oh, yeah.
I like that
Peaches.
charred skin on the bell pepper.
I do too.
I really do too. And the honest answer is like what a lot of people considered to be charred or burnt. I love crispy edges like that.
Same.
Down.
Yes.
Two of my go-tos that I love to do.
We just became best friends
Produce on the
now.
grill. Just back to being best friends. We're just flip-flopping. On the produce cam, I love to do whole Brussels sprouts, just burned to a crisp. And I love a good cauliflower.
yeah.
Cut into steaks and just burned as well.
Cruciferous veg does well on the grill.
That was burned up.
This is a pineapple moment. I would just dip the whole thing in brown sugar.
Oh my gosh,
and then
right?
put it on the grill.
Yeah.
And you know what, Charlotte, I know how much you love a blowtorch in the kitchen. And I've done that too.
Brown sugar coated torch.
Brown sugar coated torch pineapple,
Great
stuck a
technique.
skewer in it, put it in a mezcal situation. It was good. Yeah, it was good. Charlotte's speechless right now. That's fine. We can talk about the mango.
Well, mezcal has got that beautiful smoke note to it, so
That's
that
what I'm
brown sugar and that
saying.
pineapple.
Yes, it just works.
I'm so thirsty.
Literally, nearly every vegetable or fruit, rather, that I have watched being grilled, I have yet to think of one that wouldn't go in a margarita.
Yeah, I agree. No, there's some great ones. Some great. Or you said earlier you had a great. What was the margarita you said you wanted? Spicy. It was like charred something.
I like a charred pineapple,
Yeah.
and you can do it with the brown sugar. I've done a charred pink grapefruit margaritas. You could do a mango
Are
margarita.
these frozen or on the rocks? Or
They're frozen at that stage
Blend them.
because you just want to blend them, and then you get the actual fruit pieces in there, and it's lovely.
How do you I think because of Texas, we think of prickly pear. How do you weigh on the prickly pear? You like prickly pear and like
Yes.
margaritas? Are you a fan of the?
I do. I actually go to a friend's ranch once a year and harvest the prickly pears, so we make enough syrup to kind of get us through. And I love doing a ranch water with some prickly pear syrup too.
So I'm just gonna say this. When Charlotte said it, I was like, I'm not going to a ranch to drink water out of the gutter. I don't know what a ranch water thing is. And she said it's actually a drink, you dummy. I was like, wait a second. So will you
Just a
describe?
minute.
Because I know there's people like me who are like, I'm not gonna drink the water that collects out the ranch or whatever.
some tequila and topo, or it could be vodka. And
I
topo.
actually like using, the H-E-B sparkling water cans is what I use in my ranch water.
Do you?
I do, with a bit of fresh lime juice and a bit of tequila, because you only need carbonated water.
Yeah.
So I
There's
use
the
those.
1877, if that's what you're into.
Now, would you use could you substitute a mezcal instead of tequila for ranch water? Or does it
Yes,
change the whole-
smoky.
It's smokier, but there's nothing wrong with that, honestly. And then I pop a little bit of that prickly pear syrup in,
Yeah.
and it turns it bright pink.
You're dancing.
Beautiful.
And it's got that gentle flavor. I've actually also used that syrup as a glaze on pork ribs.
Yes, I have seen that. It's also very nice on a piece of salmon.
Also, that's another surprise I got this month too. My local HEB started carrying the prickly pear fruit because they're in season at the moment. And I love the green ones. They taste like cucumber. I put a little bit of chili lime on them. It's a great pairing with like grilled foods, especially. Really nice and fresh. Down.
I love this. Obviously, summer. So you talk about summer veg. You know, the zucchini classic. This is a great thing. It went great with everything we're doing. Man alive. All right, it's time for that. Look, we have 30 minutes left of a 12-hour HEB grilling open. We've been there the whole time. Jess Pryles has been here 6 hours. She's a rock star. Charlotte Samuel, I'm gonna have to tase probably the next 15 minutes. We'll see how she shakes out of this. But we do have, Whitney Merciless had a great question. We're gonna go to that now. So Charlotte and Jess.
The question was, how many half-gallon cartons of HEB Mootopia does HEB produce in 1 hour? The answer was B, 6,000
Holy cow.
gallon cartons. And the winner,
6,000.
Cindy Guest, watching on Facebook, you're gonna get a kitchen and table air fryer.
Fry all the things.
All the things.
All of them that you're not grilling.
So
actually, all the things
All
go
of them.
in the air fryer.
You should just do that.
What's really been fun about this entire day is, number one, there's a lot of great stuff going on. There's so much content that's happened. But we do have, like, we have such a crew of people that has pulled this off. Jess Pryles, we have huge celebrity guests, huge star presence that was here with us. And I know Charlotte and I are super humbled that you were able to hang out with us. We've learned so much from you. You are sharp as a whip.
This has
You know
been
so
so
much
fun.
about meat.
Yes.
It's like, it's
Thank
crazy.
you.
It's been awesome to have you. But you're not going anywhere yet.
Nope.
She's not released yet. We still have 29.
Can't get rid of me that
28
easy.
minutes.
You have to stick it out till this brisket comes out.
Yeah,
We slice
the,
it.
the payoff has got to come. So we'll do it.
We're Thelma and Louising off this edge together, y'all. It's happening. We're in it together.
Yeah, if you start to fade, Charlotte Samuel, the coffee beans, they're here, they're ready to go. We'll just eat a couple more coffee beans to keep ourselves sustained.
I got it.
But while we're doing this, as we're going through, you know, we realize as we're kind of wrapping up this HEB Grilling Open, it's been a phenomenal day. There's been so many great guests, so many great things on the grill. We're kind of recapping, because if you missed it, you will eventually be able to go back and be able to watch this on our YouTube channel. You'll be able to watch the whole
That's
thing,
cool.
all the great moments. You'll be able to fast forward to all the great stuff. It's really cool. Rewind your favorite parts, but it's a lot of great stuff. And now
You can also watch Scott's hair in super slow-mo if you
go
like
from
scrub
like
it.
here to like start to fall down. It's a natural thing. It happens.
I'm just gonna lean back and
We have a recap of our wild card cams. The wild card cam, if you're just joining us, has been anything that we just decided we're going to throw on the grill, and this is one of those
we grilled
big
3
finishers.
pounds of butter.
I know.
And 4 bags of marshmallows.
I was pleasantly shocked by the amount of butter in this recipe, and then I had no idea that many marshmallows were involved.
Many
That's a
marshmallows
whole-
gave their life for that chocolate
No,
mess.
they willingly volunteered to be turned into something
They volunteered in
delicious.
tribute.
Yeah, they're lemminging into
Turning
that
in-
skill.
it's like a caterpillar, right? It's like caterpillar to a butterfly. It's like
Okay.
they're turning from a little little.
That's a
little
really
tiny
far
marshmallow,
reach, but I'm gonna go
and
with
they're
it.
turning into a big, delicious s'more that you can serve on anything.
It's the richness of that is going to be. So this is what we're watching first, and we're like, wow, look at it go. And then in about 10 seconds time, a shower of more marshmallows
Oh, yeah.
descends upon this skillet.
It just wasn't.
It
enough
just
anymore.
wasn't enough.
You know, the chefs outside were like, it doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like we have enough. So we're going to go ahead and add, about 30 more ounces of marshmallows to this.
I mean, we could have used a smaller skillet.
Why would you?
Yeah,
right?
thank you. Yeah, why would you do that?
I know.
On
I was
a
just trying to.
12-hour grilling
yeah.
open. We're going big. We're
Yeah.
going to go home big.
They're those pizzas.
Those focaccia pizzas, right?
That's right.
Is that mushroom on the one at the back there?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like it.
That looks really good.
Mushroom action.
That just as well as taking that off because there wasn't mushroom on that grill.
Come on, you can't save all the A material for the end, or can you?
I'm glad I stuck around for that joke.
Yeah, you should be. Now who's delirious?
I bet Tompkins is jealous that he didn't think of that.
No, I love that joke. It was a great joke. I'm not that, I don't have those kind of jokes like that.
Right.
Can't do that.
And chocolate donuts.
Look at that. Those are chocolate cake donuts.
So good.
Now, if you're getting hungry and you're walking around and you are watching this on Facebook, be careful. Go to the HEB.
This was a good one.
Bakery right now, because all the stuff that happened on the wild card is mostly stuff you can grab out of the HEB bakery, your fresh bakery. That's a pecan pie that, I'll be honest, I was not expecting it to turn out well at all, and it survived, and it actually tasted delicious.
So yeah, I would absolutely put some really nice flake salt on that pecan pie when it comes off the grill.
I love that.
Yes.
It's the same concept as that salted caramel. It just wakes up the flavor a little bit. It works really, really well.
Balance each other.
Mm-hmm. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, and we made it.
Look at the jiggle.
I love that.
As it holds together, I love that.
That's a perfect dismount.
Yep. I'm so happy that during this, as we're doing this wild card cam recap, like all the stuff we put on the grill that I think everybody thought was like, no way, it's gonna fall through, it's gonna burn, it's gonna incinerate, and literally everything I think that we put on there was able to come off, and it stayed relatively in a piece that's absolutely edible and servable.
I'm still in shock that he only put 4 tortillas on the grill at a time. It was...
You know, these guys have been overwhelmed, Charlotte. You know, there's a lot of stuff. It's been hot out there, you know. I'm sure
But they also go really quickly. So I don't blame him, because I feel like any more than that and you're in burn territory.
That's right. Okay.
Too much to manage,
That's a
you're right.
solid point.
Yeah.
Real management.
It's a real delicate ballet at this point.
Choreographed dance.
It is. It's a dance.
Chocolate chip cookies.
I
All
really
right.
actually love this one. I was like, I would never think of that, and I love that.
I would have liked to see a little marshmallow on those cookies, but that's all right.
I would have liked to see.
We used them all in the.
We had to.
Yeah, there was none left.
We were fully committed at that point to the s'more dip, and so we did what we had to do.
What about if you just put some of the bacon in between them?
Right? I was just thinking, I was like, so
Yeah.
did we do a sandwich out of those? Should've.
Yeah, you could. Should have.
Yeah.
The 1905
Warm
ice
peanut butter
cream.
jelly.
Ooh,
Yes.
Yep. I mean, it's the wild card cam, folks. Anything went. All day long, anything that we thought of.
Here's what I'm surprised that we didn't see today.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Anything with blueberries for the red, white, and blue.
Okay.
But I feel like
that.
there's
That's-
room, because you could do a blueberry pie warmed on the grill.
Absolutely.
And here comes that pound cake that, because it's frozen, held
Charring up
together
those-
really well.
It does hold up really, really
Zones. I see zones happening.
Barrier zones. That's what we're talking about right here.
What I love about pound cake is it kind of develops that crust on the outside, but it's real soft still, kind of in the middle. It has that little pillowy inside.
It's texture. It's a textural delight. Really. Oh.
There you go. That was a lunchtime feature right there.
Does a grilled cheese grilled cheese is a comfort food for me. It makes me happy. Anytime I see that toasty bread and that melty cheese. Oh, look at those cheese drips.
Look, today was eye-opening for me because there's a lot of things I realized that we were grilling that I'm like, I don't do that enough. And I'm like, I need to go back to it. And grilled cheese happens to be one of those things. I don't make grilled cheese enough, and I should.
Yeah.
Question, how much cheese is too much cheese in the grilled cheese?
I don't think there is such a thing.
How much wood
That's
could
right.
a woodchuck chuck?
It was a trick
Is that
question.
the answer you're looking for?
Yeah, it really is.
Yes, I can.
But I do like that at least 2 different varieties.
Yeah,
I
me
like
too.
that a lot.
Yeah.
I have flavors that push and pull, you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. But I love that. You've got a great crust on that bread,
Absolutely.
that gooey, melty cheese.
I'm telling you,
This is a
so
perfect
much
camp
more.
food right here. Grilled
It is.
cheese sandwich.
So much more to come. Stick with.
You're both into good food, but still like to keep things simple. That's why H-E-B has over 350 varieties of meal simple entrees. You're also into good wine at great prices. Turns out, H-E-B has hundreds of incredible wines with plenty of options. You've gotten into a new series, and it's 5 seasons long. That's why H-E-B does all the shopping for you, so you can just pick it up with free curbside. No store does more to bring the best to your door. Shop the app or online and pick up curbside.
Oh, we're back. back. It's the home stretch. Look, folks, we've been here 11 and a half hours. We are doing it live. Our chefs, our staff, everybody's been here. It's HEB Grilling Open. We're killing it. We have our last giveaway, and Jess, I'm so excited. If you're still doing the drinking game, I just sent you another one. Excited. It's 8 o'clock, and I'm super excited about this next one. We're gonna give away Charlotte's car. I got her keys. We're gonna do it. We got another giveaway. Our last giveaway of the day. I got it. Actually,
Chance
no.
to tase me. Try to tase me all day.
She wouldn't give me her car keys, but we have an even better gift, and I'm gonna let Charlotte and Jess take it from here because it's a big one.
This is for all the marbles, all the chips. Jess, I feel like you deserve to ask this question.
Oh,
I'm gonna let you do this.
I'm honored, you guys. This is our last giveaway of today, so I want you to pay very close attention. I'm gonna ask the question and give you 3 options, and y'all will have 5 minutes to give me your guess. Just enter it in the chat. And the question is, if we laid each slice of bread that HEB produces each year end to end, how many times could we circle the earth? Or how many miles?
way.
Now, here are your options.
What?
A is 300 miles, B is 800 miles, and C is 1,300 miles. And because this is the end of the day, the big kahuna, the one you've all been waiting for, just like that brisket, what we will be giving away is a $500 gift card. So because it's $500, I'm gonna ask it twice.
You should.
I think I should.
You should. Ask it again.
Now, the question again.
Final giveaway.
If we laid each slice of bread HEB produces each year end to end, how many miles would it cover?
Okay, wait, I think we got this wrong. I think we had a teleprompter issue.
Okay.
And I think yes. Okay.
Wow, we've just had, and we're
going back to the
hang
top.
on. I'm hearing from the producers.
Yep, and we're gonna rewind this
And we're gonna rewind it. Apologies if you've already entered.
This is not Jess's fault. This is a technical issue. I'm blaming management on this one. If
is
we
not a grill.
laid each slice of bread HEB produces each year end to end, how many times would we circle the earth?
There it is.
These are your options. A,
I'm gonna write it down for everyone.
4 times. B, 11 times. And C,
7 times.
7 times. It takes a village.
I just want you to know that was my fault
You
because
can't
I
even
was
see this, so
I
that was
upset
useless.
that we couldn't give away Charlotte's car, so that was my snafu. I was trying to just throw everything to see if I could throw another curve in there.
Should we blame the intern? Is that that's
not what they normally do. $500 gift card. You got 5 minutes in the chat. I'll tell you. So what's great is that we have been here 12 hours. We have 15 minutes left to hit the 12-hour mark. Our HEB Grilling Open. The chefs outside have been killing themselves in the hot sun to grip all this great content.
They've been cooking themselves.
I mean, they've been literally cooking themselves to death. So, Jess, in order to get into shape for a 12-hour grilling marathon, it takes a lot of hard work. It takes a lot of dedication. And I know you've seen this, but I'm so impressed by what they did, and I know you can relate to this because you train hard.
Yeah,
You crush
I'm
it
all
when you
about
do it.
fitness in my mouth.
Check this out. We're back. It's the home stretch. 10 minutes remaining in the first ever HEB Grilling Open. Holy moly. Rock stars sitting to my right. Chef Charlotte Samuel, Chef Jess Pryles, hardcore carnivore. Been with us 6 hours. It has been a marathon day.
Haven't peed once.
I feel like she could go another 6.
We definitely have to recap a lot of things. We saw a bunch of stuff on the grills. We did a great recap of the wild card grill, all the meat grill, the produce grill. We still have one item we have to show you, and you've been waiting for it for a while. But what a great day. What a great job. Number one, like shout outs to both of you guys for killing it. Like
And
you made me so proud.
Yes.
Scott, you have captained this shit.
With the most.
Just sitting here.
But you know what? I want to shout out to the guys out there on the grill. And those are that's the culinary team. Those are the people behind the products that you see, the Real Simple recipes, all of that great stuff. They're real people doing real things, and I think it's
our brothers and
absolutely-
sisters. It's
right?
saying toe to toe to us. We're in the weeds with everything that we do, HEB wise. It's a lot. It's a lot to handle. As you know, every time you do an event, you're like, oh my gosh, there's so many moving parts. You wish you could clone yourself. And we have a great team. They're stellar, superstar.
Shout out to our production team.
Yes, yay.
It's happened. It was 12 hours straight production.
That's a lot.
And also shout out to all of our guests, like, you know, coming and
barbecuties, adorbs,
darling.
They were awesome. I learned so much.
VP JD.
That's
Big
right.
fan. Jason Driscoll.
That's right.
John Sauter still
John
here.
Sauter, hanging out to the very end. We love everything that's going on.
I think we're there, right?
Are we there? We are now, I believe the brisket is now ready for the unveiling.
Excited face.
Chef Jesse, you ready?
This
moment's been building for a while.
I'm ready. This is going to be a big deal. It's time to cut that brisket. It's time to recap and see what we have.
Oh,
Finally.
okay. Sides.
Classic potato salad, pickles, onions, sauce on the side. Don't sauce my brisket without my permission.
Yes,
It's wrapped. Okay, so Chef Jeff, you want to talk us through what's going on?
I do. We're gently caressing the brisket out of the paper. It's rested. It's had a long cook time. It's got that lovely signature bark that we can expect for Texas-style barbecue. And what we're looking for here is tenderness. Real tough muscle. It's up the front of the animal, and we're cooking it to get it tender. Beautiful cutting against the grain. This is the flat end here, so this is what we call lean brisket. Up the other end is going to be our moist or fatty brisket. A nice serrated knife to help cut through that bark.
You're right, the bark holds. So, right, if you had the aluminum foil, some of that may be just kind of fallen off, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Caleb has done an amazing job here. He's been nursing this thing all day.
Yeah.
And we are seeing some great results here. You want to slice these slices about pencil width is what you're going for on a brisket flat, roughly. And we should see an incredible tender result here, where all of that connective tissue, that collagen has converted into gelatin. Some magic has happened, and that's what we want to see.
Dismount. See the smoke ring on this?
There we go.
What do you think?
Oh,
What do you think?
beautiful. You can see all those little muscle bundles there, all those little details show you how tender it is. It shows you that all that connective tissue has broken down, and that means that this has done its job.
Shout
I
out
thought he was going to give us
Chef Caleb.
some.
Are we getting some point too, or are we just on the? I'm not mad about it because that flat looks incredible. You've got that smoke ring, you've got that bark. It's a salty, peppery bite of beautiful prime Texas beef.
I love it.
This is why we came here today for that moment right there.
It started early, 12 hours. Hyping up my boy there, Caleb Carter, standing out there in the hot sun, nursing that in a classic old school smoker. I mean, it's like he did what he needed to do.
Look how much seasoning. That's how much seasoning you need on a brisket. If you have any less than that, take it back and do it again. You need at least that much, because remember, you're only going to get that very outside bite. It's not going to actually go inside
It's a thick piece of meat, right? It's a very thick. You got to really season it aggressively. I'm not going to aggressive Caesar.
I think another
Seasoner. It's late.
drinking game.
I am
would
also
been
an aggressive Caesar.
Every time Caleb opens up the door to that smoker, we drink.
Right, that would have been a fun thing.
Yeah.
And we're looking, so this is the point end up here. This is where that fatty brisket comes from.
Look at the way the seasoning falls off it in such a
There you go.
majestic, like.
You said it was the rocket ship that's just sky.
Yeah, the shuttle.
It totally looks like that. I
and
see
the
it.
ice sort of falls away.
I really do see it. And the magic of it is you take what was this is historically an unloved, second-class citizen of a meat cut that has now been elevated to lofty heights. Other states try and copy us. They can't. Sorry, Kansas, back off. It's all about Texas barbecue because this is the way you do it.
And people everywhere for the 4th of July weekend are going to be grabbing their dino ribs, their briskets, and of course brisket queso is going to be on everybody's table, and they're going to buy those. They're going to get their lobster tail. They're going to grab all this stuff. It's going to be a surf and turf smorgasbord. And don't forget your bakery donuts and those great pastries. We just showed you that you can literally grill anything. Look at those dino ribs.
And if you are a little bit intimidated by a brisket, I thoroughly recommend that you start with the ribs. It's a shorter cook time. It's somewhere between 5 to 7 hours. You can cook them hotter. And the only thing you need to do to make sure these are ready is just use a skewer or a probe to check them all over. And when you can push through them just like butter, they're done. That's all you need to do. Couldn't be easier.
Folks, you're looking at a prime cut beef rib. And look at that, there you go. On cue, brisket queso on every table.
Now, I know you do need to add a little bit of liquid to this. It does say so on the instructions. Are you going with beer or are you going with water?
I loved what John Sauter said about either adding a little milk or adding your favorite beer, depending on what you may be serving it with. I think that's a great tip for those of you that are like, okay, I haven't done the brisket queso, and by the way, you better get yours, because I have a feeling there's gonna be a mad dash for brisket queso. And then add the liquid. I don't think you'd add mezcal, or would you, Charlotte? Add mezcal to your brisket queso?
To my drink, I would add mezcal.
While you're drinking the mezcal. But so, change it up. What are you serving it with,
It's true. We have talked about butcher's paper a lot. Why shouldn't we talk about it again? I mean, if you don't know everything you need to know now about why you need to go out and buy some Texas Tough butcher's paper, then I don't think we're going to convince you any farther.
I think you're absolutely right. We showed you every which way that how tough it is, number one, and what you need it for in every application.
It is a confronting chicken.
It's the business end
That is the
of a
business
chicken.
end of the chicken.
Ready to go. All the great stuff. I'm telling you, the grill cam, the smoker cam.
Those are
Crooked
St.
teeth.
Louis ribs, the crooked teeth ribs.
I love that descriptor.
I do too.
But it's a
Just
good
pulls
thing.
away.
It sounds like it's not a good
Yep.
thing, but
Yeah.
it means that you've cooked them just perfectly.
You're right. It just starts to pull away a little bit, so you just get those little teeth showing.
If you ever want to check if your ribs are ready, you can go ahead and just grab them underneath with your hands, or like gloved hands or tongs, and just crack them up like an arch. And if you see that top crack, it's a really good sign that they're ready.
I like that. I love visual cues when I'm cooking. That makes me, I'm very good at that. It makes me happy.
And it's hard, like that's one of those tricky things when you do use the butcher's paper, which is really helpful, but you lose sight of those visual cues. So it's a real tough situation.
All right, folks, this is it. This has been 12 hours. HEB's first ever grilling open. So many celebrity guests to thank, so many HEB VIPs to thank, our crew, our cast. Chef Jess Pryles, you are worthy of every standing ovation we could ever give you. Thank you so
guys.
much. You are a blessing. You are awesome. I wish you nothing but infinite comet success as you rocket your way to. Just don't forget about us, the little guys. As
Thank you.
You morph your way into bigger and greater, better things
Invite
than
me
ever
over
had.
for a margarita.
We can do that. And real quick, because no one else is going to, shout out to Chef Scott and Chef Charlotte. Y'all are the real MVPs. 12 hours.
Stop.
12 hours. Unbelievable.
Totally worth it. It was worth it.
Carried me another 12 hours
because-
for me. Thank you.
It was so worth it
Thank
because
you.
honestly, the reason why HEB cares to do this so much and to have people like Jess Pryles, these industry people that are literally innovating everything that we do, reason why is because we care so much about the customers and communities that we serve. And so this was really like a love letter, a 12-hour grilling love letter to our HEB partners, our communities, our staff, because literally, without you guys doing what you do and literally in shopping in our stores and doing this, none of it's worthwhile, right? So we want you guys to rewatch this, to be inspired, to go out there and do all this great stuff. And now I'm gonna shut up because we're gonna give away $500.
I do want to also say a big thank you to all the service members this 4th of July. And thank you to the HEB partners and crew as well.
Absolutely.
And
All
now
right.
let's give away some gift cards.
$500. We have 3 minutes left.
$100.
And is near. The end is near. All right,
Yeah,
do
I
it.
feel like, do you want to do it now, or do you want to make sure that people wait with us till the bitter end?
I think we got 3 minutes. We can
I'm
drag
like,
it out. Do you want to do
do it,
since we
please.
butchered
Just do it.
since we butchered the first? Do you want to ask the question again?
Ask the question
Set
again.
it up.
Okay, yeah, you know
And
what?
then we do have a winner.
I'm going to go ahead and do that. So if you'll allow me a redo, let's start over again.
Oh, wait.
Here we go. 5.
I'll just wait for the teleprompter.
$100.
That's fine. No, we're good. You were on it. That's cool. We're good. Okay, here we go.
All right.
If we laid each slice of bread HEB produces each year end to end, how many times could we circle the earth? A, 4 times. I'm looking at my sheet of paper down here. B, 11 times. Or C, 7 times. And it brings
Still,
me
I don't-
great
I
pleasure.
don't believe any of those
What do you
would
think?
work.
What do you think it is?
I have no idea. I would never think that you would circle the earth with bread, but it makes sense.
How are you going to sop up
HEB 's
the
crashing
oceans?
I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna go big. I'm gonna go big. I'm gonna go 7 times because HEB always overachieves. I'm gonna
I
go
need
7
a
times.
paper bag to breathe in.
She's hyperventilating here. All right, I think like we should do it and make someone's life very happy.
All right.
I'm excited for this person.
This is for a $500 HEB gift card. Thank you for everyone who's entered all the competitions today and left a comment and left a chat and been here watching with us. And the answer is A, it'd circle the earth 4 times.
Almost so
And
close.
congratulations to Cynthia
What?
Riveria, who was watching on Facebook. You have won a $500 HEB gift card. That is going to buy you a lot of meat.
Okay, so guys, from all of us here, number one, thanks to everybody, all of our staff, all of our interns, everybody that's done everything to keep the lights on here the entire 12 hours. It has been quite a day. Our grillers, our guests, Jess Pryles, you're a trooper. You finally now get to go to the bathroom.
Also,
So excited.
We have a whole bunch of interns that did a whole bunch of dirty work for us. So shout out to those guys.
Hey, production team.
From all of us here, God bless you guys. God bless our servicemen when on your 4th of July. We hope you guys have a safe holiday. Get into your HEB, get all that great stuff you saw, buy it all. Have a fantastic 4th of July. Jess, any final thoughts?
Get out grilling, y'all. Have a great, happy, and safe 4th. Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.